We can now also welcome in to those that are watching on the stream. We are live here at Oulton Park, and we are going to be kicking off the online action with the Miata Trophy SuperPole. So we've just finished the full qualifying session for them, but the top 5 of each of the classes will now go head-to-head to determine what those top 5 positions are going to be. There's a slight question mark for us at the moment because second place was Paul Sheard, 124, and that's a guest class officially, so we don't know whether he's going to take part in this, so you'll have to bear with us. We're going to find out at the same time as you. So, fingers crossed, it will all become clear fairly soon. Nobody's lining up yet, so they're obviously just working that out themselves, but it will be NC, which is the Mark III classes, cars, and NA, which is the Mark I Mazda MX-5s. It's their penultimate round of the season, 2 races here, and they'll be rounding out the action at Brands Hatch with their final 2 races. The championship currently being led by Declan Lee, second place Alex Miller. Now, Tom Davis, I'm Chris Dawes in the main box, Tom Davis is over at Knickerbrook, and Tom, the key thing here for me is that Alex Miller finished that qualifying session 7th place, so doesn't get to take part in the SuperPole.
It is not, and that will be an element of concern for him. Oulton Park is not a track where you can overtake. It's sometimes branded as being impossible, and that's just not true. However, the overtakes do have to be precise. They've got to be surgical. You can't just go, oh, I'll stick my nose in here, because then it will end very badly.
You do know we're talking about MX-5s here.
Well, that's exactly, yeah, that's where this is going, unfortunately. Starting from 7th, there will be some sort of chaos off the start. He's far more liable to be involved in that. Now, if he stays out of it, long race, plenty of slipstreaming games to be played. He's got every bit as good a chance as anybody else, but it does put him at threat at the start.
It really does. It looks like the second race, the grid positions are based on their finishing positions as well in the qualifying. Looking at this, by the way, I've just suddenly noticed, although John Langridge in race 1 at Snetterton was, because he was disqualified as an NC,
yes.
And that's what you were talking about earlier. He then rocks back up again in a guest class. In other words, he doesn't fully satisfy the regs to be an NC car.
No, there was a small part on that essentially didn't meet the regulations. As a result, disqualified from the race where they had said they did meet the regulations, even though the fact it was a mistake, of course. And then in the second race, allowed to compete but not to score points, if you want to do that.
Got you. So I was just trying to desperately see whether we've had this happen before, where a guest class car finished the main qualifying session in the top 5. And as you alluded to, Tom, the answer's no.
No.
So we don't know. We'll wait and see. And it's a shame. Sorry, I've said Langridge. No, Langridge is an NC. I'm reading it wrong. Sorry, my apologies. I was confused by the fact that he was guest last time. So he's got that sorted. He's back in NC now.
Yes, it's Paul Sheard that we're looking at.
Paul Sheard,
who is guest, was second quickest in our initial qualifying session. As such, if he was in NC, would be in SuperPole, but it raises a question just the fact that he's in a guest classification.
We'll see soon enough, to be fair. So it's just nice to pontificate for a little while. Is it a bit early for a word like that?
It's a bit early for me to follow along with that. I think let's stay with a maximum of 2 syllables for now, and we can build it up for the rest of the day, I reckon.
I did set off at 5:30 this morning, so there's a degree of autopilot, and that does tend to mean drivel coming out of my mouth. The wife will tell you that's normal, yeah. But I mean, it's going to be a cracking day here today, Tom, isn't it? Where we've got these MX-5s always dish up fantastic entertainment without question. And you've enjoyed the Miata Trophy. I think I've only done them once this season, whereas you've done them several times. And it is just typical entertaining MX-5 racing.
It is brilliant. You're looking for, it's almost a style of bike racing or kart racing in the respect that ultimately they don't have a huge amount of power, and the front area of an MX-5 is relatively big compared to the rest of the car. So they're producing a lot of drag. You get in a slipstream behind another car, that's going to gain you quite a bit of time over the course of a lap. As a result, you'll be quicker than them, you'll pass them, then they're quicker than you, they'll pass you, and before you know it, we're having a race long scrap that everybody's like.
Yeah, exactly right. And these are standard Mark 1s or standard Mark 3 MX-5, so you know they're going to be dancing all over the circuit. That's the great thing. That gives us the qualifying we've already had, the SuperPole, which I think is a really entertaining aspect to this as well. And then after that, we've got 2 races from them, 2 20-minute races, either side of lunch, and then after that, that's kind of almost the amuse-bouche, excuse my French, we go into the EnduroKA, which is 5-hour race of the Ford cars, which is so easy to underestimate the entertainment value of that, but you and I have covered them multiple times. They just never cease to entertain.
It's so fun. That's the only word.
Yes,
it is
I
fun.
agree.
It will be amazing. We'll have some fun up here in the commentary box. It'll be
We won't be taking it seriously,
half
will we?
podcast, half comedy, and then every now and again we'll check in with the race that's going on track. And to put it simply, there are puns in the team names. That's all you need.
We've got to be careful with a few of them.
We do have to be careful with a few of them. One of the cleaner ones that we've seen over the course of the year, and actually picked up their first win, I think, back at Silverstone, was Subaru, and they of course run with a blue-gold livery reminiscent of the Subarus in WRC.
Which I was gutted to see. It's not on the entry list.
No.
We haven't got an amended list yet through. I don't think the bulletin's not gone live on the MSVR.co.uk website just yet, so I'd imagine they're just finishing off any amendments before we were able to see those. Because I love that one. I think it's a great design. But the spirit, I mean, just walking through the paddock this morning, you could already feel it amongst both of the, well, one's a championship, one's a series, obviously. But the Enduro cars, I mean, we've got the likes of Marcus Clutton out there, you know, top-level GT racer, and he's out there. Now, I'm sure he's coaching to some extent, but we're going to find out, because I'm determined to go and catch up with him on the mic. He'll be having fun, and that's the point that we see, is the smile on their face when they get out of these cars is just second to none.
Yeah, he was out at Snetterton as well, had a brilliant time of it. There's all sorts of top drivers we've seen popping in out of this. I believe we saw Phil Keane at one stage as well.
Yes.
He did the 24 in Anglesey just over a year ago now. And as a result, you get these top drivers popping in, and they will be very quick, don't get me wrong, but they're not going to drive away with it, because other drivers do this all the time, and the car is very driver-friendly. It means that they will be on the limit everywhere. We'll see a few of them in the wall, a few of them into each other, and they'll all keep going to reach the finish, I suspect, which will be absolutely amazing.
No, exactly right. Well, I can hear engines being blipped. Stuart Garland, the main man for these championships, he has just suddenly popped out. Right, we've definitely got the number 26 car. Probably should have taken a screenshot of the top five. They're just set off at intervals. That's probably about the easiest thing to say. There'll be a gap between them, and they've got an out lap, one flying lap to do, and then the in lap. So they've got one chance to get themselves up onto the pole of these top five. And it doesn't matter what their time in the main qualifying session, even if they go slower in this next round to change their position. I think that's pretty good.
There are still a few sections of the track that look quite greasy and slippery this morning after some a little bit of dew, if you like. The air is dense this morning. Now Declan Lee out on circuit as well. He looks a bit more cautious on his outlap, actually. Maybe still got some hot tyres from the qualifying session not so long ago.
Circuit, the number 14, which will be the first of the NA. Now, they go in reverse order of the top five that they went. So the car we're looking at, for example, on screen right now is the number 26, Drew Fletcher. So he'll have finished, well, let's say 5th. It would have been 6th officially, because we know we had Paul Sheard, the guest car, sat there in 2nd place overall, but Paul Sheard will start in 6th, because these top 5 will jump ahead of him on after this SuperPole. But that 26 car is going to be the first one that's going to set a time in this SuperPole shootout. And I guess that's the trick of the mind, isn't it? As he comes round, oh no, not round, I got that wrong on the part that we're going for. That's just under the Warwick Bridge at the moment. So he's just making his way towards Lodge Corner to start this. Is that this outlap, they've got to make sure that everything is up to the temperatures they need it to be, ready to rock on this flying lap, but they can't overdo it.
There's a lot of tyres cooling around near me on this backside of the circuit. They are beginning to push, trying particularly the front temperatures. So the first of our drivers is now on lap 1
shot that they've got for this SuperPole, and it is 26 Fletcher that is going to be the first one to go. And he's already down your neck of the woods at Cascades. How's he looking?
He's looking neat, he's looking tidy, but not hugely quick at this stage. Now, smooth is sometimes all you need in a Mazda, so we'll have to wait and see, but no heroics so far from Drew Fletcher.
Okay, crossing the line to start his flying lap. He's not the one we see on screen at the moment, but is our championship leader, the number 12 car of Declan Lee. Just across the line goes Stott, the number 4 car. Although that was only just going, so what was the car that's just coming down to Cascades now? That doesn't make sense then, because he's not down the business to do and was sort of like 6th of the NC cars. So if that is him, that's something's gone awry there.
We'll have to wait and see who it is. I'll look at the number crucially when they come back around the other side, where Drew Fletcher is right now. Hooks up both apexes actually through the complex. Does he get the third at Knickerbrook? He does indeed. A little bit of tyre squealing, still understeering there, which is unusual in these Mazdas. And not too much curb on the exit either. So this may be get a lap, set it. He's expected to be down the lower order, but at least not make a mistake.
Well, the car that hasn't come through that is supposed to be out there allegedly is the 82 car of Michael Nibbs. Now I wonder whether there's an issue with that car, and they've sort of dropped Miller up there, so keep an eye out to see, because we should see the dark green championship leader, Declan Lee, be the second car past you.
It is indeed, and then it's the 82
Oh, sorry,
car.
just jumping in very wild through the last corner there. I saw that on the screen as he comes towards me. Was the first car of Fletcher. He really let that rear end hang out there. Just managed to drag it back before the gravel, but he puts in a 202.634. Sorry, Tom.
It's Michael Nibbs who's identified as Alex Miller. It is Nibbs who's out. His transponder isn't working.
Fine, that makes sense. Okay, so it's the 82 car that will be the, what's that, the third of them running, wasn't it? Yep, so Declan Lee is going to be coming across the line any second now. So here he comes, that dark green championship leader car, 202.6 to beat. What has he gone and done? He's done a 201.089. So that puts him at the top of the times. Showing that he's got the pits, but he definitely didn't. He's just gone across the start-finish line, so I'm not sure. There goes the 82 car of Nibbs. We don't know what lap time he's done, sadly. But here is number 4, Stott. We're going to get lap time there. Stott goes with a 201.914. That will be slower than the time by Declan Lee. Through goes John Langridge. And he's only managed a 202.63. He didn't do flat, didn't he, in the main part of qualifying? So he's going to start. Will actually be 4th place once the Declan Lee time sorts itself out on my TSL timing screen. That has gone terribly wrong for John Langridge.
That's not the lap people have been looking for, potentially a mistake up the top end of the circuit. I'm keeping an eye on Declan Lee's time here. It's not yet updated, and there is always a chance, of course, that he's gone beyond track limit somewhere, because they'll have been on that, and you might have your lap time deleted. It is part of the jeopardy.
But it's showing him in the pits.
That is particularly odd, you're right. That bit is exceptionally bizarre. Still that time yet to update, but for Langridge, so he needs to...
with a 210.121, that's the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s, ahead of number 14 Paddock with a 216.515. So Cochrane gets the NA pole position. As it stands at the moment, subject to what's going to happen with Declan Lee, is it does show that the number 4 car of Nicholas Stott takes pole position with a 201.914. As I say, Declan Lee's time, so the last time he did was a 201.089. It could be disallowed because of a track limits, but what's weird is that it shows him with the cog against his name that shows he came into the pits, which I can assure you he did not. I'm not looking down the pits, he went through and crossed the line. Second place, number 82, which is Michael Nibbs with a 202.225. John Langridge, number 5, with a 202.628. Then it is the first car that went out on circuit that just got a little bit out of shape on that last corner, Drew Fletcher, but he still managed to put in a 202.634, only 6 thousandths of a second slower than John Langridge. He'll definitely be gutted about that last corner when it's as close as that. Then it's 94 Cochrane and 14 Paddock, the 2 NA cars. So that's your SuperPole. We'll find out exactly what the story is with Declan Lee a little bit later. But good point. I'd forgotten about the fact that it could well be a track limits and it wipes it out. So we'll wait and see about that one a little bit later. That sets us up nicely for the two Miata Trophy races. Due off, in theory, the first one at 10 past 11. But watch this space because we are right up against the curfew at the tail end of the day. So we'll need to wait and see about that a little bit later. I'm just watching down in the pits as well because they've got the number 12 Declan Lee stopped. And of course his thing is showing no lap time registered, which would normally, we would just accept that as being track limits, wouldn't we? But the fact that it put that cog against him makes me a little bit suspicious about it, Tom.
Yes, it implies that there could have been an issue with the timing equipment rather than with the timing of the lap, so to speak. So we'll check it.
I tell you another thing, they've put them in a line down here of 3 cars, and that is number 12, number 82, and number 4 actually. So that, if that's the top 3, that means that they have realised. Mind you, Lee's obviously got a problem with his timing altogether because he's now got his last time as a 2:39, and of course that was the in lap. So I think I'm going to have to bail out of any pole position interviews because I know nothing. I'm not going to go get himself in trouble. They can go and have a look at that. So that sets us up for the race. We'll get the grids a little bit later, and I'm sure we'll get, here we go, notice boards up now. Let's just have a look at amendments to program to see if there is any for the Miatas, just to keep you up to speed on.
There was the addition of car number 9.
Martin Plowman?
Martin Plowman.
I saw Plowman and I thought, surely it's not Plowy himself, but it is. Wow. Of course, they have run some Mazda MX-5s. Him and Calvin Fletcher were running some MX-5s a few years ago. Calvin's obviously given up motor racing these days to go and run the farm for his TV programme. The ex-Emmerdale and Twinkle Toes himself from Strictly Come Dancing. And hopefully we'll see him back in racing again. But Martin Plowman from Paddock Motorsport, they not only run GT cars, but they have been running MX-5. And to see he's out himself, that's pretty cool. He's obviously not been in the MX-5 for a little while because he didn't get into that shootout, which you'd kind of expect someone like Plowy to be able to do that, wouldn't you?
He's definitely got the quality to get there, but as you say, and as we mentioned throughout the session, some of these drivers have been doing this 4 years without a break, done every single event. So you take a few out, it is going to take you a moment to get that rust off.
Indeed. Okay, so that's the only change on the amendments to the programme for this. I've got a few that we're going to be updating on for the EnduroKAs or the Enduro. See, how would you say it? EnduroKA or EnduroKA?
I say EnduroKA because then it makes the rest of the puns and the team names make sense.
Agreed. Right, I'll go with that from now on. I kind of always just mix them up so that I keep myself out of trouble. You know me, I'm like Switzerland, I like to stay neutral.
I've got a fact somewhere that I believe states that it was referred to as the Ka on its original launch, and then it got dubious afterwards. So I tend to go for Ka.
Okay. That is a good answer because I didn't know I know that fact. Okay, so what have we got changes? So the 262 Glory car of Neil Smith and Michael McCullum, just the two of them doing that. That is now 126 instead of 262. And another change of number, the 44 Graves Motorsport of Alistair Hardy, Lewis G and Tom Wood. That car number is now 16. No idea why they get these number changes. We've got some just drivers to be deleted. So in the 72 car, and if you wonder what I'm talking about, if you go onto msvr.co.uk and you go press cars, because you've got cars or bike racing, and then you navigate to this particular event and you'll actually see that the digital entry list is in there, so you can see the digital program. If you're here at the circuit, you may well be here with it already. If you're watching on the stream at home, then you can grab that there. And so these are a few changes that are going to happen on there. So the car 72, we delete Paul Lorry, but that was a 4-driver team initially, so it's just down to 3. Miguel Contreras, Gary Paddock. Is that one of the drivers that's just been out?
I believe so, yes.
One of the NA drivers, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gary Paddock, that would make sense. I mean, you would, wouldn't you, if you're here anyway? Francis Faulkner is joining them. Car number 1, we're deleting Stephen Gilbert. Blimey, that takes them down to just 2 drivers, Andy Burton and Tom Valentine in that Burton Power Racing car. Car 112, we're removing Robert Thomas. That can't be right, surely. Ah, yeah, because we're going to be adding a driver to that 112. So I'll come back to that, because at the moment that's gone down to 1, but we'll come back to that in a second. 126, which is the change 262. You keeping up, Tom?
I am indeed.
That glory car is now deleting Michael McCollum, and that takes them down to 1 at the moment, but we will... No, that does take them down to 1. That can't be right.
The 112 car?
No, 126, which was 262.
Yeah.
We're deleting Michael McCullum, which now only leaves Neil Smith.
Yeah. Interesting. Let's put it that way.
Just to, although that says the MSV EnduroKA at the top there, but that was the SuperPole result. Sorry, the producer's going to give me a flea in the ears like an amateur then. I'm looking down at my paperwork. That did give us the results there, and I missed it. Here we go, there we go. Right, now, we don't know whether this is true, actually, because Nicholas Stott is showing as pole position, ahead of Michael Neebs, John Langridge, Drew Fletcher, and it puts Declan Lee at the top, but he was taken in that number 12 car into the pits in the top 3. I think there was an issue with the timing, and that he'll potentially be at the top of that timings, but we'll wait and see. That's above our pay grade. Including yours, Barry. It's above yours as well, mate. But we'll wait and see. The NAs you saw in there as well for their part of the grid. And they do start. Do they have a delayed start, the NAs?
They start off the back. I don't think it's delayed so much as a gap in the grid and then the NAs.
Fair enough. Yeah, so I'll be interested to see what this glory car 126 that was 262 is now showing us down to just 1 driver. So that I can't believe that's even allowed. So we'll wait and see about that. Number 16 that was 44, the Graves Motorsport car. We're deleting Alistair Hardy from that one, but we now add a few drivers. Car number 72 is back up to 4 drivers actually, because Paul Cole is now joining them. Paul Cole, C-O-L-E, and the 112 car that was down to 1 but is now back up to 2 has got Adam Bonham joining Simon Bonham. So it's a family affair. Stop singing, eh?
Or a total coincidence, I suppose. It would be quite remarkable.
I'm just going to quickly wrap this up on the online stream. We're going to leave you to this. We're about to go into the EnduroKA qualifying, but we'll be back on the stream ready for race 1 of the Miata Trophy. Welcome back, everybody watching online on the live stream, and of course welcome to everybody that is here at Oulton Park circuit. We've just finished all of our qualifying for the day. It's now wall-to-wall racing, all three of them. What? How are we doing that? That's because we've got a nice endurance race finish it rounding out our action today. But before that, we've got two races from the Miata Trophy. That's Mark 1 and Mark 3 Mazda MX-5s. We have a 20-minute race before our lunch break, then we just take a breather. We then go another 20-minute Miata Trophy race after lunch, and then we get into the 5-hour EnduroKA race, the penultimate race of the 2023 season already. My name is Chris Dawes, up in the commentary box overlooking the pit lane, and I'll occasionally probably venture down during the EnduroKA endurance race and the start-finish straight. And joining me from the Knickerbrook commentary box with, in my opinion, one of the best views in the country, frankly, is Tom Davis. You're right, Tom?
Totally agree. This window, very reflective, can see my own face in it. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, that's why it's not the best, because when I'm down there, I don't get that.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the best.
I get my view, my face.
It's unfortunate, isn't it? No, fantastic view here. I can see down the avenue in towards Cascades, where they hit that compression and then fire themselves out along the lakeside towards Island Bend, and in turn I then lose sight of them before they get Shellow's Corner, Britain's over hilltop. That's where I get the view of them again, and we get the fantastic overtaking opportunity to Hislops through to Knickerbrook and the run towards Clay Hill.
I adore that, waiting for them to arrive over the top of Hilltop.
The anticipation
Absolutely.
is amazing.
And you know, for most things we get to commentate on, the order's going to be completely different to what they were as they disappeared along Lakeside.
One of the best experiences is when you're at the end of the day, and I suspect we'll get this towards the back end of the EnduroKA race, they'll emerge over the top and you still have no idea who's who because of the shine from the sun and the glare, but you can see that they're three wide and you're waiting to figure out who comes out on top. It's an experience that, to be honest, as a commentator, is rare for us to have, where we're so excited about not knowing what's going on.
Agreed, and it literally is. That's the best way of summing it up. We are excited about having no idea. Now, interestingly, and I am looking at the weather report now, is that it's due to rain any moment, and that's not what I was expecting, but it is showing 100% chance of rain for the next hour. After lunch, we're kind of into 30, 40, 50% chances of rain, so not really sure on that one, but I don't think we really needed to spice out Mazda MX-5 racing, did we?
You heard it here first. Chris Dawes thinks it's going to rain. That's got nothing to do with me. That's so long, Chris, if you're here at the circuit about to get very wet, but indeed.
How did I get the blame for a weather app?
I believe the phrase is shoot the messenger, right?
Yes,
that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I'm with you.
No, the racing here will be incredible regardless. If it becomes changeable conditions in particular, then it will become even more extreme, because the drivers, if it's dry on track, of course, you take the tyre for what it currently looks like, which means you'll be starting on that dry tyre. By the time it rains, even if it's red flagged to then come in, have a restart on wet tyres, there'll be that interim period just before it does, where it's beginning to get greasy and it turns into a bit of an ice rink out there.
Yeah, of course, for the races we're likely to see, I'm not sure we're talking slicks and wets, but maybe you know, less pristine,
yes,
or more pristine road tyres type thing.
Slicks is a well-used tyre,
exactly,
as far as these series are concerned. It shouldn't be a slick, but it might have become worn to a slick. Let's put it that way.
Exactly right. So it does mean we're going to be getting the 2023 Miata Trophy Race 1 of today underway before we go into our lunch break, and it's going to be lining up as follows. On pole position, it's the number 12 car of Declan Lee. That is our championship leader. He managed to surprise us in that SuperPole, put it up to the top. Alongside him, number 5, John Langridge. Row 2, number 4, Nicholas Stott, and 82, Michael Nibbs. 26, Drew Fletcher, and number 7, Alex Miller, who is second in the championship standings. He didn't get through to the SuperPole. He starts in 6th place. On row 4, 119, David Chapman, and 169, Steve Foden. 70, Xavier Brook, and 55, Simon Fleet on the 5th row. Row 6, 22, John Robinson, and 9, Martin Plowman. In addition to your programme, he's out there in a paddock motorsport run. That is, of course, his team. Row 7, number 10, Stefan Johansson, and 16, Alistair Isam. 40, Raymond Worley, and 61, Martin Heath on row 8. Row 9 is 15, Chun Chong IP, and 66, Jack Hargreaves. 121, Gary Smith, and 44, Colin Stott on row 10. Then we have 2 rows empty. We move to the NA class, which is the Mark 1s as the cars are released, and they will be coming round. This is their green flag lap, and they'll be straight onto the grid ready for the lights out. So on the 13th row in the NA class, it's 94, Liam Cochrane, 14, Gary Paddock. That's the only 2 NAs. Now, what about this, Tom, is that the guest cars are then going to be at the back of this, and that includes on row 14, 124, Paul Sheard. We know him from running some of these cars, and was actually second quickest in the main qualifying session. 184, Ben Taylor, and 182, Bruce Hadfield on his own on row 15. What about Paul Sheard coming through this field?
He's going to be a name and a number to keep your eye on the timing screen over the course of this one. There is no way that car goes anywhere other than forwards, and forwards by a lot as well. He'll be looking to make progress quickly, initially through the NAs off the start, I suspect, and then picking people off under brake, and Paul looked particularly good this morning.
Yeah, exactly right. And I'm just making some final notes of the cars that are coming out. The ones to keep an eye on, obviously the dark green that is going to be on pole position is your championship leader. He's on 373 points compared to Alex Miller, car number 7, the black with the sort of gold flashes on it, that is starting in 6th place, is in 2nd in the championship standings on 333. But bear in mind, it's 50 points for a race win, so there's still a lot of points to play for. They've got 2 races here today, 2 races at Brands Hatch later in the season. What's that, 28th of October that they are out. We've then in 3rd place in the championship standing, Simon Fleet, car number 55. That car's actually way back on the 5th row, interestingly, so Simon's got some work to do. At the moment, the happiest driver has got to be the 55 championship leader of Declan Lee.
The story of this championship has been the 2 men on the front row of the grid, actually. It's been Declan Lee and John Langridge. John Langridge disqualified from the first race at the previous meet in Snetterton due to a technical infringement, then scored 1 point due to competing as a guest in the 2nd race, but of course couldn't score championship points for that one. That puts him now in 4th position in the championship on 284 points compared to the 373 of Declan Lee. That means that John is still in the hunt, but he has to score very, very well and needs Declan Lee to get involved in some things, which so far this season simply hasn't happened. Declan has made mistakes, but he's had the pace to come back through the field where necessary.
So on the stream, we're looking there at the number 7 car of Alex Miller. So that black car with its, I'd say that's gold, it might be bronzy, but that Miller car sat in 6th place, needs to get his way up through the order. 26 is Drew Fletcher. That car was looking brilliant until right at the final corner, just let the rear end hang out on that SuperPole. Ahead of him, number 82, the black Michael Nibbs car is looking strong as well. But right at the front there, it is the championship leader, the dark green number 12 car of Declan Lee. Did a fabulous job, but the interesting one directly behind him, now this must have been a mistake on the timing as well, because John Langridge, who was the quickest in the overall qualifying session, we happened to make a comment that it registered him as a 202, didn't it, on TSL at the end of SuperPole?
It did. It had him as a 202.5 at the end of SuperPole.
Yeah.
However, we commented that was about 2.5 seconds off of his best. Now, generally, SuperPole times are a bit slower than the actual qualifying times, if you like, because they don't have that time to get into the groove, set up the tyres exactly how they'd like them. But 2.5 seconds was a lot. 1.8 seconds, a bit more reasonable. It actually puts him, what's that, 600ths of a second away from Declan Lee's pole, which means, in other words, he's going to be right there for the course of this race.
No, exactly right. Hopefully George Grant is watching as well. Clapham Motors boss and heavily involved in lots of MX5 racing. Well, the 169 cars out there, it still says George Grant on it. And Downforce Radio, I've done some work for Downforce Radio in the past. And that is Steve Foden that has raced some Mark 1s, I believe it is, previously. He's out there in this newly rebuilt, had some damage, I think it was at Cadwell Park, and it's been completely rebuilt, and Steve Foden's been let loose in this. And I know George himself, although gutted he can't be here, is really excited to see what Steve Foden's able to do in that 169 car. So best of luck to him, and he starts 8th position on this grid. That's not bad for your first time out in the car, is it?
Not at all. That is a very, very good show. And we commented early on about how some of these drivers, John Langridge is one that comes to mind actually, they've been racing in this series for a number of years. They've done every single race. They've been tuning their craft. So when you show up, you might be very, very good at something else, but you have to beat them at their own game. And so for Steve Foden to be there in 8th on his first attempt, absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I was saying that, you know, quite a few years ago, I remember commentating on Mazda MX-5 race, and we had Paul O'Neill, obviously ex-British touring car racing driver, and now you know, commentator, pundit, etc. for ITV on the touring car package. And a good friend, I got to say. I've worked alongside him a few times. He's an absolute nutter, which is probably why I get on so well with him. Pee down on pod and all that. But he was round here, and it took a while for him to really be able to mix it. But guess what? He did win both races, but not until the final corner on the final lap of both races. He did exactly the same thing both times coming into Lodge Corner. It was absolutely incredible to watch the old Carter move, where you just sort of drop back a little bit. Looks like you're out of it, but what you're able to do is take full speed through the apex. You're not compromised by the car in front. So he managed to do that and dive up the inside, get alongside, and then just out-drag him to the checkered flag on the start-finish line. It was brilliant to watch, and there's nothing the car in front could do about it. Which is fairly brutal, to say the least, after the full length of the race. But that's what these cars are able to do. That's why these drivers enjoy these cars. That's why we always get good numbers on the grid. I mean, for this one alone, we're at, I was about to say 29, but it's going to be a few less than that. It's going to be about 25 cars out there for this one. Penultimate round. In its debut season, the Miata Trophy, again, we mentioned this earlier, Tom, fabulous way to start the year.
Absolutely fabulous, and picking up steam outside of just the race meets as well. There's been a few little pieces of footage going around on social media, both from the stream that we might have people watching along on just now, and from onboard footage, which has been fantastic. There was some actually going around of John Langridge racing here at Oulton Park in a Mazda a few years ago, and where he ended up a little bit wide at Knickerbrook. One was up the inside, then 2, then 3, then 4, and the freight train just kept coming. He was stuck on the outside of Druids, and he dropped, it must have been 6 or 7 positions there. And that's exactly the sort of thing they're going to have to keep an eye out for, because once you're out wide, it's quite difficult to get yourself tucked back into the pack. As I say that, the other thing to make it a bit more difficult is that the rain has started on this side of the circuit. It's light, it's only a mist, it's only a drizzle, but it is here.
Like Peter Kay says, light rain soaks you through. And in fact, you said that without seeing this stream. You said it at just the right time, because the footage suddenly showed some drops on a windscreen, and the car behind, suddenly the windscreen wiper going. So it is indeed just starting to come. If you're wondering why we're holding them, I believe that we were a bit ahead of schedule, and there was questions from the organisers of the Miata Trophy going, are we being called already? This is really early. I'm not entirely sure why that was the case, because they're supposed to be ready 20 minutes before, and we're now only about 6.5 minutes ahead of the scheduled time. So I'm not sure why we're still holding, because that doesn't ring true for the original queries being raised. But hopefully we'll get things underway fairly soon.
There is, of course, the discussion of how many green flag laps we give the cars if the track surface has changed condition since the last time they were out. So, of course, everything they've done up to this point has been dry. If the drizzle's now coming, then you might be best waiting a minute and giving them 2 green flag laps. So there's a factor in consideration.
Yeah, that's they are now going. There's no comment of 2 green flag laps, and I'm not sure that it probably warrants it with the rain.
I don't think it's wet enough.
No, exactly. And I think it's more about the track conditions, not necessarily the weather, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Now, of course, remember that this is their green flag lap, so they're being released from the pit lane, from the assembly area. They're going to come round. The marshals are still on the grid. We need to remember that this one is a standing start, whereas the enduro cars, they will be coming out the same way. but their green flag lap will then lead to a rolling start. So that's a little bit later, but as I say, we've got 2 Miata Trophy races, 20 minutes each. The grid for the second race is based on the finishing positions of this first race, which I'm never sure I'm a huge fan of, because it can sometimes be a double whammy for something that might not be your fault.
It can be a bit tough. The question, of course, is that if you're not going to do that, what do you do instead? Because some of the other ones have their own pitfalls, if you like.
I like the lap time, your fastest lap time in the race.
It's a nice idea. I also quite like the second fastest time in qualifying.
Agreed.
That's another one that we sometimes see, although from a coverage point of view it sometimes gets a bit complicated to try and keep track of 2 lap times for each driver. But there are a few options out there. I think the most common, though, is this some version of the finishing result from the first race. A lot of weaving from Declan Lee as he comes down towards the Hislop chicane on his green flag, and inherently, by that, warm-up lap. Initially, it was quite clever, actually, from John Langridge. When they came out the pits, he gave himself a lot of free space in which to accelerate into and get some tyre temperature going. That is going to be the name of the game here as well, getting tyre temperature, because we know that lap 1 is so critical in these machines, and we know that occasionally they get a little bit sideways.
And I did just spot as well that Xavier Brook in white number 70 was just really hanging that tail end out as he got on the power, real power slide coming out of the Britain's chicane before reappearing over Hilltop into your sight. And clearly he was just feeling for that limits of that at the moment. As we look at Steve Foden, downforce radio blasted over the side of that one, and Clapham Motors look after that these days. Still with Jake Sanson, I'm sure, at the helm in some way or another. But that will be interesting to see how Steve Foden can do as he gets himself settled into this. Of course, we're now getting these changeable conditions that could mess that up somewhat, so we'll wait and see how it's going. You can just see that they're all sort of throwing it into the corners on this green flag lap, just to see, not overdoing it, but just to sort of feel what's the push as they turn tightly into this, now that we've just got this drizzle. At the moment, Tom, I would say it's psychological rain.
It is, I totally agree. It'll be on the visor, it'll be on the windscreen, but it's not on the tyres, because it's hitting the surface, it's evaporating straight away. The tyres are warm, they're heating that up, getting rid of it before it causes you to lose any grip. In a few laps that might not be the case, but right now it's effectively dry, despite the fact that you can see some rain.
Agreed. So on to the grid go the first half a dozen rows. Over the hill, over Deer Leap, come the rest of the field. Remember, we've got 2 empty rows towards the rear, rows 11 and 12, before we then get the NA and guest class cars. Keep an eye on the dark red 124 back there, because that is Paul Sheard at the wheel. He was second overall in the main qualifying session, but because it's a guest class, he's got to start from the rear. But that is not going to stay there for long, I can assure you. He's going to come through this field. You can just about see him on the back coming under the Oulton Park bridge there. Over Deer Leap comes Paul Sheard, the penultimate row. Just getting this final lot into their grid slots. So there we go, the last car just slotting in towards the rear. The medical vehicles and safety car. Green flag now waves. We're going to have 20 minutes of Miata Trophy. Race number 1 of the weekend is going to be underway fairly soon. The engine notes are already rising. The red lights are on. Off go the lights and off go the field. It's a very steady start, I would say, this time. And into the lead at the moment, John Langridge has got the great start in the number 5. He's trying to come across and cut across the nose of the pole sitter Declan Lee, and he just about manages to do it as they turn right at the first corner. It is side by side still down towards you. Declan Lee, he's not prepared to settle that. He wants the lead back.
Declan Lee, he doesn't look to win championship, he wants to win every single race, and he's got it by the time they reach Cascades. Across the nose here around the outside, that is fantastic. Is that going to be Michael Nibbs? I think it is. He gets it done around the outside of Langridge too, so Langridge down a couple of positions from what looked as if it was going to be the lead. He'll have his mirrors full of Nicholas Stott now as they head towards Island Bend for the first time of Ascot.
Yep, and that's where I'll now pick them up on this feed, and it is still that dark green Declan Lee's had to fight hard for this. John Langridge still in the fairly sort of grey, white and green flashes on that one confuse us at times. In fact, Langridge is down into third place now, so Michael Nibbs is the car that's up into second. So he is under huge pressure though from Nicholas Stott. That number 4 car sticks out quite nicely. We're going 3 wide further back, quite incredibly, into Britain's as they're closing, bumping, boring, just about getting away with it. I could even throw bouncing in there as well.
Here comes the leaders then. The top 2 are taking the race in line. Langridge is defensive. Langridge has been hit under braking for the chicane. He's into the wall. We'll wait and see how he gets out of that one. That was Stott braking a little bit too late and there was heavy contact. Alex Miller has survived all of that. The 7 car up a couple of positions, now runs 4th, having started 7th. Rest of the field shrieking its way through the Knickerbrook complex, where of course there are green flags. Langridge's car, I don't think that's going to go much further.
That is devastating for him. He's 4th in the championship standings. He was looking super strong. Front 2 now are clear at the front, and it was such a weird mistake from Nicholas Stott. A little bit late on the brakes and straight into the rear corner of Langridge, and we see him out of the car, and understandably his body language is not particularly impressed with that one. He was an innocent bystander. Stott is under huge pressure now from Alex Miller. Remember, Alex is 2nd in the championship, so he wants to move through. 70 and 26, that's Xavier Brooks and Drew Fletcher. And we've also got off into the gravel is the 61 car, that being, he says, trying to look for that one, that's Martin Heath. But across the line we go, and it's Declan Lee, Nibbs, Miller and Foden, bizarrely again showing us in the pit, so we seem to be having an issue with the timing stream over here today.
Down towards Cascades then, lap number 2, here comes Declan Lee. This is what he wanted. He needed to be out ahead of Alex Miller, out ahead of John Langridge, and he's done just that. Currently, Stott looks a bit of a stopper in a bottle at the moment, running 3rd. He's away from 2nd place. He's got pressure from Miller behind, and indeed most of the field following them.
Okay, so as they disappear off down Lakeside and towards Shell Oil, it's interesting is that it was Langridge who was originally putting pressure on Declan Lee. Declan Lee regained that lead at the moment. Windscreen wipers are going. Safety car is about to be deployed, I can tell you now. But the one that's putting him under pressure now is Michael Nibbs in that 82 car. It's all going to be nullified and they're all going to squeeze back up again, but it'd be interesting to see the body language of Langridge as Stott comes past him in a moment.
Yes, Langridge not best pleased. He has done a very good job actually of getting the car off of the racing line. Double waved yellows down here under brake, and safety car boards are out as well. So,
and that will be for the 61 car of Martin Heath. I think that's over at yes, it is. It's over at Druids, out of both of our view, but it's not far into the gravel, I'm afraid to say. And what is it I always say is that off cars are magnets for on cars.
They are indeed. If one car can get there, another one might soon follow. So you got to be careful of that. Drivers have now seen the safety car board. I think a few of them were a bit slow on it, given how close the pack was initially. But now they're all slowing down towards that reduced pace, and it means that we can get a recovery vehicle out for John Langridge's machine as well. Although it is parked in quite a nice position for them. So well done to him, despite the rather big impact.
Did he give a little wave to his rival Stott as he went past?
I don't think he did, actually. He was very, very
I'm not
polite
one to
about
stir
it.
her out, you know.
No, you're not one to stir about, but your favourite tool is the ladle.
Well, that is a huge shame. Well, and of course the double whammy then comes to the fore that I was mentioning earlier, is that Langridge is going to have to start from the back of the, well, certainly of the NC grid, which will put him back on sort of row 10. As the field comes down towards us, the safety car will then pick them up. At the moment, the safety car is, of course, Declan Lee in reality. He's got them steadied down, and they'll get up behind the safety car in a second. But yeah, it does mean that it's that double whammy. John Langridge, having been the quickest in qualifying this morning, to not get himself that pole position after SuperPole, frustrating, to now be taken out. It was the first lap, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
He got that good start, looked to have the position sorted. Declan Lee came back at him into Cascades, which meant that Langridge was stuck on the inside. He was pinned towards that apex curve, allowed Nibbs to take a fantastic line all the way around the outside, actually carrying the momentum to get himself past Langridge. That put Langridge in third, who was then defensive from Stott, covered the inside, and Stott, put simply, braked to where he was expecting to be able to brake. Langridge had broke just a couple of milliseconds earlier. Reaction times not a factor at that stage, and into the back of him they went. Langridge then did actually hit the wall quite hard in the car, considering that looks to be in pretty good condition.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching that on the stream and it's coming down towards the camera, and it kind of was the one corner that went against it. So at worst, we may get away with bodywork against tyre, and fingers crossed that, sorry, at best I should probably say, hopefully be able to get everything sorted. Now, we do get, and it does sort itself back out again, is that for whatever reason, the TSL timing ends up making a mistake, which was on your screen. You may have think we got it wrong, that it showed Miller up in second place. It did on TSL, which of course is where the stream is taking the feed from for the timings, and then but it had the pit cog against it, which of course that wasn't the case either, and suddenly it all sorts itself out and Miller's down in 4th position, so he's made up a couple. So bear with us if you're looking at the order on the screen and go, well, that's not what you're talking about. It will just be refreshed fairly soon. Good news is the 61 car has been dragged out of the kitty litter, and that will be out of harm's way, but where are they at the moment?
They're right with me, actually, on the descent in towards Hislop's.
Now, the car has been released from the tow rope and is probably making its, yes, it is about to make its own way back, but I don't think we're going to be able to get it underway. It's going to be close, mind you. The safety car may well be slowing them right up now.
It's actually not. It was Declan Lee that was slowing them right up, and now the safety cars almost had to wait for Declan, which is an unusual situation. We normally see the lights go out just at Hilltop before they disappear from view, and as they go away, the lights are still very much on that safety car.
Although,
so we'll have to wait
I can confirm last weekend we had them suddenly making the call as they came up over Deerleap as well. So they did make a few late calls last weekend. The recovery truck is just coming round Lodge with the recovered car ahead of it. As they're coming into Druids. Do you know, I think we may well be able to get this just about underway. The safety car has the field under its control, and it's good to see that Alan is down there and hasn't sent signals to our commentary boxes yet to tell us we're doing good or bad jobs yet, but we'll probably get that a little bit later. And we said that we may well see him out in the car, but probably didn't anticipate it quite this early. I think the safety car is about to come peeling off. It is indeed. Lights are off. It comes at great pace into the safety of the pit lane, and it now means taking that green flag. Declan Lee's got a great hole shot there. He really made it look like he was weaving side to side, and then just suddenly launched it and has left the 82 car of Nibs under huge pressure from the number 4 car of Stott. Round they come towards you. You'll see quite a lead at the moment for Declan Lee.
It is indeed. He's got 2 or 3 car lengths before you see Michael Nibs under pressure, initially from Stott, but Nibs very late on the brakes into Cascades. That's how he got the move done on John Langridge, actually, on that opening lap of the race. Everybody else coming through. Alex Miller has been caught napping a little here. He would have been hoping to look forwards. Instead, Miller has got his mirrors full of the 169 car driven by Steve Foden.
And that's one I said keep an eye on, Steve Foden, and I'm sure that George Grant will be loving watching this, seeing how he's doing coming through this field. What did he start in? He started in 8th, and he's got himself up into 5th, pressurising the 2nd place in the championship standings car of Alex Miller sat there in 4th, so really impressive. In fact, he's got past him, so up into 4th place goes Steve Foden. Great job there by the 169 car, and you'll notice that the lead isn't massive for Declan Lee anymore.
It is not. It's been clawed back down by Nibs in that 82. Hard on the brakes for Hislop. Get yourself as tight to the apex as you dare on that first bit, because it'll open up the next bit. Plenty of lockups further back in the field, actually, where it might still be a little bit of slipperiness down the bottom of the hill. Through comes the 26 car, looking very racy. That is Drew Fletcher, attempting to make some progress. Can't quite do it, though.
Yeah, he nearly tapped the white 70 car of Xavier Brooks. We've got another spinner, the number 14 car of Gary Paddock. That's one of the NA cars, the Mark 1 cars. That's just coming out of Britain's, I think, and it will just get going again and appear over Hilltops you in a second. But Xavier Brook, I've commentated on him many times in Lotus Elises, and he's going brilliant in an MX-5 here as well. We've got a challenge for, what's that, 2nd place now, and it is up the inside goes the number 4 car. Brilliant move there by Nicholas Stott. Up the inside, we thought that Nibs, Michael Nibs, 82, was putting pressure on our leader. Not anymore. He drops down to 3rd and is already under huge pressure from Foden's looking up the inside. Not going to do it, changes his mind, thinks it's not on. And we've also got coming through more places, as predicted, the 124 car of Paul Sheard.
That's a position gain for Steve Foden on that last lap, actually, then, because he was behind Alex Miller, who's now attempting to get himself back in touch with that. So Steve Foden going from strength to strength. Declan Lee looks comfortable out front. Then it's 2, 3, 4 altogether, led by Nicholas Stott. Alex Miller is 5th, sort of on his own here at the moment, but he does need to find a bit more pace, so he'll have pressure come from behind again.
Indeed, so they're down towards Shellows, comfortable for our leader Declan Lee at the moment. This is exactly what he wants, and it's second place Stott in the number 4 car. Nibs still all over the back of him, so Stott made that great move coming into Lodge, but he's not managed to pull away from him, and Steve Foden is looking to try and stay on the back of those. Gap before we get to Alex Miller. Alex will be desperately hoping he can move up, but he already had that massive lot coming down towards you last time, so he needs to just sort of get himself into the groove and keep those points ticking over to keep the championship fight alive.
Looks like a good lap from Nicholas Stott so far. This one is already the cars at Hislops once more. Hard on the brakes, then he's shaping up for an overtake. There's a little look further back, but it's no more than that. A peek down the inside from the 124 of Paul Sheard himself. He's been making a lot of progress so far in this one. That red car now up into 9th place. It might even be 8th at this stage. I think it is, as they run up Clay Hill.
Well, the pack make their way under the trees, and we've got a challenge for second place again up the inside, and that was at Druids. Brilliant job there from Nibs. The 82 car jumps up ahead of Stott, and in fact that's really unsettled the number 4 car, and he's falling back into the clutches of Steve Foden. The 169 Clapham North car is looking to go around the outside. That's going to be a big ask. He's trying the old switchback move. That hasn't quite worked for him then, so he has to settle in that 4th place. This is good news though for the now second place Michael Nibs, and of course all of this is brilliant news for the number 12, our championship leader Declan Lee. But up the inside goes Steve Foden, and he just has to back out at the last minute, nearly makes contact with the rear corner of Stott, but he was going to take that racing line no matter what.
So I guess you're somewhat entitled to do it. If you know the driver up the inside only has a nose, he'll probably hold the brakes for a little bit longer and just get rid of it. However, here comes Foden once more, out to Cascades, carrying all the speed, carrying a bit of a slide as well, as he gets right underneath the rear of Nicholas Stott. Stott's defending, but I'm not sure he'll be able to cover the inside of Island Bend.
Well, down they go towards Shell Oils, and again Steve Foden's going to be looking towards the outside of Nibs. Just seeing the background, round Shell Oils comes our race leader Declan Lee, comfortably in the lead. Last time round it was nearly 2 seconds was the margin, but the new fastest lap of the race was done by 124 Paul Sheard, and you can see him there, the 124 car coming round and diving up the inside of number 70 Xavier Brooks as they go into Britain's, bouncing over the curbs multiple times there, and he gets it done, and he's trying to take with him there. I'm trying to work out, that's 26 Fletcher he's trying to take with him as well.
Nicholas Stott to the outside, a touch, a wiggle, a weave for the 4 car, but he's through into second place at Hislops. That demotes Nibs from 1 and puts him at threat now from that 169, which has been making good progress over the course of this race. Nibs over the curve, back onto the circuit again. They're all still line of start, and Declan Lee is escaping up ahead.
It's just incredible, isn't it? It's that second place backwards that nobody wants second, basically. They keep fighting as they come through Druids, the right-hander under the trees outside of both of our views normally, but with the stream, obviously I'm able to see a little bit. We've got yellow flags waving at Lodge. Now, who have we lost? Worley. We've lost Ray Worley, the number 40 car. So presumably, yeah, he's off at Lodge, but he's a long way into the gravel, is that white number 40 car. So with a bit of luck, we might get away with that slightly this time. But across the line to put 6 laps in the book with 5 3/4 minutes left to go. The big challenge again, 169. Steve Foden dives up the inside of 82 at Old Hall. Has he managed to do it? No, it was just too tight a line for him, and he has to settle back in 4th again.
Steve Foden, he's prying though, isn't he? He tried it a lap ago, he's tried it this time now, and he'll tuck in 4 Cascades, hit that compression where the front grips up, use that to hold the car onto the straightaway at the bottom, and a little bit wide was Nibs. That damages his drive down the side of the lakeside, and that'll present an opportunity to Steve Foden, who has his nose up the inside for Island Bend. Unfortunately, that's the outside of Shell Oils.
He's done it though, he is done. He's ahead before they get to that stage. They're still doing that left-hand sweep of Island Bend before applying the brakes for Shell Oils. Our leader's already exited Shell Oils hairpin and making his way towards Britain's. Second is then the sort of blue, pink and black Stott car, number 4. And as we say, in third is now Steve Foden, the 169 Clapham North car. George Grant will be loving the sight of this, seeing his newly rebuilt car, but that was that was a bit further back that someone was going an odd line out.
Sheard and Foden side by side, and it's Sheard who darts his way up the inside. Foden not able to turn in because Paul Sheard's 1-2-4 car was already there. That's Paul Sheard into third, and we thought that Declan Lee was away and clear. He might not be if Paul gets a lap or two to hunt him down with 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that fastest lap time-wise, there's only about a tenth between the two of them. So, but he just looks a lot quicker, doesn't he? He's already Paul Sheard. He's a guest class, don't forget. So he doesn't take points away from anybody here. They're now into the yellow flag zone of Ray Worley's car, just in the gravel. So they'll probably be doing that until everybody's aware, because I don't think they're looking to do a live snatch there. But they'll make their way through there. Can't move. Declan Lee will be coming over Deer Leap any second now. Here he comes, comfortably in the lead. Last time round, the lead margin was 3.1. Side by side for second place, because Paul Sheard's about to dive up into that position. Is he not yet? Yes, he is, up the inside in that newer version of the Mazda MX-5. Up into second goes Paul Sheard.
Good move then for Paul. He's come from almost the back of the field. Now he runs second. He's got pressure initially and actually feels the need to cover the middle of the road into Cascades as Paul Sheard in that black and red machine. But gets it turned in, gets accelerated at the other side. Loses a little bit of drive here actually, so Nicholas Stott will have an opportunity, but I don't think he's quite going to gain an overlap.
He didn't look it, and in fact he was under pressure from Foden, but no, he is, you're right, he's come back at Paul Sheard, and he's trying to just stay there in the slipstream, isn't he, because he knows that Paul Sheard's going to reel in Declan Lee at the front, so this could be his chance to have a points challenge at the very least. And that margin last time round was 3.1. When they came across the line this time, it was down to 2.5, so they are closing on Declan Lee, you know, as they come out of Britain. You're going to see them a lot closer into your view right now.
Declan Lee's done this in previous races, you know, where he's bolted at the front, put a little bit too much temperature into the tyres, and then fallen back towards them in the closing stages. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock means we'll get this lap completed and one more. And at the moment, it is Paul Sheard who's making the progress. He's now halfway between third and first. He's a little bit wide, however. The front wouldn't grip up, then it did, and the rear tried to come round on him, so it was sideways at Knickerbrook. Now, however, he's got back on the power, he's got back on closing the gap towards Declan Lee, your race leader.
Well, interestingly, the rain does seem to be slightly increasing, so I wonder whether that's the reason for the rear trying to overtake the front on a few times once they get the power down out of these corners. But we're down to 1 minute and 3/4 left to go, and what are we doing? 2 minutes lap. So this is going to be the start of their final lap this time round. So 8 laps in the book. It's going to be a 9-lap race thanks to that safety car interlude. But Declan Lee is not got much of a lead at all. He's coming across the line now. That margin is down to about 2 car lengths. And in fact, Paul Sheard's looking up the inside of Declan Lee. I wondered whether he's going to just let him go because it makes no difference to the points. The answer is no. Declan Lee, the racer, is racing.
He's been doing that all season long as well. I don't even know if he'll be aware of who it is that's behind him. He'll just have seen a car and he'll be attempting to cover it off. Here comes Foden down the inside of Nicholas Stott at Cascades. He's got that one done. There was very little Nicholas was able to do, so Steve Foden up onto the podium.
Yeah, there's so much that is being understandably looked at on the stream as well. Xavier Brooks having a brilliant race there in the number 70 with the 26 car of Drew Fletcher. That is actually for, what positions are they? 7th and 8th, and we've got a penalty for Nibs. So Nibs has got a penalty for something, but nothing came up on TSL. 5 seconds, that's normally track limits, isn't it?
That is normally a track limits violation, yes, which is easily done actually around this circuit, particularly at Britain's when you're trying to cut the chicane as much as you possibly can.
So that's a car that sat in 5th on the road, and is going to send him a little bit further back, I'm afraid to say. Number 9 there, Martin Plowman. Great to see him out in the paddock motorsport car, but down towards you, 1-2-4 in the lead.
It is. He's got the move done somewhere, has Paul Sheard on this lap. Now Declan Lee sort of backing off away from that. He'll get a good run, however, through the chicane. The car is drifting, sliding underneath him. Dancing is that 12 car, attempting to close back in, but good traction for Paul Sheard means that he should be away and clear up Clay Hill. The battle for third is still raging. Yes, Foden did manage to get the move done earlier on in the lap, but Nicholas Stott coming back at him for the last couple of corners.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, and it looked so slippy under brakes down towards you down there at Hislops and Knickerbrook as they were wiggling with it all under their control. Steve Foden, the 169 car, sat there ahead of Stott on the road now, so that puts him up second place in the points, third on the road as they come down towards Lodge for the final time. The right-hander Paul Sheard just got that under control. Oh, big wiggle, even on the modern car there, he's got that really fishtailing on him, but here he comes towards the checker flag. 1-2-4 from right back on the 14th row. He takes the race victory. A brilliant job. Declan Lee punches the air, delighted that he's taken the maximum points haul. Brilliant job there from the 169 Steve Foden, and George Grant was right to say keep an eye on that one. He went brilliantly well there. That gives him third on the road, second in the points side of things. In fourth place, car number 4, Nicholas Stott. In fifth was 185 Drew, not Drew, sorry, I was looking in the wrong place completely there. Where did that car come from? That's Ben Taylor. So Ben Taylor from alongside Paul Sheard, he came through to fifth. Apologies, Ben, we missed that one in another guest class. He came through to fifth on the road as well. Sixth, number 26, Drew Fletcher. 55, Simon Fleet in seventh. Eighth is number 82 after that penalty for Michael Nibbs. That drops him down to eighth place. Ninth is number 9, Martin Plowman. 10th, number 7, which is Alex Miller. So Alex Miller down in 10th place. That has not helped his championship fight whatsoever. So Declan Lee stretches his legs at the top of the points table even further. 119 Chapman, 70 Xavier Brook, 10 Johansson, 66 Hargreaves, 121 Smith, 44 Stott, 182 Hadfield, the third in the guest class, 16 Esam, 15 IP, 22 Robinson, 94 Cochrane wins the NA class, and it'll be 14 Gary Paddock to finish second in the NA. I need to, I believe, run down and try and do a podium for this Miata Trophy. Sadly, it might be the only podium that we're able to do on the stream at the moment, because the second podium for the Miatas will probably happen whilst the EnduroKA race is happening, and I'll need to be in the commentary box for that, but watch this space, and I think the EnduroKA podium will probably be a little bit too late for us to be able to do. But that takes us here at the circuit into our lunch break. The next voice you will hear will be me in a moment down at the podium, and we'll pick up the action at the circuit around about, well, due off at 10 to 1, but keep an eye on things because it might go a little bit earlier to try and keep us ahead of the game. But I shall be heading down to the podium right now.
Another fantastic race then for the Miata Trophy. And story of the year has been John Langridge versus Declan Lee. I think that story is almost closed now, it should be said. The gap between them after that race is going to be 139 points. Now, there are 150 left on the table, but it would have to go dramatically wrong for Declan Lee not to pick up 11 more and seal that one closed for himself. His nearest rival after the race will still be Alex Miller, but that gap, of course, having gone up as well. The battle will almost be closer between Miller and Simon Fleet, and along with John Langridge, actually, for who comes out second to Declan Lee, who's had an absolutely mighty season. Other drivers to keep an eye on, of course, going into the next race. So we're looking at Steve Foden, who's only gotten quicker over the course of that race. Paul Sheard, of course, will be coming through once more, as will Ben Taylor, who in the end finished fifth, and we'll have to keep an eye on him now, as of course we get circuit vehicles out on this circuit in order to recover a couple of the missing cars, particularly John Langridge next to me, and away up at the top of the circuit as well. We got the big yellow grabbing machine out there. The rain is just beginning to come down a little bit more as well. If you're not here at the circuit, of course, we'll be going on a lunch break after this podium. But once that is sorted, we'll come back with more Miata Trophy. And if the rain were to continue where it is right now, it will be greasy. It'll be the exact conditions that drivers in those Miatas find so difficult, because the car is constantly trying to rotate. And you'll have incidents like what happened actually to Paul Sheard there, where you turn in the front, it doesn't go. You get on the brakes and suddenly it grips up and overwhelms the rear, so then the rear attempts to come round on you as well, which will be a very, very exciting proposal for all of us watching, whether online, listening along from commentary boxes like myself and Chris, or in fact from the grandstand in any of those chairs around the rest of the circuit. Recovery flatbed for John Langridge. We'll see whether this is going to be a tow or a lift. I do wonder if it's going to be a lift because one of the suspension corners might be damaged. We'll get a good look at that hopefully when it comes past us. It is definitely that rear right corner that people seem to be looking at because of course it's speared off into the wall and was rotating at the same time, so it will have taken quite a hefty impact, but only on one particular point of the car. The other one, unfortunately, I cannot see up at the top of the circuit. And that one away towards Druids and Lodge Corner. And plenty of way out of my view down here at Knickerbrook in the wonderful spider-filled commentary box. Circuit staff as ever doing a fantastic job. It does look as if it's going to be a lift here for John Langridge's Mazda MX-5. They've got the flatbed parked next to it, which tends to mean we're about to use the lifting arm to get a grip on the Mazda car that is currently mostly on the grass. You'd do a very good job at parking that, actually. You see worse parking down the supermarket than you do there, and you just hit the wall at quite a rate of knots. The next race for the Mazdas is scheduled to be at 10 to 1 as well. That'll be another 20-minute race. So it'll be 10 to 1 when we are back. Of course, we might run a little bit ahead of that. We do like to get ahead of schedule. It insulates us against anything not quite working as planned, given we're tight to the curfew at the end of the day. But it'll be there or thereabouts. Just had a lovely message straight away. I mentioned the spiders. Oh dear. Of course, you can interact with us. You'll find me pretty much anywhere at Tom Davis Comms. And you can find Chris Dawes at Chris Dawes probably. I'll be honest, I don't know his handle straight off the top. But there or thereabouts. And if you want to get in touch with us, firstly, to say how fantastic we are, secondly, to say how unfantastic we are, or thirdly, to say that you've spotted something that is right in front of us and we've not seen it, please please don't hesitate to send us a message on whatever that is. I suppose it's not Twitter anymore, either that, Instagram, or Facebook. Quite the crowd around John Langridge's car for this recovery operation, actually. Trying to make sure that everything is done properly. The car is not more damaged in getting it up than it needs to be. Reminds me of quite an amusing incident back at the British Touring Cars at Knockhill many years ago when Rob Collard found himself in the wall, and in picking up the car, it hit the wall again, which he was not particularly appreciative of. And we're making sure that the same there does not happen to John. John also having received the standard check-in from the medical team after what was a relatively big hit. Confirmation that he's out the car, he's alright. The car, we're still waiting for confirmation on, but John himself is absolutely fine, which is wonderful to see. Is the weather just subsiding a little? It's still wet out there, but it's not chucking it down as yet, as we thought it might. It may still do that over the rest of the day, of course. We've got circuit repairs going on as well, where John Langridge hit the wall to straighten the barrier out and repair any braking marker boards on the run towards Hislops. Make sure that people know where it is, that they are hitting the brake pedal, to ensure that we don't see a similar incident all over again in about an hour or so from now. Good apex taken by the forklift here. Forklift sort of grabbing arm on the end of what is essentially a tractor. How does he look at Knickerbrook? A bit wide of the apex there, but does use a reasonable amount of the road on exit, so compensating for that tighter line. The truck full of brooms and other road maintenance equipment not quite so good on its line there, Brooke, a little bit wavy, as I believe he went to say hello to a couple of the marshals and check in that everybody's putting up with the slight drizzle in a happy enough manner. The race later on is going to be quite interesting because, of course, Declan Lee will start from pole again. This time he'll have Steve Foden alongside him, and Nicholas Stott will be the front of the row behind, I believe, followed by the 26 of Drew Fletcher. So various names that we saw in SuperPole still up near the front, but in a slightly different order. And Foden in particular has been getting quicker and quicker with every lap he's done. He's not got as much experience in this car, if any, prior to this weekend, compared to those that he's racing against. So every lap he does, he learns a little bit more. He finds out, oh, maybe you want to be a bit more gentle with the steering here, or a bit more aggressive, or you can add a little bit of lock, and it doesn't quite understeer like I thought it would. And so he finds half a tenth here, a quarter of a tenth there. You just get a little bit quicker. The confidence builds as well, and I reckon off the line, he'll be attempting to complete what John Langridge didn't on the opening lap and find himself up ahead of Declan Lee, whose pace did drop off in the closing stages, actually. So he'll be thinking about the tyres as well and might not make quite such a dart away at the beginning of the race. John Langridge's car now getting put up on top of the flatbed. Taking quite a bit of care here. Now, of course, we're not in so much of a rush due to the fact that we've not got a race immediately after. This is just a lunch break, so to speak. The marshals would like to have their lunch rather than recovering cars, but of course there's plenty of time in which to do that before the next race. So we say scheduled for 10 to 1. And once we've got a look at John Langridge's car, then we can consider what the options are for him going forwards, and hopefully by that stage we'll have a podium down with Chris.
Well, we're not sure yet because I've just been informed that the situation is that if someone's been called to the clerk in that would be on the podium, I'd forgotten this was the case, is that they delay the podium. Read into that what you will, but we're just trying to find out whether we can get one for you or not, so we might do. So keep talking as you were. But what I can confirm is that rain is getting a little bit harder, to the point where it's frustrating. So as a glasses wearer, we are doing one. Yeah, we're going to be doing a podium, that's good. As a glasses wearer, I'm there wishing I'd got my usual hat out that sort of covers the glasses, but it is definitely raining and covering. We should, in theory, have 2 different podiums, and that will be the top 3 for the NC class, which is the Mark III Mazda MX-5s, and the top 2, because we've just got 2 in the NA class, which are the Mark 1s. So it doesn't look like we'll be getting any of the guest class drivers out on this podium, so just therefore we should be having, what did we get to? Nicholas Stott.
Yes.
May or may not be the one that's actually
I suspect that's
yes.
the one that's involved in it, because of course he was into the back of John Langridge. We'll be diplomatic with it. He had contact with the rear of John Langridge.
He did.
On that
He
one.
got his braking point wrong. Yes, that'll be it. Steve Foden and Declan Lee. Now, I'm assuming that's the route we're going to go, unless I'm told any difference. But they're just rounding the drivers, and what they do is that they're over in the Parc Ferme area, and then they were just still there whilst everything was being sorted. But the coordinators just had the thumbs up that yes, we're going to be able to do a podium for the stream, and so is therefore rounding the cats back up again.
It is. Herding cats is a good description of it, isn't it? John Langridge's car is now on the back of the truck, and the truck is moving. So John has clambered in with a couple of our circuit team. We'll get a look at the back of that machine to see if there's any notable damage on a corner that I can't see. And it is just the rear right wheel itself, I think. The body doesn't even look to be particularly damaged, but I reckon the rear right suspension or maybe a toe link's not quite attached as you would like. And as a result, that's why he wasn't able to continue and bring it back to the pits under his own esteem. So that one into what is actually an old version of the circuit here. There's a little gravel loop that we spot. It will exit just before Cascades and rejoins just after Knickerbrook. That was the original circuit there, of course, not in the condition that it is now. Now it's simply a recovery road and used for getting maintenance vehicles in and out. But at one stage, that's where the circuit went. And then a year later, we added all this other stuff that is beyond there, such as Cascades and Knickerbrook. But on that first year, when the circuit originally opened, circuit much shorter, essentially a square almost, with 4 rounded corners on it. And John Langridge getting an unwelcome experience of that as he is brought back inside our flatbed truck here at Oulton Park. And he's almost made it off, but they've got to get out and get the gates. So they'll run off for that one. Whilst we are herding up cats over at the podium. You get one, you get two, you get the third, and the first one's gone away. That's to be the situation down there. Then you get all of them, and you realise that you've got another class worth of podiums as well, so you need to try and find everybody else. At which point, the first set are off speaking to family and friends and team members and all that sort of stuff. And then somebody's disappeared off to the stewards, and suddenly you've not got all the things you need, and it is, yes, it's one of, I think, the most chaotic environments within motorsports, actually, is trying to get a podium sorted. Particularly when you get towards multi-class stuff. The more classes you have, the more difficult it becomes, because, of course, you just add even more cats to herd. It's, suddenly it goes from trying to herd 8 cats to herding 3 cats to trying to herd 3 families of cats, and it becomes even more difficult. Hopefully, the lack of visible damage to John Langridge's car means that we will see him out at the next race, crucially. He's got, what's that, is it an hour now? He's actually got an hour and 5 minutes officially to try and get that one sorted. And if it's as simple as putting a new piece in to attach 2 parts that currently aren't attached, great. If it's a bit more complicated, once they get the bodywork off, then he might have his work cut out, because an hour and 5 minutes, whilst it seems like plenty of time, of course you need to be ready and assembled some point before that, and you need to make sure the car is actually prepped in terms of tyres and driver and fuel and all those sorts of things as well. So that takes some time off the potential repair availability. Before you know it, you're working with maybe half an hour to get the car ready instead. And that gets really quite marginal, as before you've even noticed, you blink a couple times, you take a sip of your tea, and the time has all but elapsed for you to get the suspension sorted once more. But we do hope to see him out, because a John Langridge charge from the back will be absolutely spectacular. I have no doubt of that. Action on this side of the circuit, as a result, has all but ceased. We've got marshals assembling for a spot of lunch. I wonder if we'll see any picnic blankets out. That's the that'd be good. There was a good moment the other day when somebody at work came in wearing trousers that were a little bit too short for them. Somebody asked if they want to put jam on their ankles and invite their trousers down for lunch, which was quite amusing. The rain is still present as well, as what I'd say. The circuit doesn't seem to be getting wetter than it was, at least not at a visible rate, although it's probably a touch more damp since the end of the race. But it's certainly not getting any drier, let's put it that way. It's slowly getting sodden. You'd walk through some of the really quite luscious grass around the edge of Oulton Park Circuit, and you will notice that if you've not got waterproof shoes on, your shoes are not waterproof, let's put it that way. You're going to be aware of it as you step through the green stuff on the edge of the circuit, or potentially say you attempted to step on some metal steps, like sit on a bench. I think that's the sort of environment where you might be aware of the fact that it is definitely raining here at Oulton Park. The weather overhead is actually some quite high cloud, generally speaking, so we hope that this will pass in due course. The question is, what does the forecast say? And it says we're going to stay effectively here till about 2, and then it might get a bit heavier from 2 through till about 6 p.m. actually. So essentially we'll have varying levels of damp throughout much of the EnduroKA race at this stage, which would be, I think, absolutely incredible as a spectator event. I think inside the driving seat would be really quite fun as well, actually. It was wet the last time I commentated on these guys at Oulton Park, and they made a proper show of it as well there. So seems to be a running theme with the EnduroKA Championship that we will have. Those guys coming up at 1:25 if we manage to get to the schedule by that stage. Of course, following on from a 20-minute Miata Trophy race.
I'm going to make an executive decision because the coordinator's still trying to round up the NA class drivers, so we'll wait for those to come through, but I don't know that we've got all three for the NCs that are here. I don't think I've got anybody to actually present the trophy, so we're going to have to sort of double that one up. But let's push on with the top three as it stands from that race in the NC class, that of course being the Mark III Mazda MX-5s. In third position, car number 4, Nicholas Stott. Come on up, mate, up onto the top three. In second place, brilliant performance, number 169, Steve Foden. Well done, Steve. But the victory goes the way of the championship leader, number 12, Declan Lee. Well done, Declan. Up onto the top step he goes. We'll just pause and let the photographs be taken, and then we'll dive in with interviews with the top three. All up on that top step they go. So I'm going to now dive in and grab a word with all three. I'm going to have to come up. That's a long way up. Declan, congratulations, fantastic victory. I mean, at one stage it looked like you were, you know, away and no one else pressurising you. Let's focus on that bit for a second, because you have to keep your concentration during that time.
It's surprisingly hard to lead a race. As much as I'm driving around like a practice day, I look in my mirror, I'm assessing how close they're getting, and it's also raining. But to me, that's a great thing. I absolutely love the rain. These cars are like drift missiles, and you just keep them on the edge, and they just flow so nicely in the wet. I'm hoping for a bit more rain, actually, as much as the spectators don't want it. I'll give them a good show, hopefully.
Well, that's why you were dancing over there. You're doing a rain dance. I've got you. But at the beginning, though, you were under huge pressure from John Langridge.
I was really worried. He's such a good driver, and we raced so well together, but I'm not actually sure what happened to him. I hope he's okay. I did see a green car spinning around. I'm not sure what happened. I just hope he's okay.
Yeah, he is. And then take us towards the end, is that you were then under pressure from Paul Sheard, who came brilliantly through, but of course that is a newer version of it. And you did look like you were going to fight with him for a little while before you realised who it was.
Yeah, I saw a car suddenly in my mirrors and I thought, my gosh, whoever this is, he can seriously drive a race car. And this spaceship-looking thing behind me was a Mark IV MX-5, which it looked like it was handling the road really well. He was slipping and sliding like I was, and I thought, should I throw my race win away for this? Probably not. And let him go. Turns out I didn't need to anyway.
Exactly, and that was the point, is that you took that maximum haul for the championship. You're in the lead. You've got one more race here, 2 more at Brands Hatch to go. No better way to keep that point haul increasing.
I hope so, and all I can say is thank you to Hills Motorsport. They provide the best possible setup for a Mark III MX-5, and Covers and hopefully Hendy for getting me on the grid for next year.
Fantastic job, well done, a great victory there. Let's jump down here. Oh, Steve, I have to say, absolutely super impressive. You know, I got a message from George Grant earlier telling me about the car being rebuilt from when it was thrashed. Your first chance out there in it. You wouldn't have thought it. You looked like that was a glove.
Oh yeah, absolutely. First race in the car, first time driving the car was on Wednesday. We had a few runs out in the dry, and that ended with some rain, and then me ending it in the gravel at Druids, which was not a good way to end the day on the Wednesday. But obviously, come here today, we've made some changes to the car, and thanks to Rob Boston Racing, because he's put a setup on the car for that race stand that just completely transformed it. And yeah, first time in the car, P8 to P2. I'm over the moon. I mean, it was a local circuit for me, so I've done a few laps around here in all kinds of conditions. So when the rain did start to come down, it was just a case of just changing the brake bias a little bit and just kind of keeping my head and just waiting for others to fall off and taking opportunities when they came to me, really. So that's kind of what I did, and managed to hold on for P2.
It was a brilliant job, well done. And of course it means you start a bit higher up on the next race.
Yeah, absolutely, and I believe it's definitely going to be wet for the next race. So like Declan, I'm a big fan of the wet, so I just want to say a big thanks to UDC, Dave Percy, Cheshire Riding School and Lock Oil for getting me on the grid this year, and also again to Rob for the car, and George Grant, of course. Wouldn't be able to be here without you, George, so thank you very much indeed for loaning me the car and letting me drive it like I've stole it. Thank you.
We've got to make sure George gets a mention, haven't we? Well done, fantastic job. And then in third place, we've got Nicholas Stott. Nicholas, I mean, there was so much going on, backwards and forwards. I mean, first of all, let's address the elephant in the room. Obviously, unfortunately, there was a bit of contact with John Langridge at the front.
Yeah, there was. I hope he's okay, obviously. It was unfortunate. So yeah, we'll obviously have a chat. Yeah, I can see him later on.
Okay, that's fine. And then, in terms of the fight going on, is that you were going from second, third, fourth, third, second. I mean, the fight between you guys was just electric. It must have felt so much fun to be part of.
Yeah, it was immense. You know, I started third, had a good qualifying, and I was in sixth before the first corner. And then cars everywhere, managed to fight my way through by cascades into P3, I think, and then into P2 past my teammate Michael. And then Steve caught up a bit later on, and we had a good little scrap. When the rain came down, tricky conditions, and yeah, just happy to keep it in third and get my first podium.
Fantastic job. Big round of applause for the top 3 in the NC class. I think, have we got the NA boys here? Good, good. Congratulations, guys. Now, I'm hoping that I've got this correct then. So in second place in the NA class, number 14, Gary Paddock. Well done, Gary. Up you go, mate. But the victory NA goes to 94, Liam Cochran. Well done, Liam. I should have guessed it was you because there's a big Liam on the board there. Congratulations. I'll just pause. We've got the photos being sorted there. Let's jump up. Liam, congratulations. You look kind of relieved that was over. Was it a bit slippy out there?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, Gary got a great start, and I thought I'd go on my game a little bit here because he's driving away. Then as the rain came down, it got quite slippery. So just wanted to bring it home in one piece, really, and yeah, look after the car a little bit. But yeah, first time here, and it's a lovely circuit. Really like it. So yeah, it'd be interesting in race 2 if the rain does keep coming down.
First time here, and that's a big challenge, isn't it? They say that this is one where they throw drivers on to test a bit of everything.
Yeah, it's really good, high speed, and you got the braking for the chicane. Yeah, it's really good fun. So yeah, really enjoying it.
Well done, fantastic job. And in second place, it's jump down here. Gary, I mean, it sounds like you got the great start, but a mix of everything. I think we did see you backwards at one point as well, but it shows just how tricky it was out there.
Yeah, I had to have a spin because otherwise we don't spin. You're not trying hard enough. Yeah, as Liam said, I got a good start. Overtook Liam, overtook Mark 3 and Mark 4, I think. And I was looking at my mirrors thinking, oh, Liam's a few cars back, I might have a chance here. He got me down into the hairpin, and then be trying to catch up, ran out of talent, spun. But like Liam, first time here today, first time on the track. Such a tough circuit, so much to learn. See how I go on the second race. I'll get a better start. I might just block it the whole way.
I love it. Well, listen, guys, congratulations. You're top 2 in the NA class. So that concludes the podiums down here for the Miata Trophy. That takes us into our lunch break, so we're going to hand over to the pause screen, I believe now. We'll be back afterwards for race 2 from the Miata Trophy. Get back here, the rain's still coming.
Welcome back to Oulton Park for the afternoon of race action. Welcome to the live stream. We've already welcomed everyone at the circuit, and it's good to see that there's loads of you out there. I can see, there's not really, the weather's a bit inclement, as you can see on the feed. It is raining. We have now released the second Miata Trophy race onto the grid. This is their green flag lap, so we'll be able to take you through the grid. Now, I'm having to make sure I've got the right one because we've had numerous amendments. We've had disqualifications, we've had technical infringements, all sorts that's been going on here. I've got to make sure that we're still on amended 2. Yes, we are, and it is going to be as follows. On pole position is number 12, the championship leader, Declan Lee. Alongside will be 26, Drew Fletcher. Second row, 55, Simon Fleet, and 88, Michael Nibbs. Row 3, 7, Alex Miller, and 70, Xavier Brook. 66, Jack Hargreaves, and 121, Gary Smith on row 4. On the 5th row, it's 44, Colin Stott, and 16, excuse me, SM. On row 6 is 22, John Robinson, and 40, Raymond Worley. On row 7, 61, Martin Heath, 5, John Langridge, good to see him back. Then on the 8th row, it should be the 2 disqualified drivers, number 15, Chung Chong Ip, and Nicholas Stott in number 4. 2 rows empty, we move to both the NA, which is the Mark 1s, and the guest class, which is 94, Liam Cochrane, 14, Gary Paddock. 124, Paul Sheard. Watch him, he actually took the outright race 1 victory from this far back. 184, Ben Taylor. And then 182, Bruce Hadfield. Then the next group are on a 10-second delay due to the technical infringements. On the 14th row, 9, Martin Plowman, 119, David Chapman, 169, Steve Foden, and number 10, Stefan Johansson. So that is the cars that are going to start from the back and come through this field. It's going to be rather interesting, Tom, to see how well they're going to do. Now, I am still looking at the front here because it is, I'm sure that's still the number 4 car that's going to be lining up on the front row.
It is indeed. That car came through in, well, a higher position than we would expect, let's phrase it as at this stage. So yeah, at the moment, that 4 car on our grid sheet on row 8, starting much further forwards than that.
Well, I don't understand what's happened here then. We certainly don't have an amended 3. There are cars trying to get past that number 4. And in fact, no. So that on the front now is indeed 26. The number 4 is now being told you're in the wrong position. So bizarrely, I can only assume that the assembly area didn't have the amended 2 grid. So still had him sat there ready to start in 3rd position, which was on amended grid. He's now being told amended 2. You're right at the back, so it was all that tight, and unfortunately it's quite a unique, and it is a delayed start because that car is in the wrong position. So unfortunately, just all a little bit too tight, wasn't it, I think, Tom, with those decisions being made and then straight into this race. There's normally a bigger gap between 2 races from the same championship, I think, isn't there?
There is, of course. We've had that lunch break, but normally there would be a couple other races and then maybe a qualifying session and then the lunch break and then the second race. So it's not as big as we're used to seeing. It does give the drivers a moment to contemplate the track conditions, because I saw multiple lockups into his laps on that green flag lap, which is saying quite something, particularly from the NA class car of Liam Cochrane. So he'll have his wits about him, I reckon, when he reaches the chicane for the first time of asking.
Definitely looks like the Mark 3s handle better than the Mark 1s, don't they?
They look to, I'm not quite sure of the reasoning, if I'm honest, but they do just look to be a bit more planted when the conditions go away from the circuit, whereas quite quickly the Mark 1s, you find they become tail happy, both in terms of rear locking and in terms of mid-corner oversteer.
So that's the dulcet tones you can hear Tom Davis over at the Knickerbrook commentary box, and where Tom doesn't actually get to see the stream, I have the luxury of these camera images, which means that what will happen is that I'm obviously Crystal's overlooking the main straight, and I shall take the start through the first corner, hand over to Tom as they come down through the avenue and into Cascades and along Lakeside. Then they disappear out of Tom's view as they come into Island Bend and Shell Oils, round the hairpin, Britain's chicane. And so I shall take them with the video footage, try to get it right, sometimes difficult with the camera maybe looking a bit further back as they come over Hilltop into Tom's view. And Tom takes them down through the Hislops chicane, right, left, and then the slightly longer right of Knickerbrook on the power up the hill over Clay Hill. out of his sight again, and then thankfully I can pick them up both on the footage cameras and on the static cameras, where I can pick them going through Druids, then down towards Lodge and Deer Leap, back into my actual eyesight. I don't get that much of them in my actual eyesight from here, do I? But still can't complain.
No, it's true actually. I get quite a good view of the circuit, but I can't see what happens as they cross the line to either start or end the race. And you can see the start or end of the race, but not much else out the window,
exactly.
which is always
Yeah.
it's an odd combination.
In fact, even the core of the first corner's blocked from my view with the corporate box. Nice to see we've got some people up on the top floor of the corporate hospitality, enjoying a couple of beverages whilst getting ready for this race. And they look like they are having a wonderful time up there, and I'm rather jealous. They've got a beer in hand. Ah, they are listening. I wondered.
It's not voluntary.
Yeah,
You've just been piped
gosh,
straight into the room on a tannoy. That's
bottles
all it is.
and glasses of beverage. There was some snacks, but there's an empty bowl. But yeah. They're all ready for this. The good news is I think we're getting closer as well to the cars being ready. We just had to get a few things muscled around, because if they didn't have it where the number 4 car was due to be further back, and I don't even have a paper copy of this. We're going for another green flag lap, by the way, which I was half expecting, to be honest with you. If they didn't have number 4 further back, then they sure as heck wouldn't have had this whole glut of cars that have had some kind of technical infringement, that being 9, 10, 119 and 169. And for me, the saddest tale of that lot is the 169 of Steve Foden, because that car was so good. That, you know, his first race, he's only tested it on Wednesday, racing it today, and I think you summed it up well, Tom, to be honest with you, that he was getting quicker as the race went on.
He was getting quicker lap by lap. The opening couple of laps, he didn't actually make a huge amount of progress. He had a good start and then stayed relatively constant as chaos unfolded ahead of him. And then over the course of maybe the second half of the race, just picked one off, picked another one off, looked a bit more confident on the brakes, suddenly was holding the line and looking as if he could change the line rather than being absolutely on the limit to keep it on the road, and that allowed him to push forwards and see what progress he could make.
Yeah, agreed. I'd agree with that. Now, I'm assuming this is going to stay the case, because what has happened is that they may be having a second green flag lap, but the clock has already started. Now, I'm sure it also accelerated forward, because we're down at 16 3/4 minutes, and I'm pretty sure that hasn't taken 3 1/4 minutes already for them to get down there. So they've obviously dropped the time a little bit and started the clock at this stage, and that's probably, whilst disappointing as the rain looks like it's got harder, is unsurprising, because we were right up against curfew anyway.
The rain has gotten much harder actually on this side of the circuit,
so.
even whilst we've been on this green flag lap. It's gone for a light drizzle to raining now, put it short and simple.
Yeah, which it does mean that I'm less likely to venture out with the roaming mic. You do realise that, don't you?
Well, you'll be fine. There's not much hair to get wet, right?
And it's not the hair. Hey, well, you never know. It might fertilise, and I might actually grow some hair. Who knows? I might actually get less. But it's the glasses that becomes a frustration for me. So.
Yes, I get a similar effect actually with the window on this commentary box, because one of them is right into wind, so it becomes a bit sort of glazed over, if you like, with that layer of water. So hopefully that doesn't affect us. The water's affecting a couple of the drivers, particularly actually that 169 car went very well in the first race, is already almost found himself off the track on the green flag lap.
Okay, so they're doing that, push the limits a little bit further, because this is now wetter than when they did the original green flag lap, isn't it?
It is. It's considerably wetter. It looked greasy at first, whereas now the braking for Hislops, that is wet conditions.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We've got a couple of people on the spectator bank opposite my commentary box, one with a hood up, one with a cap, and sensibly taking shelter under a tree, so I'm not surprised there. As opposed to the yobs in the commentary, in the corporate box there, all nicely covered over. I call them yobs, with the beer on the go. They're having a great time. They've got the cameras ready. We also just had our pole sitter go straight past the stop line, bizarrely decide to get going, and has now just reversed back. I have a horrible feeling that could lead to something a bit more than just take the start, but that was very odd. That reminded me of the British touring cars on the weekend.
Yeah, if he's in position by the time the back of the grid forms up, he might be okay.
I'm just not sure it may be frowned upon to reverse back along like half the length of the start-finish straight.
I see.
Yes, so we'll wait and see. but they are now largely into position. Look towards the back to see when we get the green flag waved. As I say, the clock is still ticking down. The rain is getting harder. I haven't seen the green, but I think that's just the angle I'm at, so I'm looking more towards the gantry. Everybody looks like they are in their positions ready to take. There we go. The green flag has now waved. 5-second board goes up. The engine notes are already blipping. The red lights are on. Up go the engine notes, off go the lights, and off go the field. And what are we going to see as they scrabble for grip away from this start? And not John Langridge, sorry, it's the 82 car that has got a cracking start there. Michael Nibbs not being able to make it count, so it means that Declan Lee has held on to that lead. The championship leader desperately hoping he can stretch his legs, but he's been hugely pressured by the 82 car of Michael Nibbs.
Nibbs did a really good start in race number 1. He's attempting to replicate that, touches the white line at the avenue. That'll unsettle the car before Cascades. He's gathered it up, got it turned in. Still Drew Fletcher is third and everybody else chasing him through. Crucially, Alex Miller seems to have gotten a better start than he did last time. He's applying pressure now to try and get himself into 4th, 3rd and beyond.
So along Lakeside they've gone towards the left-hander, there's a H in there, Chris, left-hander of Ireland, and it's the front two have really pulled away from everyone else at the moment, but Declan Lee's not getting his own way in that dark green number 12 car, the championship leader, as they go around the wonderful Shell oils, the way that you get to see the top of the car, more of the side as they sweep round that right-hand hairpin back towards us on the feed, towards the Britain chicane. And Declan took that hairpin better, slightly pulling away, but then it's a gaggle of, I think it was either 4 or 5 cars, all battling for the 3rd and final step of the podium. Really struggling to get the power down now, aren't they?
Over hilltop they come, and there's even a little bit of squirming at the crest of the hill there. Declan Lee still leads the field then. They kick up the spray, and it's the battle for 3rd that we're looking at, because Alex Miller, he was 5th, he's now 4th. He's sizing up the inside line at Hislops on Drew Fletcher. Doesn't quite get there in that black and gold car, so they'll weave their way through. Sideways is Alex Miller as he gets on the power out of Hislops. He'll gather it up before Knickerbrook, and somehow he's still got more momentum than Drew Fletcher in 3rd.
And Paul Sheard, we were just looking at on the feed there, the 124 car, guest class, so he had to start at the back. He's already up to, I don't know, I'd probably guess, is it maybe 8th place already, something like that. He was tapped by John Robinson, the number 22, as he came through over the far side of the circuit, but got away with it and has already pulled away, and he's about to make up yet another place, is he, on the number 16 car of Alistair Isam. Not quite able to do it at Druids there, but the leader's already down towards Lodge. And it's sort of multiple pockets of fights that we got going on here. But the last I saw, Declan Lee was trying to stretch his legs, and it looks to me like he's managed to do it. So through comes the number 12 car, Declan Lee. We said he was doing a rain dance. He said he was doing a rain dance to make sure it was properly rain. Well, he's not wrong. He is enjoying this. He's pulled away from the 2nd place, Nibbs. 3rd place is number 26. Is it still? Wait for them to reappear. Yeah, there they go. It is the 26 under huge pressure from number 7, Alex Miller.
So, top 2 down towards the bottom once more then. Declan Lee, he's calmed down of recent, and he's been able to sort of survive the opening lap, then get into a groove. Same as happening with Michael Nibbs. 3rd place, pressure still coming from Alex Miller to try and get himself into that. He runs 4th as it stands. He was sideways out to Cascades on the power, gathers it up, and now he's trying to show a nose to the inside of Island Bend. That would be brave in the wet.
I was right, Paul Sheard 124 up to 8th place he's got himself. Alex Miller moved up that one, as is Xavier Brook, number 70, up 1 into 5th place. And at the moment it's Simon Fleet lost a handful of places on that first time, but as they make their way around the far end of the circuit out of both of our views, it's still comfortable lead for Declan Lee over the number 82 Michael Nibbs, but 3rd place has been so hotly contested. At the back of that group now is the recovering after the incident in the first race, John Langridge, number 5. He's made that 5 cars now battling out for 3rd place.
He could do well to tuck in around Paul Sheard actually and make sure that he follows through that very, very quick machine. 1st is through the chicane, 2nd is through the chicane, then Drew Fletcher is defending 3rd. He moves back to the racing line for Hislops. That means that Alex Miller cannot quite carry the speed. How is he on the power this time? Not as sideways as he was last time, but John Langridge is fancying a little look for 4th position. Can't quite get there at the moment. Xavier Brook will hold on to that one.
Yeah, I think that'll be for 5th, actually. Don't forget the other 2 are further along the line for them. Xavier Brook under pressure now, side by side, up over Clay Hill. Goodness me, the 2nd place 82 car of Michael Nibbs got really sideways. And we got a challenge. Alex Miller, the 2nd in the championship standings, is going up the inside of the 26 car of Fletcher. I think he probably just about did that heading in towards Druids. talking of doing it, is that Langridge has got past Xavier Brooks. He is now up into, what will that be, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place now. But up ahead of him, the battle for third is still raging, because although the number 7 car of Alex Miller managed to get past 26 Fletcher, Fletcher's trying to come back at him. Lead 2 crossed the line, 3rd Miller, 4th Fletcher, and Langridge is getting pressured again. Xavier Brooks is saying, I've not finished with that 5th position, I want it back again. He's going to have the inside line for Old Hall, and through he goes, turning right there, and he's not managed to do it, so Langridge powers around the outside.
Langridge doing a really good job of maintaining momentum so far. That's how he got the pass done in the first place. It's how he's held on to the move as they run down the avenue. He'll hold the middle of the road on entry to Cascades, prevent any late lunges, also keep the car nice and steady where there's less of an angle on the road, then get back on the power. But Xavier Brooke once more, good exit from Cascades, carries that speed, gets on the power early, and now it's his turn to try and show a nose to the inside of Island Bend.
Yeah, they're heading down there. Incidentally, I know that there's not a clock on screen at the moment, but I can tell you 8.5 minutes left to go in what was a 20-minute race, but started when we left the green flag lap. And in fact, we suspect it may have been dropped to something like 18 minutes by the time the start delay was all sorted. We're looking on the stream at John Langridge that has managed to fend off that Xavier Brooks re-tackle, I guess is the best way to put it. Simon Fleet, 55, still just behind them. But at the moment, the front 2 are comfortably away and not challenging each other, but 3rd place is still very much up for grabs.
It is indeed. They come over hilltop right now then. It's Alex Miller holding on to that for now, but pressure coming potentially from Drew Fletcher as Miller gets just a hint of sideways action. That tightens the line. He bumps over the curb at Hislops, then clips the next one, which gets him drifted all around, and that means that Drew Fletcher's closing and John Langridge is closing, then Xavier Brooke, Simon Fleet, and in turn, that 1-2-4 car of Paul Sheard, he's still there and he's still closing just a little bit in the more modern version of the Mazda running in the guest class.
All the 22's lost it coming out of Britain's, but he should just be able to get that back on the grass, although with that slope that might be quite a challenge on this wet grass even, but hopefully it will be all okay. But it's I kind of almost get the impression that Paul Sheard's got up that stage. Oh, and the 1-2-1's just suddenly spun round. I think that's at Druids, coming out of Druids possibly.
That's at Knickerbrook right in front of me, that one.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, sorry, yep. that threw me because it was tight in on the car, so it does look like they're struggling to get off the grass a little bit as well at the moment, aren't they? It's that wet now.
1-2-1 is just going to make it, but it is very tricky.
John Langridge is now making a move up another place, up past the 26 car of Fletcher, so that's up into 4th place now for John Langridge, and they needed to get that done because Alex Miller, number 7, has scampered away from them in that comfortable now 3rd place.
Alex Miller making use of that clean road then, lack of pressure from behind. The question is going to be, how quick is John Langridge on this lap? Now that in theory, he's got the road all to himself. He's wide at Cascades, however. It could be a wet karting line, and Drew Fletcher sideways behind him is certainly going to help him get away, because that means Drew's got pressure from Brooke and Simon Fleet, and suddenly they're squabbling 3 wide and towards Island Bend. Though surely only one of them can get out of there ahead.
Yeah, I think half the challenge there for the number 26 car of Drew Fletcher was that he already had Xavier Brooke looking up the inside into Cascades, and as you say, he then tried to get on the power. This is really, they're having to finesse that throttle pedal, aren't they? As they come out of every single corner, you can see the rear end trying to switch ahead of the front, and just being really gentle. Xavier Brooke has got past the number 26 car of Drew Fletcher, so that puts Xavier up into, what will that be, 5th position now, because John Langridge has not only got past them, but he's scampered away as well.
He has indeed. Over hilltop they come then. It is still Declan Lee out front with a little bit of sideways action actually on the entrance towards Knickerbrook. Then Michael Nibbs, who's had a relatively calm race so far, followed not so far behind by Alex Miller. John Langridge breaking away in 4th, and then the battle is now for 5th position. Brooke maybe just beginning to get away from Drew Fletcher, who certainly seems to be the one that's getting past and almost causing the fights as people bottle up behind him.
So we've now got just fractionally over 5 minutes left to go in this second and final Miata racing race of the weekend. Into the pits has come number 22 Robinson. That one was the one that lost it over at Britain's chicane. I don't think there was any damage, but maybe there was an issue that caused the spin, and is so far behind, just doesn't want to take these a chance in these struggling conditions. And Tom, I would say now what we've got is actually spray coming off the road behind these cars.
it's just beginning to pick that water up off the surface. Absolutely spot on. I reckon that 22 had an off earlier on the lap as well, and exit of Cascades, and then another one at Britain, so potentially a mechanical issue.
Yeah, that would make sense, yeah, because it would the causal effect. Oh, and we got Paul Sheard is now just making a challenge on Simon Fleet. Past the 55 car he goes, so you'll see him ahead of him when he comes down to you now.
Top three already through Cascades, then John Langridge, who's sideways at the avenue, and in turn you're right, Brooke ahead, then in turn you got Drew Fletcher, who's almost breaking away a little bit from what is Paul Sheard and Simon Fleet. The pair of them get a better exit, however, because Drew Fletcher was tentative on where he'd made that mistake just a lap ago. Behind them, of course, Nickel Stolt. Stolt has been making quite a bit of progress throughout the course of this one, it should be said. He's been having a reasonable race, up another position on that lap, having started much further down the order than he would have wanted.
Quickest lap so far is by Steve Foden, the 169 car. He's only got himself up to 11th place after having started right at the back of this field, but he's got the fastest lap of the race. Good to hear that some of the Knickerbrook hardcore are here, and Mark Richardson message saying that was some coming together for John Langridge, car 5 in race 1. Shows the strength of the car, doesn't it? That was his comment, and it really does, because Langridge not only out, he's up there in 4th place.
Curious to see what this lap time is for him. Last time through he did a 17.8, which lost time to Miller but gained a significant amount of time on Michael Nibbs. So it's the 82 car who's falling back towards the 3rd and 4th place machines with 3 minutes left on the clock. Alex Miller hugely sideways out to Knickerbrook. Rear left touched the curb and lit up those rear tyres. He gathered it up, but it'll cost him speed. It'll cost him ground to John Langridge, who's hunting him down.
NA class is still being led by 94 Cochrane. He's comfortably ahead at the moment of Gary Paddock. The 14 car's just gone through. I'm not sure whether he maybe had a moment on that last lap because he lost about 4 seconds this time as the conditions get trickier and trickier. And you can see it on the footage, the spray coming off the circuit, and at some points the footage you can just see it like a wall of mist across the whole panoramic view, if you will, from the camera. But 5 laps in the book, 2:25 to go, so this should be able to sneak one more after this, actually. So penultimate lap this time, albeit like a couple of seconds in. But John Langridge in 4th place, he is closing quite dramatically now on Alex Miller for that 3rd place, and he's just put in a new fastest lap of the race, 2:15. Where did that come from?
That's an astonishing lap from John Langridge. He did a very good one. Alex Miller, despite lapping the rears up, did manage to do his fastest attempt of the circuit as well. Still losing ground behind him. John Langridge looks quick, looks sideways, a dab of brake to get it back in line after Cascades for John Langridge. He's getting closer and closer to that exit curve, and when he touches it, he has a moment similar to what's happened behind him for Paul Sheard, who's suddenly under pressure from Xavier Brooke.
Yeah, I mean, he got past that clutch, didn't he, last time, up 3 places past Fleet, Fletcher and Brooke. That's a dodgy firm of solicitors, if ever I've heard one. But up into 5th place goes Paul Sheard, but remember, that is guess, and he's still being hounded by Xavier Brooke as they go down to Shell Oils, the white number 70 car, glued to the back of Paul Sheard's 124. Round they go. I just love that camera angle that we've got of the Shell Oils. I'm kind of rubbing that in a little bit, aren't I? Sorry.
Yeah, lovely camera angle that is. But I've absolutely no concept of what it looks like.
I was enjoying it, sorry. It's great that they sort of like the bank on it means that we see the roof of the car, or more to the point, we see into the car on these.
Through the Hislops and Knickerbrook complex then comes Declan Lee. He's got as much opposite lock, I think, as he does ever turning into the corner at various stages. Then Michael Nibbs, who's got more understeer than oversteer at this stage, struggling to get it off the exit curve where Alex Miller and John Langridge are. John Langridge, however, a little bit more gentle on the throttle, which means that whilst Alex Miller is sideways, Langridge is going forwards. The two of them now nose to tail for the last spot on the podium with 1 to go after this.
Yeah, although I'm keeping an eye just to see if it's close enough for them to feel they have to call it. But yeah, John Langridge, that would be a way to go from nerfed off in the first race to potentially picking up some silverware. But Alex Miller, the number 7 car, don't forget, he arrived here second in the championship. John Langridge has done it before they even get to the breaking point for the right-hander at Lodge. A brilliant performance. So up into 3rd goes John Langridge. They really have. And the good news is we're going again one more tour because the timer was at just about 10 seconds left as they cross the line. But John Langridge has got himself up into 3rd place in that number 5. Again, we get that weird cog symbol for the 2 cars, but they're definitely there, I can assure you. John Langridge 3rd, Alex Miller 4th.
This might sound ridiculous, but it's not impossible that Langridge catches Nibs here. The gap at 2.6 seconds, no, 3.4 by the time the time screen's updated. I take it back. That would be absolutely ridiculous.
I was going with it then, no?
If it was about 2.5 seconds, I reckon he would do it, because he's lapping that much quicker than him when he gets clean air. He'd be on him by the final corner, but at 3.5 seconds, there'd have to be a mistake from Nibs in order to create that battle.
Oh, you give with one hand, take with the other. That's your style now, isn't it? I know.
Bit of both.
Yeah, exactly. Well, round the right-hander, the Shell Oils they go, and we're looking on the stream at the second place car. It's just amazing watching them really having to finesse the power as they come out of the corners. And Declan Lee bounces over the curbs. That first curb, as they go for the left of the Britain chicane, they take that tight. It's a big bounce.
It is a big bounce, isn't it? There's a few very aggressive curbs here. I'm curious to see how the Ford Kas handle them later on, because that, over the course of 5 hours, could do quite a bit of wear to a suspension setup. Declan Lee, on his final tour of the circuit, is already through Hislop's car, sideways as it's ever been by the time he reaches Knickerbrook. Is he out over the exit curb? No, but he is on the painted line, which is quite brave, it should be said. Then Nibs, then Langridge. Gap is considerably smaller than what it once was, but it should be big enough for Nibs to get away with this one to the end of the race.
Yep, for the final time, they go round towards Druids, and we just see there's a back marker ahead of them, but I don't think that Declan Lee needs to really do it. He had 3 seconds in hand over Michael Nibs, the number 82 car, so they don't need to go and get past this back marker, and that will be the number 14 car of Paddock that is in second place in the NA Mark 1 class. But here they come towards us, round Lodge they come, checkered flag out, and he has got past the back marker. There we go. Declan Lee makes it 2 out of 2. He really did like that rain. Second place, Michael Nibs. Third place, a great fight through the field from number 5, John Langridge. Remember, he was quickest in the original qualifying session, second by the end of SuperPole, but the nerf in the last race. And we've lost the number 15 car at the end of that race. The Chun Chong Ip car, sadly, has pulled off. I think that's coming out of Druids that car has stopped, but I'm not sure. I think it is. But what do we get to? Fourth place, number 7, Alex Miller. Paul Sheard, 124 in 5th place and is the first of the guest class cars. Xavier Brook, number 70 in 6th place. 7th, number 26, Drew Fletcher. 55, Simon Fleet in 8th place. 9th is Steve Foden, the 169 car. 10th, number 4, Nicholas Stott. In 11th, 184 Taylor, the third of the guest class. And I just noticed that Foden's gone down as a guest class now, the 169 car. So whatever was wrong with that car took it out of the NC class as well, which you've had that happen this year before, haven't you?
Well, that happened to John Langridge. That's why he was unable to score any points in the second race at Snetterton.
That makes sense. And we've got then in, where did I get to? So Taylor, 184 in 11th. 12th. Is Martin Plowman, number 9. He's done well from the back of the grid as well. 119 Chapman, 10 Johansson. He's into the guest class now as well. 66 Hargreaves. Ip, that just stopped at the end there but has been classified as 15th. 182 Hadfield. 40 Ray Worley, who finished last race in the gravel after being tipped in there by Ip. In 18th place. 19th, 94 Cochrane. That is a win in the NA class. 20th, number 16, Essam, 121 Smith, and then the final finisher is the runner-up in the NA class. Number 14 is Paddock. So that is the climax of that. Who's that not taking the flag? That is the 121 car that had the spin earlier that finishes in 21st place. So that is the second and final race of the weekend for the Miata Trophy. And everybody has the man you're looking at on screen to blame for the rain, because he was doing a rain dance, desperately hoping it would, because he loves it in these cars out in the rain. And I can understand it. They do look great fun in these conditions.
He had that car dancing as well, did that?
Totally.
Absolutely astonishing. He was away on his own. He could have kept the thing in line, but it was just too much fun not to have it a little bit sideways. And unlike what was happening behind him, particularly with Alex Miller, who was definitely lighting up the rears and potentially overheating them there and just losing grip, for Declan Lee, it was a controlled slide all the time. It was four-wheel sliding. It was just a little bit of a kick to add the rotation that was required, and then suddenly it was back in line and accelerating away again. It was magnificent.
It was indeed. So thank you to the Miata Trophy. They'll put themselves into that Parc Fermé, and as we saw from the first race, that'll be a busy Parc Fermé, having a look at a whole host of things. Sadly, we would then go down and have a look at the idea of doing a podium, but A, they do take a very long time to go there, and B, with the fact that we've got this live stream, it means I wouldn't be here to, and in fact I'll be trying to talk over the start of the EnduroKA race. So we're not able to do that because they'll be trying to get this EnduroKA race underway as quickly as possible, because it's due to start at 13:25, which is only 5 minutes away. And considering, Tom, that was right up to the curfew, I think they're going to get this underway like almost immediately, aren't they?
Yes, it's in everybody's interest to get this one started. It's our interest because it means we get the entertainment sooner, and it's in the circus staff's interest because then they don't get angry letters from the locals about things going on too long. That said, I think of all races to be tight on the curfew, EnduroKA's not the loudest, so it's probably less of an active concern, although of course you do still want to be finished when you said you would be finished.
Exactly right, and of course we have to have the mics off, don't we?
Yes, we're almost more of a problem than the cars, to be honest.
It's been said of me many a time, to be fair.
There's an interesting stat about that, actually, or a fact.
What, me being a problem?
No, well, yes. But on the front of the microphones, when we're at Anglesey, for the EnduroKA, the microphones could be heard on the mainland, whereas you couldn't hear the cars, and of course we were across on the island, which was quite astonishing. So that gives an idea as to how far the speaker systems can travel. Makes
sense. Did just suddenly catch on the stream then, Paul Sheard, the 124 car, I think that car stopped, although it took the checkered flags, it must have been on the cool-down lap over at Britain's, that looked like to me. So you may well see him sort of pulled over Hilltop imminently and brought back to the paddock.
There is a green flag, or rather green light, flashing on the top of the hill actually, which implies that somewhere down there there's a flag that we're not used to seeing on a cool-down lap.
Well, it looks like he's got going again, so he probably should appear over the, what's that coming over the hill? Is it a Monster?
No, it's a Nissan.
Okay.
It's a Nissan truck at the moment, although I think behind it, you're right, there might be a Mazda headed in there, but unfortunately the circuit vehicle is a little bit bigger than a Mazda, so I can't quite tell yet.
Yeah, I think it was all ready to tow him, so yeah, I'm pretty sure he was there. See, I managed to resist that being sung. What's that coming over the hill?
You just spoke it instead.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know if that's better or worse, to be honest. It has got the Mazda behind it confirmed, so
good,
yeah,
good.
The 124 on its way back.
I say good. Not that it's there, but the fact that it's not a delayed collection, because that means we can get the EnduroKA race underway as timely as possible. I'll just quickly, 2 seconds.
That is a lovely livery on the 124 as well. But yes, the EnduroKA, of course, a timed race. So once we get it going, in theory, we know when it's going to end. It's just a case of getting it going as soon as we can. And then we can watch it play out and enjoy the imminent chaos, I suspect, with EnduroKA on a wet track. The rain itself, do you know what? I'm not going to comment on that because we have a habit of cursing things, so we'll wait and see.
I missed that. What are you cursing?
I was about to talk about the weather, and I've decided I'm not going to talk about the rain. I'm not going to curse that.
Oh, well, we'll put it on you. I will take you through the grid, and apologies that on the screen you haven't got the timing and the grids and everything. Sadly, TSL have stopped sending the feed to the production crew down here, so we don't have that at the moment. Fingers crossed we'll have that back at some point, because obviously 5-hour race, it would be wicked if they can have that. But it means I'm going to take you through the grid myself, which is just as well, because with 36 cars, I don't think I'd get the timing quite right with where they put them on the screen. Now, I've just noted that we've got a safety car board flashing, so I'm thinking we're going for a safety car start, which basically is the same as in probably doing 2 green flag laps, isn't it? It's going to give us that effect, and they're going to start line astern. So as they make their way onto the circuit, the grid will be as follows. Front row, 69 Enduro Motorsport and 46 Milner Racing. Row 2, 112 Catastrophe and 65 Autotech Motorsport. Third row, 12 Pro-Am Racing and 1 Burton Power Racing. Fourth row, keep an eye on this one because their actual disallowed lap times were super quick. The 126 car of EnduroKA.
That was originally in the programme as 262. Alongside them, 114 KM Racing. Fifth row, 121 Calamity and 81 GM Performance. Row 6, number 5, Wolf Motorsport, which was down as number 6 in your programme, and 747 La Motorsport. 7th row, 333 Kahuna's race team, and 11th is, and number 11, 10th Racing. 8th row, 22 AFK Racing and 49 LDR Performance Tuning. Good to see Lawrence Davey. I haven't seen him here actually yet on my wanders up and down yet, but I'm sure he's here somewhere, Lawrence Davey himself. 9th row, number 2 NJM Racing and 888 Boston Racing. Row 10, 55 Karsh Strapped Racing and 180 Shine Automotive. Row 11, 148 North Motorsport and 275 Lifeline Racing. 74 Orca Sport and 77 race, the 77 car, which is 77 Racing on row 12. 13th row is 3 Wingat Racing, one that Tom picked out as probably lower than we would expect to see, and 27 Semprini Racing. 14th row, 8 TCS Motorsport and 18 Axiometrics. 192 Race Logic and 21 K&F Racing on row 15. Row 16, 37 Semprini Juniors and 60 Tango and Crash. 17th row, 72 Misty Racing and 51 North Motorsport. And on the 18th and final row, 24 Team Guzu Racing and 16 Graves Motorsport. Now, I have just noticed, this is the other reason why we've gone safety car, is that the clock has started, Tom.
It has indeed. The other effect, as you mentioned, of a safety car restart is that this is the first lap of the race officially. We come out the pits, we start the clock, and
yes,
we are officially underway for this one, albeit behind the safety car. And with Marcus Clutton, I mean, it's like he's doing the hokey cokey there with the weaving. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, we've got that. And in fairness, it's not just him. There's quite a few, and it's probably quite amusing that to some extent, because with these normal thin road tyres, I'm not sure they're doing an awful lot there. But at least they're getting a feel for what the grip levels are into a brake zone down towards you, aren't they? Because we've seen quite a few of them struggle down the hill towards your neck of the woods.
Blocking at this stage of the circuit, down into Hislops, there's a couple of patches where the track levels out after coming on the descent from Hilltop. It begins to level out. You'll find there's a puddle there. The fronts hit it and are generally okay because, of course, a front-wheel drive car is set up to have grip on the front end. When the rears hit it, however, it gets all light and floaty, then it locks the rears. You turn the steering in at that point, it's only ever going to come round on you because the wheelbase is so short it wants to pivot.
It basically looks like a dog realising that the patio door is actually shut.
Yes, or you've told your cat, you know, you've got the food out, the cat's heard it, comes sprinting into the kitchen, then remembers there's laminate there, not carpet, scrabbling around trying to get about.
On that note, the funniest thing I ever saw was many years ago. I was a lot younger, and it was the first experience, one of very few, of actual freezing rain, which is a crazy phenomenon, and our dog got let out to go to the toilet. And went running, not realising that there was freezing rain on the ground, and she just went. Right, weirdness here, because into the pits has come the 69. The pole sitter has decided that they're coming into the pits, so maybe that weaving was that realising that something wasn't quite right. So you spotted it, they've come in. Remember, they got damage on the rear corner, didn't they, earlier on? And so they are in, the driver is out. And it does, I think that was Marcus Clutton that was in there, yes, because it did say it was. He's out, and the other driver's jumping in. Now that's interesting. So not sure what's going on there, and may get a chance to find out a little bit later. But you said about the extreme weaving. The safety car's carried on, by the way, so it is out there. Another car coming into the pits as well, and that is, he says, do you want to look at the time on the screen? I think it's right here. Is that the number 16? It's not showing us the right symbols on TSL at the minute, so I'm not sure. 18, sorry, the number 18 car that's in.
I think this could be very clever strategy here. The maximum stint time is just over 2 hours. Now, of course, if you were to do 3 of those, you're beyond the length of the race, so you only need to make 2 and a bit stints. As such, if you pit now, you get the first pit stop for free, and you're essentially running a 2-stop till the end of the race, whereas everyone else is on a 3-stop.
Ah, I see.
I think there's actually a benefit here in losing track position, getting yourself on the back of the safety car train, and essentially cutting a pit stop out of your race. Because this year we've seen that these Ford cars, they will hit that maximum stint length at most circuits, and particularly with the wet track here today, I don't see that being any different.
Well, it didn't look like they were working particularly on that 69 car, and it has gone out again, so that could well be interesting. Yeah, Mark Werrell's just messaged me because he's obviously watching this. Go Burton Power and Misty Racing, two of them that he's raced in, and he says they're just getting one of their 3 driver changes out of the way under safety car. So you're absolutely right, that is what they're doing. The thing is that they wouldn't have been able to have planned that well in advance, will they, that it was going to happen right now, because the safety car start would have probably only been established in, you know, a handful of minutes before the race was due to get underway. So we haven't yet got this racing underway, but as we said, the clock did start straight away, and it'd be interesting to see whether I would imagine the lights are going to go out this time, wouldn't you?
I'll keep my eye on them. Already we are at the Knickerbrook fast right-hander for these cars, because it will be almost flat in the dry. In the wet, it's a little bit different. Safety car is very much backing them up as we ascend Clay Hill. Well, so keep an eye on the lights. Lights are out, so we will go racing proper this time around with 4 hours and 53 minutes on the clock.
Fantastic. That's what I like to see. And the lights are off as the safety car now pulls away, and it means that Milner Racing are the ones that are in control of this sort of safety car restart, if you will. And it's Jack Wright. Yes, it is Jack Wright that is at the wheel of that 46 car that is going to take this start. But they're already round Druids, making their way towards the Lodge right-hander. To sort of see them in the distance coming down the straight towards the right-hander. The safety car sort of pulled away. Alan going to duck out of the way. I'd like to say is that the last time that we'll see the safety car in this race, but 5 hours, you just never know, do you, with these, sadly. But in comes the safety car. Here comes Milner Racing, and he's decided to go, and Jack Wright's done a fantastic job. He's left everyone absolutely standing, and it's a huge, huge margin, and we're going side by side for second place already, and we got the 65 car has got ahead of Catastrophe already, so 112 down to third. Up into second goes Autotech Motorsport, and it's Owen at the wheel of that car, but look at the lead coming down towards you already.
Great start then from Toby Owen, but you're absolutely spot on with the lead. Jack Wright accelerating away for Milner Racing, then a gap to second, and actually a gap to third already. Catastrophe not looking too comfortable off the start. Next up to have a go at them will be Pro-Am, and in turn Burton Power as well, as they run in the top order of the race. The restart has actually almost spaced them out quite a lot here, because there's a huge gap in front of 11 tenths, and behind them quite a big one as well.
Yeah, it has, and what I also noticed is that the 2 cars that have pitted, and as Mark Werrell rightly sort of noted, and you clocked as well, is that they've got rid of one of their mandatory pit stops under the safety car. They've managed to catch right back up to this train, so it hasn't cost them anything at all, has it?
Not in the slightest. They've got Lee Taylor now in for Enduro Motorsport. Just behind them, you'll find the Axiometrics.com car. They're on the back of the field, and they're looking already to try and get past the 16 Grays Motorsport machine.
Goodness me, in the background of the stream then, coming out sort of between Shell Oils and Britain's, they were already going 3 wide, which included one of them on the inside was having to take to the grass. Talking of taking to the grass, the Silk car just sort of went bouncing across the curb over there as well. That's one way to test that suspension that you were referring to with those bouncy curbs, eh?
Here comes a brave move down the inside, a lunge potentially from Calamity. Not quite able to get there in time, however, so they'll back out of that one, try again another day. Here comes an attack, however, from Pro-Am. That's going to be for second place as they try and find a way through on Catastrophe. Catastrophe the bottleneck, but it's 2 for the lead at the front because Autotech are making progress.
So much going on. Has anyone told them it's 5 hours?
Honestly, I don't think they ever tell them it's 5 hours.
Yeah,
I think they get told it's a 20-minute sprint every time, and they are all gullible enough to believe it.
At this side, looking out the window, it looks like that rain's returned to its persistence again, and that certainly even these cars are kicking up the spray off of the circuit, but still they know that they've got 4 hours 50 remaining in this race, but they're just making their way towards Lodge for what is officially being shown as lap 2 of this race. So they haven't actually counted on the timing screen the first safety car lap, and that lead margin has disappeared completely. So all of a sudden the great start by Milner Racing has gone, because it's Toby Owen in the Autotech Motorsport 65 looking towards the outside. Is he going to flick back and go towards the inside on the exit? No, he's been forced to stay there, and he's making it work. He's on the power. He's going to have the inside line when he comes down towards you for the lead.
This would be impressive then for Toby Owen. In the avenue they are. It's Toby Owen on the inside for Autotech. On the outside it's Milner. Milner, they'll try and hold it, but they've got to back out of that one. Toby Owen then. Autotech, they hit the front for the first time in quite a few races. Burton Power involved. They're currently third. They want second, and they got a good exit from Cascades in an attempt to slipstream their way past Milner.
Well, we've certainly got Enduro Motorsport and Axiometrics have made up a couple of places already, up into 33rd and 34. Remember, they've got rid of one of their pit stops that they need to do, and they're now able to work their way through the field. They don't need to panic too much. On the stream, just seeing that they just end up in great big gaggles, don't they, heading towards a corner. The exception to that being is our race leader not only has the 65 car of Toby Owen got into the lead, he's already pulled away. So Toby is absolutely loving this car in these conditions as they make their way back towards Britain's. You're going to be quite surprised, I think, by the time they come over Hilltop to see just how much of a lead Toby Owen's got.
I think Lee Taylor's going to be surprised about the fact that he needs a new pair of trousers after that attempt at Cascades for Enduro Motorsport. The car got completely sideways, was almost off on the outside, then cut back to the inside, then he gathered it up, and he's only lost one position to the Axiometrics car behind. Here is the 65 then. Toby Owen still ahead. Then from Milner, and third place is Burton Power. Fourth is Wolf Motorsport. The absolutely fantastic effort so far from that number 5 car. And fifth, that's the treble 3, which is fantastic to see. An entrant that we don't always get in EnduroKA, but putting up a good effort so far at a wet Oulton Park. Then I'd love to tell you who it is, but to be honest, it's about half the field running in 6th position at the moment as they stream their way up Clay Hill.
Yeah, it about sums it up. I just watched on the feed someone go through Knickerbrook, basically took it sideways, I think is the easiest way to explain it. But that number 5 car you mentioned, Wolf Motorsport, up into 7th, started 11th on the grid, so that is a great start from them. And it's amazing how this one goes, because coming back towards Lodge, so back towards my part of the circuit, that huge lead that we saw for Milner Racing, number 65, I wouldn't say fully disappeared, but there's not a lot of it, because Milner, with everybody else chasing him, Burton Power, number 1, is now up into 3rd place, and we've got side by side the triple 3. Is that the triple 3 car that's up there with them now?
It is. Kahuna's race team had a fantastic lap.
That is incredible. They're sat there in 5th, challenging Wolf, and they're going up the inside of the number 5 Wolf Motorsport car, and they've got it. So up into 4th place for the triple 3 car that started 13th on the grid, and in fact last time round I think they were about 5 places further back. What did they make up that time? 4 places. I exaggerated.
That's what happens when you put Costa Kritzis behind the wheel, though. He's absolutely stunning all year long, has been Costa, so he's making progress for that treble 3 Kahuna's race team. He's already attempting to get a way through on the number 1 car, actually, so Tom Valentine's going to be feeling the pressure soon as they run their way towards Island Bend. What's happening slightly further back? Well, there's another gaggle. You essentially half the field passes you, and then for about 15th position, you get the second phase of the race almost, where they're squabbling it out with 77 Racing involved in that one, along with Race Logic.
Yeah, actually I saw those guys going side by side into the first corner as they went past me. It really is impressive. 5 hours they got to keep doing this for. Of which we've not even done 15 minutes of yet. So so much going on, and it will stay this way. And we've got Wolf Motorsport now putting a challenge on the number 1 Burton Motorsport, but it's going to have the outside line at Britain's, but for the first part at least, but then is able to take it tight. Bumps over the grass again for the second time we've seen that Wolf Motorsport car. Reed at the wheel of that one, but up into, what was that, put them 3rd place. A few others just went across the grass, to be fair. Into the pits has come Team Guzu Racing, Provost at the wheel.
Late move from the treble 3 Costa Kritzis, the wheel of the Kahuna's racing team, showing that he has in fact got them to match the team's name. He was down the inside, slithering around at Hislops, got it stopped, and he's into 2nd place now, hunting down Autotech already. You're right, the number 5 Wolf Motorsport, that is up another position, but they've got to be careful of those track limits warnings, because if you pick up one, it's a stop go. Then it adds up from there. 1 minute stop go, 1 minute stop go, 3, 5, 10, and then a black flag.
Although saying that is key areas, isn't it? And I don't know whether they're sort of logging them at that particular
I
point.
think that inside of Britain's is one of them.
I would assume so. Well, I mean, it's the outside really, as they're coming out of the corner, but it does seem to be an advantage. And we've got a challenge for the lead now, and up into the lead goes the 333 car. We said that it was going ridiculously well. There it goes. How do you say his name again?
Costa
Kritzis is up into the lead of this race, and I would imagine that Toby Owen's probably going, where did that come from? The answer is 13th on the grid. Crossed the line in the lead. Second for Toby Owen. Milner Racing down to third place. Wolf Motorsport fourth. Burton Power number 1 in fifth. And round out top 6, number 81 GM Performance.
Down the avenue they come once more then. It is an easy lead now actually for the treble 3, who gets sideways at Cascades. Can he gather it up? He does, but it goes all the way back round the other way on Costa, and what was a fantastic 2 or 3 laps ends with him in the Foster's loop and rejoining the circuit on exit at Cascades. He'll have to be careful not to clip the rear of anybody else, which he has done, but he's dropped at least 10 positions, maybe even slightly more. By the time he'll be back up towards racing speed, so he set fastest lap of the race. 2 corners later he was off the road.
Who was that?
Costa Kritzis.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where's he gone down to then?
Around about 11th to 12th, I reckon, after that one.
I missed that because I was looking at paperwork, just working bits and pieces out, and I completely missed what happened there. Goodness me, I'm hoping that we caught that on the stream and I just missed looking at the correct monitor. I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 monitors in here, and lots of paperwork.
Hang on, and I've got none.
Hey, you're welcome.
How's that happening? How's that?
Hang on, am I exaggerating? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 monitors.
So not exaggerating then, actually ever so slightly underestimating. That's the leader already back with us.
Sorry, 10.
Wow. Already back at his lops. It is now, of course, Autotech Motorsport and Toby Owen once more, because the treble 3 is in the pack. The 747's got it wrong and gone around after clipping the curb on entry to his lops. They'll gather it up and rejoin in about 8th position further down the road. So it's top 6, then 7th, and indeed the 747 in 8th spot. Treble 8 with a great move. That's going to be Boston Racing around the outside of Costa Kritzis, who must still be trying to regain some confidence after that off earlier on in the lap.
Yeah, I mean, I can only assume he just got sort of like really hyped and overexcited and just made an uncharacteristic mistake down there. I mean, I know it's going to be tricky. Another car that we just caught on the stream making a mistake that looked like a bit of bodywork damage as well. I think it was the 192 Race Logic car that at Britain's just had a moment. But 1, 2, 3, line astern now for the lead of this race. And it is the 3 that were further back now, because it's the Autotech Motorsport 65, Milner Racing 46, and Wolf Motorsport in that silk car livery that they've got on theirs in 3rd place. But it's a challenge for the lead coming. Is it from Milner Racing up the inside at Old Hall? Kind of, not fully committing to it, trying to make sure that they don't make a mistake, and they have to slot back into 2nd, and now needs to be mindful of the Wolf Motorsport number 5 car of Reed just behind.
There might be 3 wide at Cascades by the time they've sorted themselves out. They're not. It's going to be the leader, and then a lunge up the inside from the 5 Wolf Motorsport. They've got it sorted. They've got it stopped. They've got 2nd place. A good move there from Chris Reed. Finds himself up yet another position, and will be looking to take the lead, I think, in only a couple of corners' time. We've got somebody completely bedded into the gravel at Cascades, however. That looks like they've locked the fronts and gone straight on.
Oh dear, okay. And you're saying bedded, so that could well be a safety car moment.
That could quite easily be a safety car moment. He's spinning the wheels. There's gravel up in the air, as it was just a moment ago, and he does not look as if he's going to get out of there without some assistance.
Okay, that is a huge shame. 10 places was lost by Kahuna's, the 333 car, after taking the lead down to 11th. And I mentioned about Race Logic 192, 5 places lost there. Now, interestingly, either side is that 3 places apiece lost by NGM Racing number 2 and 275 Lifeline Racing. So I'm hazard a guess that those 3 that were together may well have been involved in the same incident somehow. But coming down towards you, everybody.
Yep, just about everybody, all in fanning out formation. Pro-Am Racing are the one making a huge send down the inside. Somehow they've got that stop before making contact with GM Performance at the back of that field. Burton Power have carried momentum around the outside of the chicane. That sets them up for the inside of Knickerbrook. Fantastic move by the 1 car to gain a couple of positions. That puts Autotech down to 4th now, and they were leading just moments ago. And who was it off the road? It's Boston Power who were off at Cascades. They've managed to get themselves out the gravel, but then they've stopped of their own volition, so potentially an issue for the treble 8 machine.
Well, no safety car movement at the moment. The brake lights were flashing from Alan down there in the safety car, but not being ready. The yellow flag is on the exit of Old Hall at the moment, so we might get away with it, possibly sort of part way down the avenue in reality. So at the moment they're trying to keep it localised. We'll see whether it can stay that way, but the leaders are going to be rounding Lodge any second over Deer Leap, and it looks to me, is that Wolf Motorsport, car number 5 in the lead? It is Wolf Motorsport, the silk car liveried number 5 in the lead from Milner, number 46. Burton Power we saw on the stream just moving up to 3rd. 65 Autotech back down to 4th place. GM Performance and Pro-Am Racing, the number 12 car, the sort of blue, white and grey, nearly looked to be making a move into the first corner, but needed to be aware of the yellows on the exit.
Back at Snetterton for the 12-hour event, it was actually that 5 car that leads the way currently that was able to break the pack, and that's the first time we've seen that in the early stages all year long. They'll be attempting to replicate it right now, but unfortunately it looks like Jack Wright and Milner, with the assistance of that slipstream, able to keep up for now.
Almost get the impression as well in these conditions is that you just can't lose confidence if a driver gets away. Remember that Jack Wright in the 46 car got that incredible safety car start that put him a country mile ahead of everybody else. And what was it? Even by the end of that lap, it had disappeared again. So if they just make a tiny mistake in these slippy conditions, for want of a better phrase, it evaporates. I shouldn't say that, should I?
Well, it's worth noting for Jack that, as well as that, he was passed by Costa Curtis for the treble 3, who then went off and he was able to regain the position. He was passed at one stage by Autotech Motorsport. He's regained that position. I think Pro-Am Racing at one stage were even ahead, and he's regained that. So just by staying calm, Jack Wright is keeping himself well and truly towards the pointy end of the grid, and it is now a top 2. Only a small gap to 3rd place Burton Power, that 1 car, but the top 2 settling into a rhythm on this particular lap and attempting to just stretch their legs a little bit. It's not quite make a breakaway, but they're stretching their legs to see what sort of pace the guys behind them have got. Pro-Am Racing have got a bit more than they're able to show at the moment, but they're stuck up behind that 81 GM Performance machine.
Also, just looking at the stream, I think the safety car lights are on. We are going safety car now, sadly. And Andrew Wycherley, hello from safety car as well. So Andrew's down there as well on the stream. So I can just suddenly sort of see in a few of the comments coming in from people watching the live stream. Good afternoon from sunny East Anglia, says Fred Burgess. Someone from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Hello from GP2, says Lord Melbury. Hello from Surrey. Just loads of people. And someone says driver change before the start. That's weird. The Shrew, it wasn't before the start. The race was already underway, and the clock was counting down, and they've sensibly got one done under safety car, which you'll be unsurprised to hear, by the way. We've got a whole load of them happening under this safety car as well, Tom.
This does almost evaporate the advantage gained, if you like. We've got, how long till the end of the race? 4 hours and 36 minutes. So you will have to do 2 stops to make that. Potentially, you might have to do an extra one in there as well if you don't get the fuel right. But nonetheless, it'll evaporate some of the advantage for Enduro Motorsport. It will almost just restore the track position that they'll be looking for, but not much else.
I've got to be honest again, just stood up here watching it, and they're coming in, they're doing these pit stops, the driver changes are happening, all the tactics that are going into it, the fun of driving these cars. I'm itching to get my racing license even more. Every time I watch these, I'm like, I need to get it sorted, and I want to get out in one of these cars. They look so much fun. So what do we got? A whole load of them in, and that Boston racing car still showing as missing, the 888 car, so I'm assuming it never got going again, and that's what's brought the safety car out. Is it still there at Cascades?
It is still stranded at Cascades, not in the gravel trap. It is out of the gravel trap, but without a driver in it, so I reckon the reason he ended up there was not his own fault, let's put it that way.
These cars are just, that have made these pit stops ludicrously quick, I have to say.
Well, they won't have much fuel to put in at this stage, because I expect they'll be highly fueled for the start of the race. Sometimes it's not quite a full tank, but it is a large percentage of the tank at the very least. So if you've only done, what's that, about 20 minutes of racing action and then 5 minutes under the safety car, there's a reasonable chance that you come in, you top it up for no more than a few seconds, change the driver, get back out again.
Team managers from 333 and 888 to race control. Well, 888's the one that's brought this safety car out. 333, well, that was the one that had that amazing handful of laps that got them up into the lead of the race before then throwing it at the scenery. Thankfully, only into the only on the grass, wasn't it? I think 333 didn't go into the gravel trap. The 333.
No, only on the grass and then actually into the Foster's loop. So got that one going. Had to do a bit of a pivot and then a cautious rejoin because, of course, would have been pointing the nose of the car right at where everybody else was running the exit curve of Cascade. So I had to be aware of that, was considerate with a rejoin and then attempt to get back up through the field. Ultimately, the safety car train, they actually run third with various other cars having come in for a pit stop.
Got you, makes sense. I'm not sure how many I actually saw refueling. Would that make sense, Tom, as well? Would they maybe not refuel on this one?
You probably wouldn't have to. It depends a little bit on the strategy because at some stage you have to use a certain amount of fuel over the course of the race. When you put that in is totally up to you. Of course, if you put loads in at the start, you've got to carry it through the rest of that stint. But if you don't put it in, then you have to spend time putting it into the car during one of your pit stops. So it's a choice in terms of how you think the strategy is going to play out. Will there be more safety cars? Where do you think the free air will be on circuit as of when?
Got it. Fair enough. That makes sense.
And in simple answers, I don't know which of those is best. That's why I've given you all the options for yourself.
I did read that into that, and I just thought, no. I liked it. It was still a really good answer. So that's good. I think we've also got the likes of Kieran McGinley, possibly. He was at least watching. That does say morning, so that may have been earlier this morning that he's watching, and Adam Reed as well. And Auto Passion hello from Australia. And Happy Snapper, who was here last weekend as was I. I was here in the commentary box for that one as well. It was a great weekend. More of them just diving into the pits because the safety car is going again as that rain just looks like it's got even harder even. And I've got to give a massive shout away from the safety car team as they went past this time. It's a huge shout out to the mighty Orange Army that are doing an incredible job in now we've got some horrible rainy conditions there, and I've got it where I can't see out of one of my side of the window side of the commentary box because of the rain is caught that hard. I also need to give a massive shout out because I'm told that the marshals at Old Hall in particular deserve a shout out because they're doing an even better job than everyone else. So that's I'm just don't shoot the messenger again. That's just what I'm told.
That's a big claim because right now it's the marshals at Cascades who are actually doing a job. So it's a big claim from the marshals down there.
Kahuna's 333 is in the pits and just about to go back out again, so that's going to be presumably a changed driver. So that is just making its way out now. So whatever their off is, there's no telltale signs on it, so they look like they're okay. I quite like it when they look almost road going as well.
There is something about it. It'd be nice if they looked almost road going in any colour other than red. Would be quite nice for us in the commentary box. There's 2 or 3 of them there that at times look quite similar, but it does seem to be that it was Calamity who had the upper hand in the early part of qualifying, then Catastrophe got into the groove, and it's still them who run 5th overall, yet to make a pit stop.
Indeed. So, safety car, hopefully not too much longer, because I saw on the stream there that the 888 car was up on the low loader. The 24 car that came into the pits fairly early on, Team Guzoo Racing, John Provost at the wheel, that has not re-emerged from its garage, I'm afraid to say. So, but they do set about work on some of these cars. That when it's a 5-hour race or more, that you may as well try to see if you can sort it out.
And there's an element of people wanting to go out and do the race. If you can get out. Yes, you might have been hoping for a 2-hour stint, but if you can get everybody a 1-hour stint, it's better than having nothing. So it's worthwhile, if you like, even though it can sometimes seem like a big effort to do. Safety car lights out as it ascends Clay Hill, so we'll be racing this time by.
I love the comment that's just come in from the Mini Seb. Says, I'm going to be coming along with you for the rest of these 5 hours, acting like a backseat driver and a commentator at the same time. That's kind of all we do, really.
I was going to say, that sounds like my job.
Yeah. But welcome, Mini Seb, and please do enjoy it. It's one of those races that you just got to get into the spirit of it without question. That said, safety car lights are off, by the way. Is that although it's about getting into the spirit, they do take it seriously as well, don't they?
They do. There'll be some teams out here who are absolutely loving the wet conditions and just enjoying driving in the wet. There'll be some teams who are thinking, how does this play into the strategy? How long are the tyres going to last? Does it mean that I can make the fuel go slightly longer and we don't have to spend so long in a pit stop? What's happening to the slipstream effect? And they'll be thinking of it the same way that you would in an endurance race using GT cars or whatever, prototypes, whatever it is. It really matters to some drivers out there.
Absolutely. Well, safety cars in. They're coming down to you back at race pace. In the lead is 46 Milner Racing, second Burton Power Racing in 1, and Calamity 1-2-1, rounding out your top 3.
Spread out just a little bit, 5 or 6 car lengths between each of them at this stage. Then Catastrophe actually up to 4th, having not made a stop yet, before you find a few of the other machines in there. We've got Castrap Racing, KNF, North Motorsport, all towards the head end of the field right now. And of course, we're essentially at this stage, due to the strange strategy employed as a result of these safety cars, waiting for everybody to have done their first stop, and then we'll get an idea of where everybody is. Enduro Motorsport, still the lead car to have made a stop at this stage, I believe, so they are in a good position in this race. The question is, when did they have to stop for fuel, and will the fact that it's slightly earlier than everybody else have a difference when we get to the closing stages?
I mean, it will be interesting to see how this one plays out now as the race leader gets past one of the back markers on the stream, because as you say, it kind of nullifies the advantage that they'd gone for by jumping in quite so early. I mean, I don't suppose it's going to do them any harm. It just eliminates the benefit that they've gone for.
No, I don't think it does them any harm. I think that was still a brilliant call at the start, but they'd have been hoping that the race stayed green from there, and it was just them versus Axiometrics on that strategy. Now there's a few others near and around them on that, and in fact they actually head almost the pit stopped field, if you like, which now includes Autotech Motorsport, Wolf Motorsport and Pro-Am, all of whom were front runners. Milner getting a little bit of a drift on at Knickerbrook on this first restarted lap, then Burton Power Racing, then the 1-2-1, and interestingly, the 1-1-4, who is a lap down, but keeping pace with the leaders at the moment in that front group.
More team managers being summoned to race control, 77 and 192. 192 is Race Logic, and 77 is 77 Racing. They are 10th and 12th respectively, so they are at the pointy end, and I wonder whether that was the incident that we saw the Race Logic sort of recovering from a moment with a bit of bodywork hanging off. Whether they've got to go and discuss that. But we've also got things start creeping in from memory now, Tom, where they do the pit stops, and the biggest ones seem to be where they have too many people trying to get in and do the work on in the pit lane.
Yes, we're looking at too many people handling the car, particularly during the fueling procedure,
yes,
or potentially not having the visors down is one that's caught people out.
Oh, really?
You need to have the visor down on your helmet when you're refueling, in addition to wearing the fireproof suit, and that caught a number of people out in the 12 hours of sanctity.
Now, I've just noticed on the camera, as our race leader's about to come towards us, picking its way through a lot of traffic now, and they've got their windows open. Both sides, the windows are down. Sorry, no, that's the 148. My apologies. That'll explain why there's a lot of cars. But so the 148 car has got both windows open, so keep an eye on that one. Just about to make its way down towards you. Silver with the sort of red and blue thin stripes on it.
Whilst you might think that's going to be uncomfortable, I reckon that's actually for comfort. They will have the aircon turned up as hot as it will go in this car, because what that does in the Ford is it pulls hot air from the engine bay and shoves it in your face. If you take the hot air out the engine bay, the engine becomes more efficient and you get slightly more power out of them for a longer duration in this race. The consequence is you get very warm, so you want to put the windows down to cool it off.
And I'm less attracted to it now. After heat causing my heart scare at Castle Coombe earlier this year, I'm kind of not liking the sound of that. Incidentally, another comment on the YouTube, the live feed. Adam Reed, not a bad way to spend the day off the back of an illness. Sorry to hear that, mate. Hope you're getting better now. Have a good one, Tom and Chris. Thank you, mate. Much appreciated.
Adam was with us for the Snetterton event of this. We did the 12 hours together, so
okay.
he's had his fill of EnduroKA. He knows how good this is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense. So just coming down towards you, I think I just spotted the number 1 Burton Power Racing. So that's second place, but it's still all to play for behind him.
It is indeed. Milner have had a really good run at it on that previous tour, actually. Gap up to 3.1 seconds between themselves and Burton Power in second. Then a further 1.5 seconds back to Calamity. It's really beginning to unfold for fourth when you've got Catastrophe, AFK Racing and Castrap Racing None of these guys having stopped yet, of course. A car about to stop is Misty Racing, and that's on the racing line because they've dropped it at Knickerbrook.
Oh no, yeah, they've got going. I just see that recovering. Oh, and the 275 behind it nearly lost it as well, didn't it?
That was a good catch from the driver of the 275. Who's at the wheel of that one at the moment? Because there's absolutely no chance. It's Irish. That's lifelike racing with a brilliant save there at Knickerbrook.
That could be just any number of different ways that we could.
I think it's Neil Keegan is what I'm going to go for.
Yeah,
on that one.
I'd agree with you.
Ireland likes putting a lot of letters in and then not pronouncing them.
Absolutely. We do now have the judicial reports for the Miata Trophy cars, by the way, that were excluded from mechanical issues, but an ABS pump was fitted to Steve Foden's, for example.
I think that was the same issue as caught John Langridge out at
Really?
if I recall correctly.
In fact, that's also the David Chapman. Apologies we're going back, but it was the only other race, and we've only just sort of caught wind of these coming through. ABS as well, so it looks like it's the ABS systems that's caught those drivers out that threw them to the back.
K&F Racing went for a lunge down the inside and towards Cascades, got that one wrong and actually clipped the front of, who was that? That might have been AFK Racing's Ford, and that sent them off into the gravel at Cascades. They've just about managed to get it stopped before the barrier, I think.
It's actually quite a long way before the barrier.
That's
because
okay then.
Yeah, it's only because for you, that's the other side of the fence,
yes,
isn't
it's
it?
hard to get the depth.
I've got the camera, the security camera, if you will, that's static looking down at it, and it's got about another 2 car lengths before the end of the gravel, and then grass the other side of that. So that's okay, but I have to say it's very much bedded into the gravel. So unsurprisingly, safety car gets itself ready. So Alan Faramond and I believe, judging from a comment, Andrew Wycherley down there are going to go through, and it was great last time they came through. They did actually wave as promised. 192, the damage that I spotted earlier, that looks quite significant. It's just about to come up to the top of Hilltop. So when it comes down towards you, the dark blue with the V-box on the front, have a look at the front left on that car. I think it's behind the silver car, and you'll see the white V coming towards you now.
I will indeed. I've got it picked up. Keep an eye on that one. Oh, it is. Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it, on that?
That's going to be damaging the tyre soon if it's not already.
That is going to be damaging the front left tyre because it's consistently rubbing on sort of the bottom quarter, the front bottom quarter of that tyre. The other thing is that I'd like to say the driver of that K&F machine is out of the car, standing, walking about, which is good because that was actually a roll that happened into the gravel trap there at Cascades. I wanted to make sure that everybody was definitely okay before saying that, but that car flipped almost over its nose, landed, and then rolled horizontally as well. So a big hit there after it dug itself into the gravel on entry.
Could that have been with the 192? What car number was that?
That was collision, I believe, with AFK Racing, actually, when trying to get down the inside.
Okay.
The 192's had that damage. It's definitely worsening, but it's had that damage since earlier on.
Yeah, the moment at Britain's that I saw. I thought so, but it just looked considerably worse. So, unsurprisingly, with the safety car back out again, we've got another clutch of cars diving for the pits. One of those is the third place 121 car of Calamity and Catastrophe, so the teammates are in at the same time, so hopefully they got enough personnel down there. They line up next to each other. It certainly looks that way, that they've got their own teams, and the speed that they just come running out to work on now. On the screen we're looking at the 55 car. Where did that come in from? Oh, there we go, the car strapped racing from 7th position. They're in, and you just see the speed. They get the drivers in, the co-driver helps get them belted back in again. They then put the what I call the NASCAR nets across the door. In they go. You can see the misting up that's going on the side window. I hope that's not quite the same on the windscreen. The 121 car's about to try and go out. Ooh, we've nearly had a collision as the 55 car went out. The 60 car was coming in, but thankfully got away with that as 121 now makes its way down. Calamity possibly lost out a little bit there, and the 55 car strapped racing may well have just jumped them, and that's a whole load of places they'll have made up if that's the case.
That's the difference that a slick pit stop could make. It's one of the factors that is, to be honest, quite difficult to keep track of how long these pit stops are. We know as soon as they're too short, but it's rather difficult to keep track of how long they're taking in the meantime. But a slick team, you'll notice that after a pit stop, oh, hang on, they took a couple of positions in the order. Oh, they've done it again, and it really does make a difference. And of course, it's all things you don't have to make on track, which in wet and treacherous conditions is just one less risk that you've got.
Well, I'm just going to see if I can change. Can I just squeeze through here a minute? Sorry. Moving me director, producer, legend out of the way. Barry Welch is in here doing his thing with Digitex, and I just want to try and take it to another page that, from memory, well, actually, there we go. So the pit stop. Thank you, mate. It will start giving us an idea. Now, do we have minimum pit stop times, did you say?
We have... no, we've got pit lane speeding, which is the thing to watch out for in amongst all
that
of
makes
this.
sense. Well, I'm just looking at the cars that have been in. 121 did a 1:15.1 pit stop time. The one that I said possibly let them 55 did a 1:03.5. So yes is the answer to that one, is that the 55, it looked quick on the stream. We were watching it live. Really slick the way they were getting that sorted, and sure enough, it's going to have jumped up quite a few places as a result of that.
The thing to watch for in these pit stops is the refueling. It's the fuel, sort of getting the fuel in the car that takes time, because it's not pumped in. We've got essentially, like you'd have in the water jug, the big plastic water jugs, it's like that but even bigger, filled with fuel. 2 of them would fill a tank. You turn it upside down and you wait for gravity to do the work for you. Issue is, the air's not getting back in the bottle, so as there's less fuel in there, it takes longer and longer to get each litre of fuel out. If you only want half a tank, then you're probably going to take the first half of the first bottle and the first half of the second bottle as well, and there's some sort of nuances there. The less fuel you put in, a considerably smaller amount of time is spent in the pits.
That makes sense. Yep, I understand that one. Team managers from 192 to race control. That's the damaged race logic. Fowler behind the wheel at the moment, sat running in, well, it was 9th place. In fact, that car is diving into the pits now. He says, oh no, it's just another one with the blue with the white stripe, the single white stripe instead of the V, because the V is still going. So despite that damage, they're plugging on, but the team manager's got to go and have a chat. It's Wingat Racing, number 3, that has come into the pits. Now, that one is a bit further up, but we don't really know, because there's quite a few that have made no stops at all. Now, explain that one to me then, Tom, if you can, which you probably can't, to be fair, because I'm throwing you under the bus here. But why was there, and there's a whole number of these that aren't pit stopping under what is now the 3rd safety car already?
So I suppose factor number 1 is that we've already had 3 safety cars within 45 minutes. The odds of having a 3rd one by the end of your 2-hour stint, or a 4th one rather, is not unreasonable. So the longer that you wait, the more of the fuel and entire strategy it will come towards you. The other factor in all of this is that track position was not relevant in terms of a 1 to 2 car basis. The pace at the front is significantly quicker than the pace at the back, so if you can avoid being trapped, then you run your optimum race time that way instead. So there's an element of sort of strategy cleverness versus strategy cleanness getting involved in this one, and wait to see which one comes out on top. It has been different over the course of the last couple of years.
And I guess there's also strategy dice rolling as well, so
yes.
You never know. Now the good news is the car that was in the gravel, and as you reported actually rolled, has been pulled out of the gravel and is driving towards you, I see, through the Foster's cut through.
It is, so that'll be assistance to recover.
Absolutely.
So it'll be a 3-lap penalty, but if he can get it back to the pits or even just continue from here, he will be allowed to continue, which is, I mean, it's very much the sort of the feeling of this series. It's all about cooperation and friendliness and community, and if you can get going, feel free to get going.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
Don't interrupt the other people.
Yeah, and that 21 car, we were just seeing it on the stream, so that has indeed now rejoined the circuit, and it looked like the windows facing your commentary box, if you will, were all gone, and I got a feeling, albeit from a distance, that the rear window may have been missing.
The rear is gone. The rear windscreen wiper has been into the boot through where the window once was, actually, and the car is quite slow on its recovery back to the pit, so I'm not sure everything's quite in a straight line there.
Yeah, so they'll bring it into the pits. They will have a look. Let's see if they can go. Now, let's not forget, if they've lost side windows, they would remove the rear window anyway, because otherwise the pressure of that could pop out that rear window in a more harmful manner. So it's not that big an issue that that's gone. As long as it's going to run and everything else is okay, they'll get back out. But as you reported, it will be a 3-lap penalty for it. But at least they get to keep going and see what they can make up.
So, in terms of the positions, the top 7 have still not pitted yet. The first of the pitters is the number 69 car, Enduro Motorsport. That was the one that came in right at the beginning of the race, and Marcus Clutton jumped out and handed that car over to Taylor. So at the moment, you've got to say it's kind of working, but because all the cars ahead of them have not pitted yet, but that doesn't, it's not black and white. Great message come in as well on the stream from Club Racing UK, and great bunch of guys. Into the pits comes the safety guy. He's going to have to go slow because the recovering the rolled car has just made its way in. Green flag is waved, and we're back under race conditions. But yes, Club Racing UK, it's Stefan himself. Hope you're having a good day, fellas, watching and really missing being out in the cars. They are really great fun. Good luck all. Top job to the Orange family. 100%. Thanks, Stefan. Appreciate that. It'll be good to see you back out here. Dark also said, hello, watching from the car park near Cascades and Hislop. So hello there, and you can probably wave to my my colleague in the other commentary box there. Final message is Cool Racing UK says, blimey, looks a touch moist. Was here last weekend, dodged a bullet. It's getting worse, isn't it, Tom?
It is getting worse. The rain continuing to come down, and actually at a heavier rate than it has so far. We've moved from wet to greasy to now just getting hints of standing water, particularly on that little flattening section where you would want to turn into Hislops. I'm not sure you'll be able to anymore. And also on the exit of Knickerbrook towards the exit curb, we're developing a couple of puddles there as well, which is something to watch out for. The race back underway, however, and they're towards Shell Oils and probably Ritten's in the front of the field.
Possibly, but doesn't mean that, understandably, we're trying to pick up as many different people up and down through this field. So I'm looking at Wolf Motorsport, the number 5 car, just making its way out of the Shell Oils hairpin with the whole gaggle of cars up behind. Misty Racing sat there as well. 747 and 180 still going. In fact, that means that they've swapped places. 747 Lard Motorsport has jumped ahead of Shine Automotive up into 13th place for those guys. But Wolf Motorsport sat down in 16th place at the moment, but they are the 7th of the pit stoppers, i.e. those that have stopped already. You've really got to keep your counsel, keep your patience, haven't you? Because what might seem like you're out of it very much can change back to in your favour, sort of, not necessarily just at the end, but later in the race. But you then can't assume that that's it sorted, because it could change back the other way again, and someone's off down by you by the looks of it.
Yes, Orca Sport got it wrong, ended up on the grass. Misty Racing 72 got it wrong and decided not even to attempt the grass and went straight through the slalom, if you like, rather than taking the chicane. Hours 1 to 3 of this race, I reckon, are going to be stay out of trouble, keep it on the road, keep putting the laps in. Hours 4 and 5, that's when you go, okay, we're only 20 seconds away from this guy, let's go hunting, and suddenly the mindset will change. But at the moment, keep out of trouble. If you can be at the pointy end, great, but otherwise, make sure you're still there or thereabouts.
Now, Enduro Motorsport are battling with the 126 car, and that could mean that the Glory car, Wilson, may well have just moved up through the order a few places compared to last time round, because that is a good move. We've also had the 192, yeah, there you go, 126 up 3 places, up into 8th, just ahead of Enduro Motorsport. Next target will be 77 Racing, and there is now quite a few movers and shakers in this field, to be honest with you, isn't there? Now we're going green flag racing. We're not even to the end of our first hour yet. Into the pits has come Misty Racing. So that 72 car that avoided the incident in front of you has decided to come in the pits now. Now, being outside, I can only assume they've taken a bit of a hit in that moment, because they are looking around the car. I can't see anything, and it didn't sound from your description like there was an awful lot happened. Moore avoided it.
It didn't sound like anything being here on the site either. Normally when we get contact, you can hear the bang because the engines aren't particularly loud, but I didn't pick anything up there. And the car rejoined, looked all okay on all the other corners. Matthew Cousins will have pressure, I reckon, pretty quickly as well. He's the 77 racing car running in 7th at the line. EnduroKA and EnduroKA behind will both be quicker than that machine on the pace so far today.
Well, on the feed it is now showing Misty Racing that has gone into the garage, and they were looking at the right rear. Now, if I tell you that, does that bring anything to light of what possibly happened down there?
The right rear would mean that there was contact on the inside where they turned in to take Hislops, and somebody's nose was still lurking there, which would line up with the sort of I don't know, patterns we saw afterwards.
Someone else just had a moment then coming out of Britain's, and it was a busy section. I said that this car had moved up, and that was EnduroKA 126, but Wilson just, I don't know whether he got nerfed wide coming out of there and had to be very patient before rejoining. The problem in these conditions is if you try to just steer as quickly as possible back to the circuit, you're likely to spin it round, and in that instance he'd have gone straight towards the barrier on the infield there coming out of it. So it means that in enduro racing, the number 69 car has moved up another place there for Taylor as the Misty crew continue to try and work on the car in the garage.
Semprini Jr. some great car control in front of my commentary box here at Knickerbrook. The car was flicked one way, and then it was almost using the Scandinavian flick to get it right in towards Knickerbrook, then drifted it round there and gathered it up in time to get on the power for Clay Hill. Very, very impressive.
Well, looking at this, actually, it's saying that 77 Racing, Cook Racing UK was watching it. 77 forced a car off with an unsafe rejoin. Now, that would probably explain why we suddenly saw EnduroKA 126, the sort of dark red or burgundy maybe even, EnduroKA 126 car taken to the grass coming out of Britain. So that would make sense of that. So 77 lost it, rejoined sort of fairly quickly and forced the 126 car to take to the grass, and that means that 77 lost 2, 126 lost 3, so that was not really a great way to do that. Good spot, Cook Racing, thank you for that one. David Pemberton says, don't envy the Orange Army this weekend. I'm not right, you're not wrong. Awesome job by all of them. Thank you so much for that one. Adam Reed says, pretty sure we had no boot on one of the cars when Tom and I did 12 hours of Snetterton. Does that ring a bell?
We did, yes. The whole boot came off at one stage, the boot lid, so we had just an open back to the car. We were debating whether or not that was good or bad for performance. We decided if you kept the windows open, it might actually have added a little bit of performance via drag reduction, which was an interesting take.
Be interested to see how that one would play out as well, because you've got to assume that they are weighed and they've got like a minimum weight.
Yes.
Admittedly, put me in one of those cars would always be safe, but you know.
You said it, not me.
It's you'd have to be mindful of that. The whole boot gone, that's going to be quite some weight. Into the pits, I think that's the Graves Motorsport number 16 car. That is in as well. That's going straight into the garage to have a look at something at this stage too. It's good to see the Graves boys down there again. So into the pits garage goes the number 16. It always looks dramatic, doesn't it, when they pull into the garage? But as you pointed out, especially in these conditions, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, almost just for comfort more than anything. The damage on the 192 Race Logic car, I think, is getting even worse. It's no longer robbing the front corner of the tyre. It's instead being dragged up higher into the wheel arch and is just catching all of the tyre all the time. 77 Racing have been involved in something else. It involves, this time, Autotech's machine that was at one stage running towards the pointy end. So a rusty couple of laps for that 77 Racing car. It looks as if the door maybe isn't fully attached as well at the top corner, so hefty amounts of damage, and they're offline through Clay Hill as well.
Blimey. Okay, so that wouldn't be surprised if that 77 team manager is called at some point. 275 is already being called to the to race control, and that can be sometimes just to explain, have a look at things, and then decide whether there's any kind of penalty. But it does look like the 126 EnduroKA continues its recovery, doesn't it? The 126, which would have been on your entry list as 262. Neil Smith is the other driver, but at the moment it's Teddy Wilson, so that's a change to that one. Michael McCullum's not with them, but Teddy Wilson is partnering up with Neil Smith for this one. But just the two of them doing it in these conditions, I mean, that's a big ask, isn't it?
It is a big ask, and there's always a factor, of course, with driver rest times, in that you have to make sure you're out of the car for an hour between stints, so before you get back in, the other guy has to keep going regardless of what happens, which is always a high-pressure situation. You can, but it might lead to some suboptimal pit stops going on.
One that did a suboptimal turn right at turn 1, Old Hall, was the 148 car that was sat in 7th place, North Motorsport. Benjamin at the wheel of that one ran wide and had to be very gentle. 37 is also recovering from an off. Where is that? That's coming out of Old Hall. Yeah, there it is. It's now the other side of the box. So that's two of them that have suddenly run very wide coming out of Old Hall. So these conditions are getting worse. And certainly, one of the things I've just noticed, Tom, is that you can even see the raindrops bouncing back up off the tarmac. That's how hard it's got.
It is really coming down. I mean, I'd like to give a moment of credit to the Digitech camera guy who is out front of my commentary box, because he stood there whilst the marshals have the big orange jackets that are of course waterproof. He's not looking quite so waterproof in the jeans, so it's yeah, it's a good effort from him. I feel like we should almost invite him up onto the balcony or something like that, try and get him out of the weather quite so bad.
Hey, that's my gin balcony.
Yeah. Well, that's the hospitality next to you. Milner racing through Knickerbrook. They've now got Burton Power very much on their tail. The one car just a couple of tenths quicker, then a couple of tenths quicker again, and using that consistency to claw back the gap. The one to keep an eye on, however, is Enduro Motorsport. They made the call, the decisive call, after not even a whole lap at the very beginning of this one, and definitely not a racing lap. It is currently still playing out well for them. They lead the pit stop cars, and now by a bit of a margin as well.
Wow. At the moment, it's suddenly quiet over here. I've got absolutely nobody on my side, but obviously I know I've got this luxury of the stream, and that is now showing, going under the Warwick Bridge, are the lead two, 46 Milner Racing, and that is the wheel of the 46 at the moment is Jack Wright. And then the number one, Burton, Tom Valentine, the wheel of the Burton Power Racing, right there with them. I mean, after this already, we've still got the front two joined together as we're literally 4.25 minutes away from hitting that first 1 hour mark. Third place now is the, the number 8 car, another road-going looking one, the blue car of TCS Motorsport. Fourth, that 192 damage car, Race Logic. It clearly isn't slowing them down at all, is it, that Race Logic car?
It's not slowing them down. They're not losing any enthusiasm either as a result of it. But I do just worry about the tyre, to be honest. That's the one thing. You won't notice that until suddenly it goes pop, is the reality of it. Because you've still got rubber, you've still got rubber, you've still got rubber. Oh, I don't have any rubber. And then that's when the issue hits. So we'll wait and see how that one plays out. Maybe you get to the pit stop, they tear the damage off to make sure it's not rubbing on the tyre, they change the tyre and everything's good to go.
The 77 car that certainly we know that Cook Racing spotted it on the feed, and you spotted a couple of other things happening with that 77. It's that wonderful monster liveried one, isn't it? I do like that one. Massive, massive dent in the door on the opposite side to what you can see, because obviously when it comes past me, it's the other side that I'm seeing, completely stoved in on that door.
I reckon that was probably the contact that happened down at this end of the circuit that resulted in them being almost stationary at his lop, so potentially turned in and caught a knock. Whether that was somebody going deep or them turning in aggressively, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so again, it doesn't seem to be slowing them down too much. The places they lost was the moment, which means that LDR Performance Tuning 49 went ahead of them, as did Autotech Motorsport 65. Remember, that car's been in the lead at a stage of this, and 112 Catastrophe, your favourite one, is the 112 car up into 13th place now. But still 126 Glory car up into 7th place. That's another 2 places made up there. So that car may have had the moment earlier when the 77 car just sort of bumped it back whilst rejoining, but it's able to just sort of at will force its way back up through the field, isn't it?
It is able to make quite a bit of progress, if you like, and crucially making the passes without us really noticing them, which is always the best way to do it, because it means you're making them without losing much time and without making too much of a scene about it either, which allows you to then recoup, go on to the next one, go on to the next one, and keep that rhythm without getting stuck behind somebody, almost forgetting where the limit is.
Yeah, agreed. We're looking at the number 2 car. Where's that sat in the order? NJM Racing in 26th place, but that's right on the back of the 2 Semprini cars, the Semprini Racing, the Semprini Juniors, that are running line astern, I notice. So 37 and 27. Semprini Juniors ahead of Semprini Racing. Then it's NJM, so that's 24th, 25th, 26th, and possibly Wingat Racing might be just ahead of them, but they're just coming through in front of you now.
Wingat Racing is just ahead of them, a margin of a couple of seconds now. Then it is that Misty Racing 72.
It was the number 2. The number 2 was behind them, but he's just had to cut through because it got forced onto the grass then.
Has indeed. That's happened a few times down here, essentially, where you go to turn in and somebody else is already on the limit of the steering lock. They simply cannot get the car to leave you any space. You have to either take to the grass or take to the runoff area. In that case, I think the correct decision made, staying away from the grass at this stage, certainly seems like the way to go.
Catastrophe's just moved up another place there as into Old Hall. 112 past the 55 car of Cars Strapped, with Smith at the wheel of that 55 car now. So up into 12th place for Catastrophe. More importantly, that means it's now up into 5th of those that have already pit stopped. So your favourite one is moving up through the order.
That's what we like to hear. That's what we like
I knew
to
you
hear.
would.
4 hours left in this one. I suppose it's about time that we give you a bit of a rundown of the total order, if you like, as we get 20% of the way through this one. Your leader, Milner Racing, that 46 car, up in the front group all the time. Currently got just under a second margin over Burton Power Racing. Then third place, TCS Motorsport. Fourth is Race Logic, fifth AFK Racing, and sixth the 126 of EnduroKA. Seventh is where you find Enduro Motorsport, of course, having made that early pit stop themselves, and EnduroKA lead those having made pit stops.
Yeah, have you noticed that they swapped, didn't they, this last time?
And that is for position, crucially, and it could well prove to be for the lead in just a couple of hours' time. LAR Motorsport, that 747 car, has been involved in a couple of things. It does run 8th, however, ahead of Shine Automotive's 180 and North Motorsport's 148 machine. That's your top 10. Below that, you're looking at GM Performance, Cash Track Racing, Catastrophe in 11th, 12th, and 13th. 14th goes the way of Autotech Motorsport and Jonathan Ogden, because we caught up in a couple of things recently, actually, after what was a very good start to the race, almost a replica of what's happened to them in a couple of other events this year. 15th, that's the 49 of LDR Performance Tuning. Then you'll find 77 Racing in 16th and Orca Sport in 17th. Top 20 completed by 11/10 Racing, Kahuna's race team, that's the treble 3, and Lifeline Racing, the 275.
Let's just have a quick look to see how are we looking in terms of runners and riders. I'm glad to see that 24, Team Guzoo Racing, they were in for a long time, but they've made it back out again. 888 Boston Racing's just gone back out onto the circuit again. They lost a lot of time for the moment that put them out for a little while. The only one that's in the pit now is KNF Racing 21, and that was the one that caused the most recent safety car, of course, with the roll. So they're going to be having a little work on that one, see if they can get it sorted and see whether that car's out. But the fact that they're probably working on that, really impressive. 1 hour out of the 5 gone. I don't think we've got anybody out of the race yet.
Not yet, no. We'll wait and see. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if everybody is officially classified at the end of this one, because you do see huge efforts put in. The group behind the 72 Misty Racing car is only getting bigger now, because Wolf Motorsport have joined it, and there's a couple more just about to get involved in that fray as well. Crucially, it involves Wolf Motorsport and Pro-Am, so both of them will be hoping to get through it and run a quicker pace, because they were in that lead battle prior to the higgledy-piggledy strategy situation.
Higgledy-piggledy, I like it. Need to use that more. 77 is in with that huge damage, which I think you called it, that meant that even the door isn't able to fully shut on that car. That has gone straight to the garage at the moment. Incident between cars 333 and 888. No further action. Now that's interesting. Was that then what? No, because when Kahuna's was in the lead, it was all on its own when it threw it at the scenery,
yes,
wasn't it?
that was completely of Costa Critz's sort of volition.
So it must have been after that, when he was further back in the field, had an incident with the 888 car, but no further action is going to be taken on that one. Be interested to see what they're going to do with the 77 Racing, because as I say, that was an awful lot of damage on the side of that car that looked like not only stoved in at the bottom, but the top part of the door was, the frame was away from the rest of the car by the looks of it.
The top 3 on the timing screen are now right together on the circuit as well. It's still Milner Racing from Burton Power from TCS Motorsport, but as they run up the hill, you could barely separate them with a Lego brick, I reckon, as they go underneath the bridge and then make their way towards Druid's corner. Druid's, of course, quick, hard to make an overtake there, but you could think about setting it up for Lodge.
The fastest car out there is 126, sat there in 5th place. That Glory car still going. Teddy Wilson at the wheel. Now, we saw him be the quickest car out on circuit until the lap was disallowed at the end of qualifying, and then called it a day, probably not realising that the lap had been wiped out. Well, that is the only car lapping in the 235s at the moment. Everyone else is 36 or higher, and is sort of making up places every single lap. Is up into 5th place as the 126, but here come the lead pack, and we're going to get a challenge for 2nd place. The number 8 car, TCS Motorsport, up the inside of the Burton Power Racing. Nicely done, and that was really done as they came out of Lodge up over Deerleap and knew that he got the move, positioned himself beautifully, and in fairness to Valentine at the wheel of the number 1 car, let him do it. There's no point getting over defensive, is there?
There's not at all. TCS looking like the fastest of that trio at the moment. So Tom Valentine saying, okay, you go and have a go at Milner Racing and Jack Wright. If you can get through, maybe I'll be able to follow, and then we can resume battle but for the lead instead of 4 seconds. So still a top 3 of Milner, TCS and Burton Power, now in that order rather than the previous one. Those guys headed towards Island Bend and Shell Oils. Shell Oils, well, I can't see it, Chris. Have we seen many overtakes there? It feels like it might be a lunge spot.
Which one?
Shell Oils corner.
I've not really spotted any there. Britain's coming out of it maybe, and I think that there's occasionally, before they come properly into my view through the left-hander of Island Bend towards Shell Oils, they might have done something before that and they might do something after it, but I feel that they kind of get themselves in a line when they get to Shell Oils hairpin.
I suppose particularly in the wet, that is one line under braking as well as once you're in the corner, because obviously you want to be as close to the curbing as possible all the way around. That's where the banking's at its steepest, but sometimes you'll see a lunge down the inside, or occasionally a lunge on the outside under braking in the wet. There's probably a bit that offers significantly more grip than everywhere else.
Very true.
At the moment, significantly more grip for TCS, because they're in second place. They are hunting Milner for the lead. All this is allowing Burton Power to stay with them, and actually Race Logic, the damaged 192 car, is 4th overall and is catching that top trio.
Which means it's that EnduroKA is getting even quicker, closer, because that one's catching Race Logic. So that'd be interesting. But I noticed last time round, TCS was virtually identical to our race leader, the 46 car, but that could be while it was having to make the power on Burton. So it could get interesting between those guys now. There goes the 192 car on the stream, that is sat in, what do we say that is? That's 4th position. And in the background, just coming onto the straight there, you see the dark red number 126. That's EnduroKA, Teddy Wilson at the wheel. So 1, 2, 3. And then in the background, you saw a bit of a gap, 4th, and then a bit more of a gap, 5th. But those two are closing in on these 3, interestingly. But in fairness, TCS Motorsport has already got past Burton Power and closing in on the 46. So lap time-wise, yep, it was nearly a second quicker than our race leader. Just to quickly also report that the car that rolled is back at the garage and looks like it will be ready to rejoin the race soon.
That is remarkable from K&F. That's an absolutely stunning performance. Almost as stunning as what could be a move down the inside of Cascades. No, TCS backing out of that one for the race lead, thinking, do you know what? There's a long way to go. We still have the best part of 4 hours in this one. I don't need to make a risky lunge down the inside of a high-speed left-hander with a little bit of banking as well. Instead, they'll tuck in for the slipstream. Whether or not they show a nose to the inside of Island Bend, however, could be a different conversation, because we know that at the moment it's sensible to just give it up there if somebody tries it, so they might think of calling the bluff.
Into the pits comes 74 Orca Sport. We just had a move as well that was 65 Autotech in 14th, getting past the 148 North Motorsport. That might seem far down this field, but the 65 car has led at some point. So we're looking on the stream at that 21 car. So good to see that with a bit of luck, the K&F Racing car will be back out. They're just refueling it, but I see that one of the Semprini Racing cars is in the gravel. Where is that? That is at Druids. So it's out of both of our sight, but just suddenly seen it. It's basically just gone straight on, and that looks like the front is very buried. I have a horrible feeling we're going to see another safety car out for this one, because I can't see that the mighty Orange Army, as mighty as they are, will be able to get that car out.
Is it in the Matt Neil Gordon Shedden location? Is that the sort of setup that we've got?
Can't remember now. Wasn't that Lodge that they went in?
Yes, it was. Sorry, is this at Druids instead?
Yeah. So
Yes.
before that part, well before that part, and it's just, it didn't turn right by the looks of it. And the problem for it, of course, that was in that massive gaggle of about 6 cars, I think, wasn't it? So I think they just sort of tripped over each other.
Safety car is deployed officially now, so
Yeah.
reduced down to a medium pace, if you like, a reduced pace, which gives another opportunity for some pit stops. I wouldn't be surprised if we see all of your top 3 coming in, potentially top 4 as well, including Race Logic.
I'd agree. Yeah, it makes sense. I raised that question earlier, didn't I, saying why haven't they come in yet? And now would probably kind of make sense for them to come in. See the 37 car, sadly, well and truly in the gravel. And you know, we've got on the screen now car 888 3-lap penalty tow back, and I don't think that's is it the full tow back that gets them, or even if they get dragged out the gravel?
The penalty is called towback, but it refers to sort of assistance in
That's what I
returning
thought.
to the racetrack.
Right, here's an interesting one. Race Logic are in. It's more interesting in that is the 126 EnduroKA is in for its second time. The top three, Milner Racing, TCS Motorsport and Burton Power, 46, 8 and 1, they carried on through.
Second stop right now seems reasonable. If we assume that
Yeah.
the cars will go for 2 hours, being tight on fuel, we've got 3 hours 50 minutes, so that's easily within 2 stints, so that leaves you needing 1 pit stop to make it to the end. If you've got 2 that you still need to do by regulation, you might as well get one of them out the way.
Well, I think the drivers caught the team unawares there, because the driver was going, go, 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 get it, and they're ready to, but they're still chasing something. That one of the teams with the fire extinguisher wasn't out there, so caught the team unaware there somewhat. Now, I don't suppose they're sat there with pits to car radios, are they?
I believe for safety reasons they do, but not for anything else.
Oh, okay, so they can't suddenly go, yeah, I'm ready to go
I
out.
don't think so, but I could be mistaken. I think that's one for the likes of Mark Werrell, who have been in the cars. Yes, allowed for safety, but the regulation states you cannot transmit, and I quote, encoded technical data and information related to the performance of the driver and or car. I think that means, gonna tell them when you're going to pit. That's what I've taken away from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Richardson, one of the mighty Nickelbrook Hardcore. Fair play to the car folks on track in these conditions. Seconded Ari the Orange Army out in it too. 100% agree with that one. Yeah, just making sure I'm trying to keep abreast of everybody that's joining in. And please do, we love it when everybody joins in, especially when it's a day like today. It is lovely, and I know so many of you will give out those huge appreciative thanks to the incredible Orange Army in particular, but let's not forget the recovery crews, the maintenance crews, the medical crews, the fire crews if they were needed, everybody that enables a day like today to happen. Great sign coming down the pit lane, leaving number 21. It doesn't have windows on the left, it doesn't have windows at the rear, but it does have a car that is now making its way back onto circuit. K&F Racing, after that roll, as you say, not side and side, but end over end as well. It's back out on circuit. You wouldn't know it looking at the roof, though. Couldn't even spot any crimping on it.
That's astonishing from them. I mean, maybe it flicked all the way over. It was quite a violent roll, it should be said. The essentially hit the gravel side on. The side that hit it dug into the gravel, and the other side wanted to keep going. So then, of course, causing quite a violent reaction to that. The group of marshals in particular that I'd like to give a special shout out to is I believe we've got the taster group out here today. So in the morning they went round, saw various sections of the circuit, how it all works, saw of course a couple of the different marshals posts as well, had a little brief. In the afternoon when you come along to do that, you go and you join a marshals post and you're totally involved in the day. You think of it as like a first experience, if you like, guided through how everything works. Those guys are out there, they've got the orange bibs plus whatever clothes they brought with them, as opposed to the marshals' big heavy duty coats. Fair play to those guys, and I've seen a lot of smiles from them as well despite the weather, which is, well, it shows just how great of a community the Marshall really is, and the fact that you should go and get involved in that.
I agree 100%, and yeah, I saw there was quite a lot of them, which was brilliant to see this morning. And don't necessarily fully judge what you're seeing now and what you expect it to be. Then again, I remember the phrase that says, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. And I think there's a degree of truth in that as well, isn't there? Race leader number 46 comes into the pits. So in comes the Milner Racing, and that is Jack Wright's going to be jumping out of that one, handing it over to one of his co-drivers. But interestingly, TCS and Burton have kept going, as has AFK Racing number 22. I think they're the only ones that haven't stopped now, but they've decided they're still not going to come in even under this safety car. It may well be, going back to sort of a point you were largely making, is not just on the 4th, but with conditions like this, they're going, it's fine, there'll be plenty.
Yes, there is an element of that at play. Just keep waiting, extend the stint, make sure you use all the fuel, and then you don't have to carry quite so much to the end of the race as well, in theory. The other factor in all of this, and I think they might have played an absolute blinder, is EnduroKA. They've gotten 2 pit stops out the way under safety car. They have 1 left to make. Now, that 1, they will have to do at the point which is appropriate for them. So there's an element of rolling the dice there, because they have to make this stint go long enough, almost to the full 2 hours and a little bit. But if they can do that, then 2 of their pit stops have been for free, whereas even the likes of Enduro Motorsport cooled it early, they've only had the 1 for free so far.
Well, I tell you what, the 46 car came out of the pits already. Their pit stop, 47.389 seconds. That is belting.
Yeah, that is like a quarter tank of fuel top up, isn't it? That's not very much at all. I reckon that is enough fuel to get them to 3 hours, and then even split the race. Maybe it'll be something along those lines. Maybe enough to top them up to 2.5 hours, something like that, to make sure that you've got the driver in, they've had a reasonable stint, and then you can have another couple of shorter stops towards the back end of the race and evenly space them.
Well, and possibly even quicker if this is correct, as it's currently showing the same driver in that car.
Yes, that would make a difference as well, wouldn't it?
What's the limits that they can do? I was trying
2
to remember.
hours, 10 minutes, I think.
Total or in one go?
Single stint time.
Okay. So it is able to do that one, and they've just decided, no, we'll make that change. And it's got rid of one of their mandatories as well at the same time, hasn't it? Well, they've got to do minimum of 3 stops, isn't it?
Minimum of 3 stops, yeah. Minimum of 3 stops, along with, of course, the fact that at some stage you're going to have to stop for fuel anyway, but you've got to do that minimum of 3. I think in a 5-hour race, that does mean that you're playing a little bit of funny games as to when can you get the cheap pit stops, because you only really need the 2 if it was totally up to you, without any regulations about stint times and all that sort of stuff. So as a result, they'll be playing the game, if you like, to see who can be most efficient with the stop timing.
Fair enough. Just seeing a great graphic that we've got up on the positions, and it shows that the second place car, number 8, TCS Motorsport, and that is Alice Hughes behind the wheel at the moment, has made up 25 places since from their starting position on the grid. I mean,
That's
I know some of that will be down to that they haven't pit stopped, agreed, but even so, that's still absolutely fantastic.
That's a mega effort from them, isn't it? That is absolutely stunning.
And I'm just looking to see how, so the 77 car is still down there, yet to be repaired, but otherwise, with the exception of the Samprini Juniors car that is stuck in the kitty litter, although it's just out of the gravel now, thankfully, so that will be able to presumably make its own way back in a moment, and the recovery truck was more about hoiking it out of there. Another word we don't use often enough. Burton Power, number 1, does now come into the pit. So Valentine decides now's the time to spread the love. Can I say that?
I think you can.
I just did. Into the pits it has come. Who else has come with it? AFK Racing. So AFK Racing are in, but number 8, TCS, still not coming in yet. So they are the only ones that have not stopped yet. So they've obviously got a master plan in their mind that they're going to stick to. Another couple are coming in. These will presumably be their second stop. Well, interestingly, 46, Milner is back in again. So they're deciding to go double stop. Now, I think I've seen this before. Just
That
watch.
is a curious one, yeah.
Now they're doing a driver change. Now, have they been cute with this in the fact that they're now getting 2 of their stops out of the mandatory stops out of the way? They're changing driver. They did a refuel last time. They've got the boot open and looking at something in the back there. Just put some water in or something by the looks of that then. I'm sure there's enough of that around. Wolf Motorsport, number 5, is also in, and that is their second pit stop. So I wonder, yeah, they don't seem to be worried. They've done the driver change. They've sent that car back out again. So they've now done 2 of their mandatory pit stops.
That's
so
a very clever call from them.
it may well be, mightn't it? Very different, but I noticed that the Samprini Juniors car has actually had to be towed fully in this time, so it wasn't get it out of the gravel and let it make its own way back. They've actually had to tow that one all the way in, so they'll be having to work on that one to see if they can get it back out again. Number 5, Wolf Motorsport, doing the refueling. You'll notice how the tough jug is upended, and the driver with the visor down, as well as you were saying, there with the fire extinguisher to make sure that everything is okay. Done up, close the flap, and now they can get the other driver into the car. You'll notice that they weren't allowed to sit in there whilst the refueling was happening. All in there for deliberate safety. Silk car, love that livery on that one from Wolf Motorsport.
The other factor in those pit stops with respect to refueling is that the engine has to be turned off, and a way that they've gotten very good at making sure that happens is the fuel filler cap on these still requires the key to open it, so they use the same key as they use to turn on the engine. They take it out of the cockpit, engine is off, then they can unhook the fuel filler cap and stick the fuel in.
Interestingly, incident between cars 77 and 192. We heard that mentioned as well on the stream, that Cook Racing said about the fact that it was rejoining, unsafe rejoin, no further action. That kind of surprises me a little bit.
I do wonder if the unsafe rejoin was viewed to be as a consequence of the grass being very slippery.
Okay.
Possibly. That's something that we've seen a couple of times over here at Knickerbrook as well, where if you go straight on at Hislops, there's not very much you can do about where you rejoin until you're on the tarmac again, at which point you can slow it down and get it turned. So an element of that in play. We will be going racing this time round as well. Safety car lights are off.
And the 46 car has now got Johnny Milner behind the wheel of that Milner Racing. So see what Johnny can do at the wheel of that one now. Obviously it's gone tumbling down through the order. Burton Power makes its way out as well. So who's going to be behind the wheel this time round? That seemed like quite a long stop. Wolf's Motorsport was particularly long, 2 minutes 11. 46 was another 56 seconds, so quick, even with it just being, with them having to do a driver change. Safety car is in, and through goes the number 8 TCS Motorsport. Alice Hughes at the wheel, leading the way. What was the one that I wanted to see then that I said seemed like Burton Power? Yeah, 3 minutes 15 was the Burton Power race pit stop. That's a very, very long one, considering you're talking less than a minute for the 46 car.
Because they only have 2 drivers, though, they're almost forced into extending the stint, so they'll have topped all the way up with fuel, whereas I reckon a couple of other teams will not have done that in order to make the stop so small.
But they've still got to make 3 stops, though, haven't they?
Yes, but then they have to put less fuel in later on as well, so if they admitted they were going to be at the back of the field, you might as well fill it up.
Fair enough. Okay, that's where all this strategy comes in. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, you take, for example, the 2 stops, excluding the slowdown. In fact, I can see total stop for the Milner Racing with 1 minute 42. So this is combining all of their stops, isn't it, if they've done 2. So they've done 1 minute 42's worth of stops. So they're definitely quids in at the moment. So we're looking at the moment at the 81 car. That's GM Performance. Mitchell at the wheel in 7th place at the moment. I remember speaking to a couple of the guys when I was covering the IndyCar 500 last year, which I love. Just coming down towards you. I'm going to throw back towards you. 69's under pressure.
It is indeed Enduro Motorsport. They found themselves with one of the KA cars down the inside. I believe that's going to be Catastrophe making our position there. It is indeed the 112 with, to be honest, the textbook manoeuvre in towards Hislop. Set it up on the inside, broke just a little bit later. Nothing Enduro Motorsport could do about that one.
So that's Catastrophe up into 3rd place now ahead of Enduro Motorsport. So a nice move there. Yes, and I was saying that you don't tend to really know who it is you're racing around you. Sometimes you might, but you don't necessarily know what positions they're in. And so you just stick with enjoying yourself, racing your race, and trying to beat whoever's around you, no matter what's going on.
The important thing is to stay on the lead lap, because as soon as you're off the lead lap, a safety car becomes absolutely shocking for your race strategy. Burton Power have just about managed that in theory. They are ahead of the field by 5 or 6 car lengths. They will need to get on with that now at the wheel of the 1 car and break away.
Let me just say that that's not about to be the case, because they've just been passed by the number 8 car. So they are no longer on that lead lap. So that was a good time to make that point, other than the fact that they've done well because they have just been passed by the outright race leader. The good news for them is that that car is yet to pit at all, so that they'd probably still hope that that will shake itself through eventually.
It will, unless there's a safety car, of course, at which point they get stuck and the other guy can come in pit and still make it out before you're round again. So it's a factor to watch out for there. Interestingly, that 8 car is checking out for Burton Power. The 1 machine, it doesn't look to have any sort of damage, but it does look slow, is the simple way of putting it. Already 10 or 11 car lengths away from the leader. Now having been passed by 2nd and potentially 3rd, is it just losing time on the straight, potentially?
I mean, we've obviously got a driver change. Andy Burton's now at the wheel at the number 1 car. First time he'll have been out in these conditions, so has just got to get used to it. But we'll wait and see. Interesting comment from Peter on the stream. He said fuel cans have changed, so they empty quicker now, apparently.
That's a handy upside, if you like, in that one. It will still be gravity related, I believe, but yes, good that they've sped it up a little bit, because there was a time a couple of years ago when it was very slow.
Yeah, agreed.
and like you say, is that it then varied once you know, air was getting in and everything else, that it would just go even slower the less fuel that was in there, because the gravity effect was disappearing with less fuel in there, basically.
Yes, it's equivalent to why when you go to the bottom of the ocean, you're under a lot more pressure than you are when you go swimming just a couple of meters down. It's when there's more stuff pushing down on you, it's going to have more weight, and hence in this case it's going to flow into the tank quicker. That effect can be minimised with the new fuel, but it will still be present to a small degree.
We've got the, I think the number 60 car was just trying to make up a place there. Tango and Crash, where is that one sat? That one sat down in 19th place, so it might not have been fully positioned, but we see some kind of unlapping going on that maybe doesn't make sense. Burton Power was just heading out of your sight there, and I think, was it passing or being passed? It was being passed, so it's still the driver sensibly just allowing time to get used to it, especially the fact that it's the faster cars coming through now. I think it makes sense. I think that was the LDR Performance Tuning 49 car that's now got past. So that means the top 9 are all past the Burton Power one at the moment, by the looks of it.
And everybody's streaking past Graves Motorsport 16 car, because that has found itself, well, dug into the gravel at Knickerbrook. It's gone in sideways, and we've got double waved yellows. That could well be another safety car as marshals run round to check what the situation is.
That's the first off at Knickerbrook today, I think, isn't it?
It is the first off at Knickerbrook, and he's ended up at quite an odd angle into the gravel, actually.
Coming down towards you is a great battle for second place. The 112 Catastrophe, the dark red car, just holding off that sort of, I think it's like blue and yellow 747 LAR Motorsport car. That's second and third.
It is indeed. And LAR
Safety
Motorsport
car.
trying to make progress. They won't be able to because there is a safety car in order to pick up the number 16 Graves Motorsport, which is, well, once again, embedded. It's dug itself in, and it looks like it's gone for a play in the sandpit. Driver's out and all okay. It's not touched anything, but the car won't be touching the road anytime soon.
No, and I mean, I'm assuming that they're supposed to get out of harm's way at the moment, but he's going to have to get back in again when they try and hoik that one back out.
Yes.
But Anna Fremond and Andrew Wycherley are going to get that safety car back out again. The lovely MSVR BMW safety car will be taken to the track. It's going to feature in the top 10 at this rate, you know. It's doing enough laps.
Now, this is the issue for Burton Power, because they fell off the lead lap.
Absolutely.
The safety car will pick up the leader. Even if the leader pits, they'll still be behind that safety car, which means they're effectively losing another lap whilst everybody else gangs up behind them. So they'll be down another, 90% of a lap, let's call it, to everybody else who's queued up behind them.
Last time round, we had a new personal best from our race leader, the number 8 car, TCS Motorsport. And that's sort of, I'm looking out, and I think the conditions are slightly improving. And I tell you how I know that is that the rain's coming down instead of sideways.
Yes, the rain is coming down, not sideways. The thing to watch for is this puddle on the exit of Knickerbrook has been getting slightly bigger for a long time. And if you get it wrong there's then a puddle on sort of the opposite side of the circuit. So a snap of oversteer means you'll catch that, and then you've got absolutely no chance of resolving yourself onto the road. We can see a flatbed being sent our way. The rain is actually, I reckon, vertical, but maybe even heavier at Knickerbrook in particular.
Oh, really?
But when I look across the circuit, it doesn't seem quite so bad.
No, I mean, it's still definitely raining. It just looks less menacing for a moment. But to be honest, I think that keeps coming and going somewhat. But safety car is now making its way out because they've obviously been informed that the next car that's going to come through will be the race leader. It won't be, because into the pits comes the number 8, the TCS Motorsport. The blue car decides to make its pit stop, and so up into the lead goes 112, the Catastrophe car, which isn't, the 747 LAR Motorsport obviously slowed up an awful lot more than the 112. Doesn't matter, they're going to go back together again. Into the pits also comes the Enduro Motorsport car, number 69, for its second stop. Remember, that stopped right at the end of lap 1. Also in has come 180 from 7th place, Shine Automotive, for their second stop. So that is the realms that we're into now, isn't it, where they are making their second. Fuel is going into that number 8 car. Not surprising, because that has gone non-stop for the last nearly hour and a half.
They will go quite long, particularly in the wet conditions, when obviously you're just on throttle less, so you're burning less fuel than you would otherwise. The extreme situation for fuel is, of course, back at Silverstone when we had them at the start of the year, Chris, because you were on throttle for
True.
What did we estimate in the end? 95% of the lap or something ridiculous?
And that was what happened to that. One of the, it was either the 64 or 65, I can't remember, one of the auto techs that, I can't remember whether it was in the lead at the time or it was certainly in the top 3, and it was fuel that it ran out of, wasn't it, on the Wellington Straight?
It was, yeah, just
I remember that.
conked out.
And we thought, though, we were going to have some more that were going to run out of fuel, and it didn't quite work out that way, did it? So they were better than we were anticipating at one stage.
They were, and then we got to tracks such as at Snetterton, where we were on the 200 layout, and it seemed like the drivers, where that would have been using a lot of fuel as well, were much more on top of it. We were hitting maximum driver time there of, I think it was 2 hours and 20 minutes at that point. So we were ensuring that that wasn't an issue, if you like, and instead able to be mandated by the regulations as opposed to the car factor itself. So, recovery underway. We got the flatbed out to the apex curve, of course, not finding itself onto the grass, because if you were to go onto the grass, you might need a flatbed to recover your flatbed. This will only need the tow rope, so we've got that one extended away. We'll get it hooked up to the front of this number 16 machine, and once it's back onto the tarmac, it should be able to continue over its own steam, which will expedite this recovery process. Recovery driver runs back into the truck, I think mainly because he wants to get it done before the pack comes round, partially because he was getting absolutely soaked and he didn't have a hat with him to cover himself up in that one. Now the safety car, however, is at his lops, so there's a chance they'll end up waiting for this one. He'll take up a little bit of slack, and then the field will be allowed to pass through this recovery operation. Good picture there on the safety car of just how big that puddle is, in fact, as we get this recovery happening. The flatbed giving it everything it can, and even then it's requiring 3 marshals to heave this 16 machine out of the sand pit on the edge. That is eventually achieved. Now it's on the grass, where if you attempt to go on the grass uphill, I reckon all you're going to get is wheel spin, so they'll do well to get that onto the tarmac. All but the last couple of cars in the field have bypassed this operation. So they're through, they're continuing, and we've just got the last bit of recovery to do.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just grabbing a quick bite to eat then.
Was it anything tasty?
It was beautiful. It was, I can't mention it without it being a brand name, so it was a biscuit, that I'll say that much. But the number 8 car is only just going out of the pits now, so that was a long stop for them. 3 minutes 42. That was
Again,
a very long
that's
stop.
Probably, we saw that from Burton Power as well, didn't we? I think that's our benchmark full stop time, if you want to call it that.
Well, Burton Power did 3:15 compared to 3:42.
Yeah, okay.
So, you
Possibly.
know, that did feel like a very, very long one there for that car.
Worth considering as well that Burton Power racing this for every single event. TCS, we've not seen them quite so much this season, so there's a chance that it is just fluidity amongst the team and knowing what your job is, when to do it, and where to stand if you're not.
True. Safety car is coming through again at the moment, with the field behind it. The 112 Catastrophe being at the front of the field. 747 Lar Motorsport, 81 GM Performance, 65 Autotech. Lawrence Davey Racing Performance Tuning, 49 up there in 5th place, and the 333 Kahuna's Racing, Perkins at the wheel now of that car, up into 6th place. So remember that number 12 Pro-Am Racing has done 3 stops already now for that car. Into the pits has come 51 North Motorsport for their 2nd stop, and as we know would be the case, is the number 16 the Graves Motorsport car that had the gravelly moment down there by you, is into the pits now. Just trying to work out where to go by the looks of it. Although they've got the fuel can out, so they're going to treat this as a normal pit stop at the moment. I suppose if it's gone in the gravel, normally it's not likely to have done an awful lot of damage, is it?
No, it's it would be any contact that assisted you in getting there, I think, would be the consideration. But it seemed to be okay once moving again by me. Here comes the number 8 car. Was at the head of the field, now taking that pit stop. Driver at the wheel, just attempting to find the limits of the grip with a touch of sort of, not swerving, but weaving, even mid-corner there, just to gauge where the front grips up, where the rear begins to let go, all those sorts of factors that once we go green, will mean that your first lap might even be a couple of seconds quicker than it would have been otherwise.
Just noticing further down the back, the 888 car that has picked up that penalty, that is back in the pits again. I'm not sure whether that's the one at the far end, and hopefully they're working on to get out. The 77 car, remember that came in, the monster liveried one, that came in with a huge damage to it. That's still being worked on, hopefully being worked on, rather than out of the race. And bizarrely, the 37 Samprini Juniors car, that's showing with the exclamation mark. Now that got towed back in again, so I don't know whether that's just been towed to Parc Fermé and therefore is potentially out of this race, which could well be our first retirement if it was.
They ended up straight on at Druids, didn't they? Which, that's
but
the
they got
sort of
towed back into the pit lane. I saw them
Yeah.
come back in.
It's
And
the
I
sort of
assumed-
incident where it might have been something going wrong on the car, isn't it?
Very possibly, yeah. So that's not showing as even in the pits yet, so that may have been exit stage right into Parc Fermé.
Safety car lights are out, so we'll be racing on this time through.
Fabulous. Two cars that are on the pit stops about to make their way out. The 51 car is heading out now, that the North Motorsport car, and the Grays Motorsport orange number 16 machine still being worked on down there. That'll be heading out soon. So it is Catastrophe 112. Simon Bonham at the wheel of that car now, that is leading the way. Everybody has done at least one pit stop now, other than Samprini Juniors, who are probably, by the looks of it, out of this race now anyway, sadly.
Yeah, if they were to rejoin, they'd have one, but they,
Yes.
They might not be able to complete said pit stop.
Safety car down the pit lane, and the field now comes across the line. That's 32 laps in the book. We're over, under 3.5 hours left to go in this race. So down they come back towards you, and certainly we've got 4, 5, the top 5 are line astern, possibly the top 6.
Catastrophe notably have Adam Bonham back between the pedals and the wheel. He was very, very quick this morning. One of the few able to get up there. At one stage he was on provisional pole by about half a second. Then of course the session evolved. He wasn't in the car to improve, and everybody else was able to get through on him. But keep your eye on that 112 car, immediately trying to make a breakaway on this restart from the likes of the 747 and the 81 behind.
The number 16 car has just been pushed backwards, so the good news is looks like we're about to see that one making its way out.
That 81 car, second at Donington, don't forget. The rest of the season has been good but not incredible for them, but they have picked up a podium. They'll be hoping to repeat that. Of course, they sit on those provisional podium positions at the moment, but we've yet to see how the strategy plays out, and we know that there's a couple of cars in much better positions. I think Axiometrics in particular, they're the first of the cars to have taken 2 stops in this race, and they're only 9th actually, which is a fantastic position to be in.
Yeah, that was the second of the cars that stopped at the end of lap 1, wasn't it? With endurance racing, and that's now got Dominic Jackson behind the wheel, who I'm sure is the ex-Radical. Oh, we've got an incident down at Britain's that includes the Misty Racing and the endurance racing. They've just suddenly sort of possibly made contact with each other, and they've had to just dive through the cut-through. They're about to come over the top of the hill towards you, so it'd be worth looking to see if there's any damage.
Enduro Motorsport then, it did start off well, but they might have been trumped on the strategy by Axiometrics. They've managed to stay out of trouble, but only until Britain's on this lap. Here they come into his lops. The car looks okay from the way it's handling through that section of the circuit. There's visibly quite a bit of dirt and maybe a dent or two on the front, but in terms of car handling, it seems to be okay at this stage. Same goes for Misty Racing, actually.
Only spotted really the tail end of that, but yeah, I was saying about Dominic Jackson, I'm sure that's the I suppose it's right to say ex-Radical racer, very successful, very fast Radical racer. If it is, that means that it's no surprise that that car is pedalling rather well, to say the least.
Yes, I would agree with you on that. I do think that's that Dominic, so to speak.
Fair enough. Right, so I'm now keeping an eye out to see these cars. Great gaggle that includes the, I think that's Wingat Racing, the number 3 car that sat up there in 8th place now, putting a lap on the Burton Racing. 192 just behind it, Race Logic. So the 2 cars that look very similar, one with a stripe, one with a
a V on the front. Now, have I missed the cars that I was looking for? No, here comes Enduro. Yeah, that one looks okay. What was the other one? It was the Misty Racing. Here comes that
Misty
one.
Racing.
Yeah, Misty Racing's dropped a long way away from the Enduro, but I'm not sure whether they were anyway.
That is not good for TCS. A spin of their own accord locks the rears at Hislop, and around she went. Of course, they are effectively battling for the lead, having just come in from race position number 1. They've taken a pit stop, and the 8 car not having the outlap it would have been open for.
Or the pit stop, let's not forget. I still don't think that pit stop went to plan. What did I say it was? 3 minutes 40 odd.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, let's not lose sight of the fact that it started 27th on the grid and came brilliantly through the field, held off on the pit stops. He's got a lot of screenshots to show the car in the lead on the TCS, the timing screen, TSL, that's the one I'm looking for. You know, who knows, we might see it come up through, but they were doing a great job in that first stint, weren't they, for sure.
These cars do have onboard cameras in them, of course, used for stewarding purposes, which is why sometimes when the team managers requested it, it's actually just to give an SD card across to the steward so they can have access to that.
Because they change it every pit stop, don't they?
They do, yes. It's part of the pit stop. It's a mandatory procedure there to ensure. I suppose it's not mandatory, but you make sure that there's enough space on the memory card to record the next bit of the race, else then you'd be in a lot of trouble.
Another spinner down at Britain's, I'm pretty sure that was 275. I think that was that had spun round. Lifeline Racing. He's now got to try and get off the grass. No gravel, thankfully. So, excuse me, should be able to do it. You say they don't have to, though. I'm sure I've seen them in trouble when they haven't handed over the.
Yes, so they have to have the SD card with the footage. But as long as you have the footage, then I think you're okay, so to speak. So you could get around it in clever ways, but that's generally, yes, we'll see them changing the SD card.
Fine, that makes sense. So across the line for the 34th time, with a lead of a second and a half, is the 112 car of Catastrophe. Bonham at the wheel, and of course I can't just say Bonham at the wheel now, can I? Because there is now 2 of them, Simon Bonham and Adam Bonham. No Robert Thomas in that car anymore, so that's Adam Bonham that's at the wheel now. The 747 car being piloted by Jordan Bannon, and in third place, number 81, the GM Performance, and that's Ian Mitchell behind the wheel of that one. But it's amazing that even after this long, we've then got, in fact, yeah, because we've got GM Performance there, Autotech there, the 49 LDR Performance tuning cars only a couple of seconds back. Then there's a bit of a margin, isn't there? The 333 cars, best part of 10 seconds back, 2.25 back to Wingat Racing, that was 0.092 ahead of Pro-Am Racing number 12 when they came across the line. That's the closest fight at the moment, isn't it?
It is indeed, as the rain continues to get heavier once more around at this side of the circuit at least. The puddle in Knickebrook is very much a puddle now on both sides of the circuit, something for the drivers to be wary of, a group of which come over hilltop right now. There's a move shaping to the inside for Calamity. They'll try and get that one stopped, and they do exactly that. Swoop to the apex, swoop to the second one, and up a position, which is fantastic. That all happening at the expense of the 51 car, North Motorsport, dropping down a position, dropping a wheel beyond the curve as well, which will leave them vulnerable to a couple of the guys just behind.
Yeah, it's all quiet over this end, but that's because I think they're... Oh, and we've just had the Wolf Motorsport suddenly arrive into our camera shot as they exited Britain's sideways. That was very dramatic. We never even saw it taking it properly. It arrived, but he just about managed to hold on to it and get it straightened up and making his way back towards you.
That Enduro Motorsport car does look racy, a little bit too racy arguably, because they've left Milner absolutely no room on the entrance to Knickebrook. Just squeezed them out of the road onto the grass, and then a very clever and good save from 46, because it was sideways, 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 and then it was caught and headed up Clay Hill once more. But potentially a little bit too aggressive from Enduro Motorsport. I don't think you'd be very happy if you're on the receiving end of that.
No. Where was that?
That was round here at entrance to Knickebrook.
Okay, and did you spot who did that to them?
Well, Enduro Motorsport pushing Milner off.
Ah, it was that way.
Yes.
Sorry, got you.
Oh, we've got someone else going straight on. Where is that? That's coming out of Old Hall. I think that's the 51 car, just about scampering back onto the circuit. You can see the amount of water that splashes up once they're off on the grass. Looks a really terrible situation to try and drag yourself back towards the terra firma.
It says a lot that these cars obviously not the fastest, they've not got the widest tyres, and yet they're still producing quite a reasonable amount of spray at times. Think about what this would have been like in the Mazdas that we had earlier. The air would have been filled with sort of water and mist all the time. Visibility would have been ridiculously low. In a Ford Ka, you're okay because you're not picking up so much of it in the first place, but it doesn't stop the surface being wet.
No, agreed. And like you say, is that it's back to that horribly hard and sometimes nigh on vertical, horizontal even, rain. It's ironic just seen on the footage as they go along Lakeside is that in the background we saw the lake and it looked about the same as the circuit.
Yeah, the circuit almost more reflective than the lake at this stage, which is quite impressive. 16 Graves Motorsport, they've just come past me, so good to see they're back to racing speed again, and they're actually just ahead of the 8-on circuit now. That's TCS, who of course have had their own expeditions throughout the course of this one. Then we get a few cars who actually are running for position. Firstly, your race leader, that's Catastrophe, Adam Bonham, the 112, still looking good at Knickerbrook on this time of asking, and crucially, keeping it tidy. The car's not sideways, it's not lurking forwards on the brakes or sliding around on the throttle. It's just sitting there, comfortable, and staying out of trouble in what is a very treacherous phase of the race.
It really is, without question. And, you know, we've got driver changes, let's not forget, that are happening where it's their first time venturing out in these conditions. Their conditions were not anything like this at any other part during the day. The drivers jumping out, I'm sure, will be feeding something back to let them know. We've got Endurance, the 69 car, trying to make a move on. Is that the 126 that was just ahead of it? It is, isn't it? Now, that means the Samprini racing car that was between them has gone backwards, presumably.
Enduro Motorsport, that's Marcus Cotton back behind the wheel.
Oh, is it? There
so
we go.
He's showing a little bit more intention, if you like, behind the wheel in an attempt to make progress forwards, get himself some clean air. That's why potentially he was aggressive in the first place, showing Milner the grass, and it's why he's now attempting to make a pass through on the 126.
Okay, that makes sense, which means he's already got past the 27 car, so he's going to have moved up one, possibly two places. And I'm just trying to catch up with who's where, because now the spray is such on the start-finish straight that it's difficult for me to see the colours. Right, it has now got past the 126, has Marcus Clutton, unsurprisingly, so that puts him up two places into 12th. His next target, though, will be the number 2 NJM racing car, number 11, but that's a further 9 seconds down the road. However, he is lapping, let's have a look, Clutton, oh actually no, because the cars ahead of him are going very quick now as well. We're getting a lot of greens put in, aren't we?
LDR Performance Tuning, and I think it might have been Castrat Racing finding their way off onto the grass exit of Cascades, both on their own, both just taking way too much speed in and dropping the rear, showing just how wet it is there at what is ultimately the lowest point on the circuit, so a bit of water may be gathering.
And yet, I don't know whether it's just the calibre of drivers that have maybe jumped in or what, because we're getting personal best lap times, and they're not far from the fastest lap of the race, which was done by Kahuna's race team 333, right back on lap 7, a 2:32.6, whereas now we're seeing 2:33.1. So we're getting closer to that fastest outright lap record, and yet the conditions must be worse than back on lap 7, surely.
They are considerably worse than on lap 7. I think you're right. Some of these drivers now, they're the names we would expect to go out with the objective of winning their race for the team, putting in that special stint. We've got Adam Bonham in there, who was right up there in qualifying. We've got Jonathan Ogden, who was right up there. Marcus Clutton's out there. Dominic Jackson. These are all names that we expect to be winning races in various series across UK Motorsport. They're all out there in Ford cars right now. Marcus Clutton's right in front of me at Knickerbrook. He's made progress through on LDR Performance Tuning. Who are still losing the rear for what would have been the second time in the lap, but somehow he's gathered that one up.
So even the best drivers get a little bit Toadie's wild ride on us occasionally then?
They do. It's a tricky situation here because the front seems to have a lot of grip for the Ford car. presumably because the engine's on top of it, giving that bit more weight down into the circuit. The rear, on the other hand, doesn't have much weight over it at all. So as soon as that starts to go, the only chance you've got to pull it back is by flooring it and taking the front back round to it, which of course means that you're then wide of the apex, wide and potentially into an exit curve, which is just going to give you the same problem all over again.
Interesting one just about to go past you is our race leader, 1-1 True, the Burgundy Catastrophe car, is about to possibly put a lap on number 8 TCS Motorsport, which will put them a lap behind.
It's already done it by the time they're at Cascades, yeah.
Wow. Well, it just goes to show you that it's such a mixed bag, isn't it, where some have possibly jumped into their... So the 49 car, you said that had a moment, didn't you?
That's 49 did, yeah.
Yeah, lost 7 places, so... that means that 69 is up to 11th now. But yeah, some of them we've got the better drivers jumping in, some of them it might go the other way. And that's where this whole thing swings backwards and forwards, and we're really going to know nothing until the last, I don't know, I'm trying to think now, is it the last hour? I think it was less than that, isn't it? Last half hour or something before we really start getting a true picture of everything.
It depends a little bit on the circuit, but yeah, somewhere around half hour, 45 minutes to go, that's when we'll get a picture of what everything looks like again. The impressive thing for me, and I can't help but watch him, is Marcus Cottonautic on circuit right now. The car is fidgeting and dancing around. Do you remember what we saw from Declan Lee in the Mazdas?
Yes.
It's like that in the Ford at the moment, which is absolutely incredible. Everybody else, there's maybe a slide and then they correct it and they're on their way, or it's a slight drift through a corner. For Marcus, it's fidgeting under brakes, which is the big difference for him. So it's constantly just a little bit dancing, a little bit floaty for him. Then it gathers up and it's into the corner. Similar to what we'd expect from almost a motorbike, if you like, where the tail's switching around, and then as you turn the steering wheel in, it gets itself in line and grips up, which is absolutely stunning from him at the wheel of 69.
Got to say that this weather now is probably at about its worst. The amount of spray that's coming up is that you think they're not that far away from hitting some aquaplane spots potentially, and certainly. I mean, the good news with these circuits, they're designed to sort of drain the water away sufficiently, aren't they? But there's one or two standing water places. Thankfully, we don't seem to get at Oulton Park any of the dreaded rivers that run along. Occasionally, I've seen at your neck of the woods, just down to gravity more than anything else. But I think these days we kind of just about get away with it. But the standing water coming up off these tyres is quite staggering, and they're having to apply the brakes very early into Old Hall in front of me here, just to make sure that it doesn't cause them a problem.
I reckon gravity is going to be the big factor here. You'll be spot on with that, because this track has a lot of elevation change. It's one of the things that makes it so brilliant, but of course the knock-on of that is that it cascades where you're normally compressing and gaining grip. There's going to be more water there because it's at the bottom of the hill. Where you're on the brakes for Hislops, right where you want to turn in, that's the bottom of the hill. There's going to be water, and in turn, out of bottom of the hill. The one I'm curious about, and I can't see, is the bottom of the banking at Shell Oils there, because of course that's a full gradient, and I suspect it'll be draining towards the inside of the corner, which is exactly where you want to put the car.
Yeah, into the pits has come 2 cars, the Graves number 16 and another one that's from a bit further back, number 24. Now, the Graves Motorsport one might not be for healthy reasons. Incidentally, by the way, we've still not seen 77 Racing back out again, I'm afraid to say, so that damage presumably was just a bit too bad for them. I would now say it's not just the spray hanging in the air that's hard to look into the distance through, but actually the amount of physical rain coming down is sort of hazing the view ahead of us.
That's definitely the case for us, and I can only imagine what it's like with it hitting the windscreen, of course, because every time a drop hits the windscreen, you'll experience this in your road car. It creates this ripple effect out that's, what, maybe a centimetre wide, a centimetre and a half. That happens 60 times across your windscreen. The whole thing's covered until the wiper gets back to it, and the wiper can only go so fast.
Yeah, absolutely, let alone the challenges that we get in conditions like this with steaming up and whatever else.
I noticed less windows are open now than we had at the start of the race.
But I mean, the weird thing is that goes to show just how wet it is that they're having to do that. But you know, you've then got the heat that you were talking about in there. You've got the misting that I was talking about there. That suddenly becomes more of an issue. Team managers for cars 5 and 69 to race control. So that's Wolf Racing in number 5 and the number 69. That's Enduro Motorsport. Marcus Clutton behind the wheel of that car now. But their team manager's got to go and have a word and see if they've be naughty boys for anything, and we haven't seen any penalties applied for any of these team managers called yet, have we? As far as I recall, no.
Emphasis on the yet, because
Yeah, well,
I suspect it's a matter of time. Particularly that those two have been quite aggressive of late, because as a result of their strategies, both the 5 and the 69 have had to cut through a lot of traffic. At various stages they've encountered each other, so I'm sure there's been a little bit of argy-bargy where it's been out of our sight.
Agreed. Top 4 have gone across and completed 39 laps. We've also had team manager for car 11 has been called into the pits. The 11/10th Racing sat there in 19th place. The top 4 are fairly close, not necessarily Catastrophe, that's pulled away, but their backwards are fairly close. 333 is under pressure now. Perkins has got Holman at the wheel of the 192 Race Logic car, closing in on him quite dramatically. In fact, you're going to see them coming down the avenue right now. You'll see the V of Race Logic closing in on the car ahead of it.
It is indeed closing in all the time. Not close enough to consider a move into Cascades, but definitely less space between them than there was a lap or 2 ago. They'll get out of that one. That Race Logic machine is another one that's just beginning to dance a little bit, if you like. The 192 with Jonathan Holman behind the wheel. Not quite as much dancing as there has been for Marcus Clutton, but I think the only other driver that's got it on edge under braking like that, they'll be attempting to make progress. LDR Pro Machine, I think that's the 3rd lap in a row they've gone off at Cascades now. This time straight on and understeering off the road into the Foster's Loop, and they'll rejoin momentarily.
Another one that lost 4 place on that last one was the number 3 car, Wingat Racing. So, and that has enabled the Enduro Motorsport. Marcus Clutton's made up for. So Marcus Clutton in the Enduro Motorsport up into 7th place now. That now puts it, most importantly, Tom, as the lead 2 stopping. It's moved ahead of Axiometrics, the number 18 car.
That's, as you mentioned, big change, if you like, because those are the guys on 1 stop to go. Marcus Clutton also passing Dominic Jackson, so 2 of the top drivers in this series. K&F Racing going slowly at Cascades. That's the car which rolled some time ago. Here comes Marcus Clutton, now attempting to put a move on the Race Logic machine, which has been catching the treble 3 on the road as well. Marcus looking racy as ever, looking in control, but not looking to push anything. I wonder if he's just had a signal from the pit wall saying, just calm down a little bit. You've got time to make these overtakes. There's still 3 hours to go.
No, I don't think that they get to tell Marcus anything, let's be honest.
They can try.
Yeah, he's the experienced one, isn't he? Let's be fair. But those 3 are together in a great fight there. So that is 5th, 6th and 7th. The 333 Kahunas Racing, Perkins at the wheel in 5th place at the head of that trio. The Flying V that you see just behind is the Race Logic. Holman at the wheel of 192 is looking up the inside as they get towards Lodge. That looks like that's signed, sealed and delivered. It is indeed. And I was about to say a good job by the 333 trying to come across and close off Marcus Clutton, but not a chance. As soon as Clutton's got a sniff of blood, he's going to go for it, and he's moved up a place. So 2 places lost for Kahuna's race team. So up into 5th goes Race Logic, and up into 6th now goes 69 Enduro Motorsport. And already you just get the sense, oh, mind you, you just see that wet, is that Marcus Clutton did wash out ever so slightly as he got in towards Old Hall. But it doesn't seem to have compromised him. Down towards you he comes, ready for another place.
He is. He's sizing up the Race Logic machine now. To the inside of Cascades he'll go, because Race Logic is way out wide. Somehow they managed to keep it off the grass, but it means they're late getting back on the throttle. Marcus will be thinking about this, but in the end, doesn't quite have the overlap, I don't think. So well held, it should be said, from Holman at the wheel of the 192. Around goes Pro-Am Racing at Cascades this time. That one's slightly more impactful than the others because they've been in the hunt for the top positions. Of course, once the strategy plays out, we'll find out whether that's going to be costly or not.
Yeah, they sat in 12 at the moment. I thought something had happened because as we were watching this great fight of Marcus Clutton trying to close in on Holman in the Race Logic car, we suddenly got the green lights flashing, and it's like, well, that normally means there's a yellow behind us. Talking about behind them is there's also a great fight between the Kahuna's race team now under pressure from Axiometrics. So the number 18 car, we got side by side now. Marcus Clutton's going to get the power on coming out of Britain's chicane over Hilltop towards you. You're going to see him first.
He's in the middle of the road here, which says you can go for the dive down the inside if you want, but it's going to be even more difficult than usual. To which the Race Logic car says, do you know what? I don't think it's worth that one. So he'll tuck in behind Marcus Clutton. Marcus takes a big splash on the apex curb in the second part of his laps. Now Marcus attacks Nico Brook, gets the car rotated, gets back on the power, and he'll attempt to accelerate away. The question now for Holman is, Marcus wasn't a huge amount quicker, so can you stick with him? Can you make use of that slipstream?
Yeah, I mean, that was a good move by Clutton to get past the Race Logic car at Britain's and splashing through the puddles as they go under the trees there towards the Druid's right-hander, trying desperately to stretch his legs. And he's now got a big gap to make up if he's to go any further. Best part of 21 seconds is a song there as well. But I'm not going to do it. Don't do it.
Go on.
21 seconds to go.
You can't help yourself.
I can't. I'd started, so I'll finish. But even Barry Welch just went, what? He's dancing now. Yeah, we're talking about Marcus Clutton dancing. We've got the director in here dancing as well. That's what my commentary does. It pushes people to that. But he's up into 5th position. In fairness, actually, he's only got 16.8 seconds to make up on the crew ahead, and he's making it up at about 2 seconds a lap.
That is an astonishing rate, really, isn't it?
How do they do this? These drivers that, you know, let's be honest, the majority of drivers out there now are good. Marcus Clutton, fine, you drop him in a McLaren or a Mercedes or whatever, and we know he's amazing and he does fantastic things. He's now out there in an identical Ford KA or Ford car, and he's still able to just pedal that thing ridiculously quick and pass them at will.
It's the innate feel, isn't it? There's just something about knowing where the limit of the grip is. Everybody else gets to that point where it's about to start dancing and goes, oh, hang on, I can feel it's about to start sliding. That's probably the limit, and it will slide off the road. Whereas Marcus goes, that's where I want the car to be. Yeah. And he finds that extra tenth there, half a tenth there, and it adds up over the course of a lap. When you just put that car 1% closer to the edge, and that's all it is. It's a tiny, tiny margin that over a whole lap can make quite a big difference in time.
Into the pits has come the 49 LDR Performance Tuning car. Godbold was at the wheel. We've got a yellow flag down here, and that's because the number 60 car went very wide at Old Hall. Not the first, not the last that's done that, but the good news is he kept it away from the barriers. But yes, that 49 car into the pits, and that's the one that you said has had a couple of moments recently, hasn't it? But hopefully they can just make this change now, settle everything back down again, make sure there's nothing wrong with the car and get it back out there again. Talking about the likes of Marcus Clutton, it's one of the things I have great pleasure of covering top-level GT racing from the commentary box numerous times throughout a year, both here and abroad. And I absolutely love watching when you've got the quote-unquote AM drivers, which feels unfair to call them that these days, some of them are so blooming quick, but the pros that are with them spend most of their effort working on their AM driver because they realise that at best they can make up hundredths on their lap times, but on their AM they can start making up full-blown seconds.
Yeah.
And I love that whole fact. It's so insightful, isn't it?
It is absolutely remarkable, and you're right about the phrasing of the word AM almost being a bit old-fashioned at this stage, because you take somebody like Morgan Tilbrook, who drives with Marcus Clutton, or maybe Ian Loggie's another example. They're not amateurs. They would crush
Simon Orange,
quite a reasonable percentage of professional drivers.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I guess we can't argue with it because it's factually correct, isn't it? Am as in amateur, they are. They're not making their living from racing, and that is the literal description from it. But it used to be that it was the phrase we don't use anymore, or I try not to, because I think it's the wrong line, is gentleman racer. Obviously it's got a chauvinistic tone to it, which is not what we want, but that was kind of, you just knew that it was someone that's being successful in business. They got a car, they've gone out and they're having a pedal around. Well, nowadays the level of them is just incredible, to be fair.
It is remarkable, and you take Ian Loggie, for example. He's been racing in all sorts this year. He's got to the end of the year. He's competing for the championship in all of them. And in some of that's against the so-called pro drivers, you know, in various series as well, which is absolutely remarkable that he's able to do that. And then you stick him in whatever it is, GT Cup, British GT, something along those lines. And don't get me wrong, he's very quick, but he's not standing out compared to Morgan Tilbrook or Simon Orange. They are absolutely there with him, which shows the quality of these fields.
Agreed.
And in turn, the quality of somebody like Marcus Clutton, who's got an extra second on top of that.
Yeah, it does, and I just love watching him jump in a car like this, a Ford car, and still just being so incredibly quick. Now, don't get me wrong, he's not put the fastest lap of the race on, but that's largely down to the conditions, which I've suddenly spotted have lightened. The rain has lightened.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I'm trying my best, mate. I'm trying to help you.
The other factor in here is that Marcus Clutton has been making overtakes on almost every single lap. The next one for him is going to be against TCS. He set up a wonderful switchback manoeuvre for Nico Brook. Just slides underneath. Before you know it, he's alongside. He's got his front wheel ahead. He's got his door ahead. And at the very least, he'll have the inside for Druids, rather, which will complete the move.
Fair shout. Just quickly catching up to see where the comments that are coming in. Dark says rain coming down a lot heavier now over Cascades. Apologies, Dark. I think I missed that. That was a little while ago. And Caroline says can't have an enduro car without rain. Is that fair comment?
I reckon about half the races have rain.
Really?
I genuinely think it could be that high. The places that they race and the times of year that we go there's a lot of rain in this series.
This is an interesting one. Thanks, Adam Crossfire. He's put crazy how wet it is. I'm only 15 minutes down the road in Sambat, and it's almost dry here. That's quite incredible. And Caroline's actually put, looks like it should lighten from weather radar, but you never know. I agree, Caroline, and it does have that feel that the rain is getting a little bit lighter, and that will change. Now, of course, we don't have any of this nonsense of suddenly changing into slicks or anything like that. There's nothing. The only thing I asked the Graves boys, what do they do? Can they do in these cars? And it's nothing more than changing the tyre pressures. That's it. He said you can change the dampers on the rear, but you would only do that if a driver was really uncomfortable with the conditions. Otherwise, you wouldn't bother touching that. It would just be tyre pressures.
And that's all you need. That's one of the magnificent things about this series. Once you've got that base car built, you don't have to go fiddling with it all the time, which means that all the cars are inherently not exactly equal. There will be some where the tyre pressure is slightly better than the tyre pressure in another, but they're as close to it as you're ever going to get, realistically. Another one off the road at Cascades with the classic oversteer, just too much speed into the apex moment, and they'll get that one back on the road, no worries at all. But I think that's kind of the point of the series, if you like, that you don't really have to change much at all.
No, and I agree, and it means that, I mean, there's plenty of arrive and drives that are available here with teams that are already set up, but you could potentially get yourself a car. Now, quickly into the pits comes the number 60 car. Now that one had the off at Old Hall, the Tango and Crash keys at the wheel. 21st that car sits at the moment, but they've made their pit stop. That's their second stop that they're making now. We're over that 3 hour mark, 2 hour mark, 3 hours left. And just to give you a quick rundown on that one, and sorry, Darks also asked the question, do they run road legal tyres? Absolutely they do. That is all they're allowed, isn't it, Tom?
It is, yes. It's a good tyre, but it is a road legal tyre. It's a treaded tyre.
Yeah, exactly. So they don't tend to particularly mess about them. Same as they won't Sorry, I was just suddenly looking at something there that came through on an email. Yeah, they don't. I don't think they change tyres at all, do they, over the course of a 5 hour race?
We used to see it happen more than it does now. We used to see, particularly on the fronts, a change being done, whereas now the teams have realised that it's actually better to conserve them a little bit. So we are not expecting to see tyre changes today. Anything from 6 hours upwards, you can make an argument. So say we did 6 hours at Silverstone where the front left takes a pounding, you could make an argument to make one tyre change on the front left. At the 12 hours, of course, we saw some tyre changes there, and on any 24 events that this series does in the future, then it becomes a much bigger factor.
Fine, that makes sense. Well, I'm just going to try and see whether I can give you what the rundown was, because TSL do a sort of an hourly bulletin, don't they? So let me just have a look and see whether we've got that. I have no idea whether it's definitely here.
Shine Automotive, another one to fall foul of Cascades. This is becoming increasingly often. I reckon once every minute or so, somebody is either carrying too much speed in and oversteering off the road, or hooking up the line a bit too tight, hitting what I reckon is a puddle on the inside and then understeering off the road after a moment of aquaplaning.
Oh, crikey. And yet that's in where we had said that we thought the weather was getting a little bit. I say we, I'm dragging you down there with me, aren't I?
I've had absolutely no involvement in this. I'd like to distance myself from this comment because I'll be honest, here at Nickenbrook it doesn't feel like the weather's getting any better.
No. Hey, listen, I figured that if I talk positive mental attitude, isn't it, mate?
Positive mental attitude. Delusional, another phrase for that, potentially.
Very, very probably. Right, so here we go. The classification at 2 hours, 112 Catastrophe ahead of the 747 car of La Motorsport, Adam Bonham and Jordan Bannon at the wheels of those cars respectively. Third, number 81 GM Performance, 65 Autotech Motorsport, 69 Enduro Motorsport in fifth place. Sixth is the 192 Race Logic, 333 Kahuna's race team in seventh place. Eighth is the Axiometrics number 18. Number 2 NJM Racing in ninth. 10th is number 3 Wingat Racing. Safety car is out.
It is, and it's because we have another car off at Cascades, this time in the gravel trap and on its door.
Oh, really?
So wheels in the air on that one. I didn't see the incident itself. I can't quite make out who that is at this stage, so we shall await to see that one. But yeah, safety car deployed so that we can do something about the stranded machine.
Okay, yeah, I can't see that on the CCTV version of Cascades. I did see something on the camera, but I don't think we necessarily saw it. I was busy trying to get through the updates. We try to do the hourly, don't we, wherever possible. While that's happening and settling down, let's just have a look. Oh, by the way, Catastrophe and La Motorsport, the top two, are into the pits. Third place GM Performance stays out, number 81, but 65 Autotech do come in. Then Enduro Motorsport and Race Logic in 5th and 6th, 69 and 192, they've stayed out. So that's a mixed bag of who's doing what with this safety car at the moment. In terms of, I won't necessarily run through absolutely everybody. The ones that were on the lead lap were down to 14th place, which is the 126 Glory car that is sat in 14th place. Though that was on the lead lap, although that might not be a fair representation because it literally snapshots it, doesn't it? Is that 1 hour mark? Sorry, 2 hour mark in this instance. So
the driver is out of the car and walking about, I'd like to confirm, at Cascades. It's the number 5 Wolf Motorsport machine.
Oh, is it really?
So driver is out of that one. Car is still on its side, so we've not got recovery anywhere near underway for that one. But driver is walking away, helmet off, and looks healthy.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that was probably one of those ones that has gone into the gravel quite early at Cascades, isn't it?
It is. I think that's got to be contact, partially from the body language of the driver and mostly from where that car is positioned. We've seen the oversteer moments take them much further around the corner. That looks as if he's gone to turn in and somebody's clipped the rear corner.
Right, safety car's just gone out now, and I think what all confused all of that is at which point he should come out because the leaders were coming into the pit lane, and the first car he's picked up is actually the number 1 Burton Power Racing, which is not the first car we want behind the safety car in this instance. But Catastrophe 112 just making its way back down the pit lane. That is going to be heading out onto the circuit, but as you can imagine, it is a very busy pit lane here, to say the least.
There is a chance that Catastrophe actually managed to maintain the lead, having completed their second pit stop here, because a couple of the potential people to take it from them also came in for a stop, which would be a handy benefit.
I would say La Motorsport jumped them, I think. I don't know, the 747, 55.7, Catastrophe 221, yeah, La Motorsport has jumped them because they both came in from first and second respectively. So yes, it's lost the position to that car that pitted at the same time. GM Performance stayed out. Autotech 65 came in and interestingly is still in, so they're going with a long stop this time. But like you said, is that we're getting, you know, these big changes. Now, interestingly, the team manager for Car 5 has been being called to race control for ages. It's been flashing on the TSL screen, which they should see, they should know. They haven't gone, presumably, by the fact that it's staying up there on the screen, and then that one's gone and put itself on its side. So, not really an ideal time for the number 5 car, is it?
No, not particularly. They'll go to race control, be handed a 5-second penalty for what is a car that, well, we've not seen the full extent of the damage, but from what I can see, I don't see it rejoining the race. There's a lot of, dish-shaped panels, let's say, on the right-hand side of the car where it's landed in the gravel. It's looking ever so slightly squinty, and it's going to require a lift rather than a tow.
Okay, fair enough. Well, certainly the message is still coming in on the live feed on YouTube. Please do keep them in. It's great to see you all watching. Caroline actually picked up on where I answered Dark that said, do they run road legal tyres? And I said yes. Caroline said they run Toyo Proxys R888Rs this year, to be precise. The Mini Seb says, I'm still here from the start. Good man, I knew you would be. And as Oulton Park being my local track, being only 15 minutes away, it's nuts seeing how wet it is. There's supposed to be a heat wave tomorrow, apparently.
Well, I'll take your word for it tomorrow.
Exactly. And Dark confirmed car looked to roll, and I think that's because that's where Dark is watching from that sort of neck of the woods. So yes, that
yes, Dark in their car, I believe, sheltering from the rain, but as such has a good view of Cascades.
Yes, absolutely. So all of these pit stops are carrying on.
Tell you what, if you're listening on the live stream, give us a flash of the headlights. That's maybe a good way to try and identify. Normally we go for a wave of the Brawleys, but as some cars get waved through, that'll be Burton Power, in addition to Cash Strapped getting waved through, and one of the, I think that's Catastrophe getting waved. So safety car letting lapped cars by so it can pick up the race leader.
Yeah, because it did sort of end up having to be scrambled at tricky time there, and it just needs to get itself sorted, which I'm sure they'll do before the safety car comes in. So even if the situation gets cleared up, they'll need to just wait for the race to be back where it needs to be.
I tell you what, I cannot believe that the number 5 Wolf Motorsport machine unrolled from the gravel, towed out, looking very much worse for wear. But it is now returning to the pits under its own steam, cuts through the Foster's loop, and is driving with the driver back to the pits. That is absolutely astonishing. These things must be made out of titanium, I reckon, rather than the sort of plastic body shells that they had at various points.
Yeah, they very impressive on that front. Out goes the number 3 Wingat Racing. That one came up through the order nicely, albeit a little moment that put it a bit further back at one point. I think it lost 4 places on one lap. Danny Mountford said driver should jump back in. Yep, I believe it has. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when it comes back through here. Here comes the safety car. Wait and see who he's got behind him. It is now the race leader, Enduro Motorsport. So great job by the safety car crew. They've managed to pick up what for them probably just looks like a set of headlights. So the crew having to look and work out who is who, radios letting them know, the whole team doing a fantastic job here to keep everybody updated. Enduro Motorsport followed by 192 Race Logic. So Marcus Clutton now finds himself in the lead of this race behind the safety car, which is where he started, did it? Yes, it did, behind the safety car, and then decided to come straight into the pits, and suddenly they got the deja vu. There he is, sat behind the safety car in the lead of the race.
So the strategy playing out exactly as Enduro Motorsport hoped it would. They've got 2 stops done. Well, the first one was free. They've got their quickest driver in Marcus Clutton about to attack a whole group of free air. Fantastic for them. The question is going to be what happens with, for example, Pro-Am Racing, who have actually reached their mandatory pit stop count of 3. They'll have to make another one before the end in order to make it to the end. But that gives them more freedom than is given to the likes of Enduro Motorsport or Axiometrics.com, who followed their strategy.
Yeah, agreed. Into the pits comes that Wolf Motorsport car. Let's have a look and see. So we may well have this on the stream at some point. Now it's indicating they're showing that's going to go straight into the garage. It's looking a bit drunk at the front, isn't it? That's for sure. But it is into the pits, very dirty, but that's understandable. If that's been side on in the gravel, it's no wonder. But fingers crossed, that looked like they should be able to get that sorted, even just down to the fact that it drove in. They'll need to make sure it's completely safe. Good to see on the comments coming in. Sam Strong, my good friend from Stone's Throw from Brands Hatch Circuit, great racing driver, and he runs other cars as well, as and when necessary, and a very, very good friend over the last however many years it's been now. Here as always, Dorsey, good man. Come on, Wolf Motorsport. So he's cheering on Wolf Motorsport, and Caroline's responded to that, saying there's no stopping Wolf. Lots of lovely people at that team as well, and I have a suspicion they will get that car back out again before too long.
We've got a rotation of the marshals here down at Knucklebrooke. We've across in the dry of the hut, swapping with the people who are on my side of the woods to make sure that everybody gets wet, I think is the takeaway there. No, that the folk who are wet get a shot at the dry as well. So nice little effort there behind the safety car to ensure that the Marshall experience is as good as it can be given the conditions.
Well, the message for Car 5 has just grown on TSL now. They've ignored it for absolutely ages. We already had team manager for Car 5 to go to race control. We've now got Stuart Kinner and team manager Car 5 to race control. Stuart Kinner being one of the drivers of that number 5 Wolf Motorsport car. So potentially from bad to worse, and or they're just going, look, will someone come and speak to us?
They're just increasing their odds by getting everybody right.
Could be. I'm assuming that, yeah, the weather's not bad absolutely everywhere, because my wife and daughter have gone paddleboarding down our neck of the wood, Swindon area. I can assure you they wouldn't go out paddleboarding in this weather. They're fair weather paddleboarders.
Well, you're likely to get wet anyway, right?
That's true. It's true, but they just wouldn't. They just wouldn't. Even with the wind, would probably the worst. Safety car lights are out. Enduro Motorsport are going to bring this race back underway very shortly, and already you can tell that the 192 Race Logic car, Holman's chomping at the bit to get going. Right behind them as well is Axiometrics number 18. And round they come, and it looks like Marcus Clutton's got just about a little bit of a jump there. He slowed down enough to force the other two to be right on his bumper, and as he came out over Deerleap, he was gone. He's out of there. But in fairness, the two chasing him haven't dropped too far back. Then there's a gap before we get to the 46 car, Milner, that will be the next one. So, but coming down to you, the top three largely together.
They are. It's Enduro Motorsport, maybe a little bit of a breakaway from Race Logic, then Axiometrics.com. It's really Axiometrics.com and Enduro Motorsport we want to keep our eye on, because they are on the same strategy. Race Logic still with 2 stops to make in the remaining 2 hours and 40 minutes. Everybody else carries their way through. No overtakes or brash manoeuvres so far on this resuming lap. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to come at the likes of Britain's or his laps further round the circuit.
Well, at the moment they're down, just turning into Shell oils at the moment, and it's sort of fairly equidistant between those top three. Not massive margins, but means that no one's under any undue pressure as it stands at the moment, so they were making their way there. Still, we've got more of this pack that were probably waved through from behind the safety car that are making their way across the line at the moment. That includes the Catastrophe that's down in 11th place, 112, so they're going to be hoping to make their way up. The Burton Power Racing, that really hasn't gone to plan for them, has it really, this sort of middle stint of the race?
No, the stop for them was too long, and it left them vulnerable to other safety cars not falling their way, is the reality of it. A huge splash from the Race Logic cars. They hooked up an apex there on the inside of the second part of Britain's. That leaves them a little bit vulnerable because they had to wait until the car was back on the surface once more rather than riding over the water. Axiometrics.com closed the gap. They won't be able to go for the overtake. Is anybody else going to consider it down in towards Hislops? The answer at this stage is no. They're all getting a feel for the conditions again, because there is a lot of standing water now, particularly on that change of direction from right to left.
Yeah, I think me and Caroline have got it drastically wrong where we said it was clearing up, didn't we? It's got worse again now.
Don't drag Caroline down with you.
I am. She said it too, so I'm not going alone. You're coming with me on this one, Caroline. It's you and me.
She's done absolutely nothing wrong. It's our job to know. She's just being nice.
Yeah. Hey.
We're not necessarily good at our job, but it is our job to know.
You protector, you. Misty Racing is heading back out again after quite a long pit stop. Goblin Racing actually says, looking forward to getting out in these towards the end of next year with 3 generations from the same family. How cool will that be?
That would be stunning, wouldn't it? That's a proper go at it.
Absolutely. Well, interestingly, and I missed this about 4 laps ago, is that Marcus Clutton put in a new fastest lap of the race, 2:31.579. That was like 2 seconds off of what was the previous fastest lap of the race, so a really, really staggering lap there. He's now pulled out 3 seconds clear already.
I have absolutely no idea how he's done that.
Caroline has said, okay, I'll go down with you. I did look at the radar though. So she's blaming the radar, I'm just blaming me. Oh, and we've got a spin coming out of Old Hall. But it's just about going to miss the barriers, get it stopped there. It sort of spun round and kept going towards the infield, and that was the number 2 car.
Please excuse me, I've got a little tickle in my throat at the moment, so I'll just put a vocal zone in, so hopefully that will sort that out. But bless you, Caroline, I'm only joking. I know that we were trying our best.
It is definitely heavier at Knickabrook than it was 10 minutes ago. The rain is coming down and it's returning to that horizontal style as well that we had about half an hour ago from now. The big patch to watch for is the Hislop chicane for me now. There's obvious standing water across the width of the road when you turn right, and that maintains as you're attempting to get the direction change back to left. It then dries up a little bit in that the surface is wet, but it's not standing on top of that but as you run towards Knickabrook. So hopefully it grips up, but of course it makes overtaking all the more difficult at Hislops.
I was just watching, I think it was possibly the 51 car, one of many that are finding it so loose and slippy coming into and through Britain's. And in fact, we just got to change a position in front of you there.
We have, that's Pro-Am Racing, finding track position, but not on the timing screen because they're actually a lap ahead now of Autotech Motorsport.
That's what confused me earlier when that silver car went through. I think I thought that was Milner or it was up there, and of course no, it's not, is it? Autotech with the pit stops, that's changed that one down a little bit.
Yes, they've fallen foul of similar things to Burton Power actually, whereby they left themselves vulnerable to another safety car. The safety car happened and they're a lap down as a consequence of it.
Dark's asked a question: when a car is indicating on the right hand side of the circuit, is that a slow moving vehicle or a vehicle under blue flag? It will, and it doesn't matter which side, is that they'll decide what it is. They'll indicate if they decide that they want to let the faster cars through, and it could be a blue flag. It might just be that they've decided that they know that they're a little bit slower and they're having their own race and they're amateurs, or they're finding their feet. There's a lot of yellow cross or black crosses on the yellow background out there.
3 wide in towards Hislops, Burton Power in the middle, they'll back out of that one. On the outside was actually, I reckon, the Catastrophe car. They were both done by the 114, which swept towards the apex. KM Racing doing a fantastic move. They've done 2 in 1 there as they run up Clay Hill. Yeah, the indicator shows that they're going to get out of the way, because the default is to hold your line and other people will find a way past you if they're quicker and want to put a lap on you. So if you decide, do you know what, I'd rather not have somebody right on my bumper, then you put on the indicator just to give that little bit of warning, same way you would on the road.
Yeah, because normally, as you say, is that the rule is expect the back marker ahead of you, the slower car ahead of you, to be sticking to the racing line. That means you know what they're going to do. It's your job to go off the racing line and get round them. But if, as you say, if they decide, no, I'm jumping out of the way and let you carry on, you're just letting them know. It's not like track days where you have to be on a particular side of the circuit or anything. It's just crack on. Great to see we've got a message in as well for Andrew Wycherley from the safety car. Oh, we've got the 22 car is off.
That's AFK Racing at Cascades.
That is at Cascades, is it?
And they could be
That's
due
in the
another
gravel.
safety car for that, because it's dug into the gravel again.
It will be. I can see it on the static camera as well, that's just come straight on down by the looks of it. That's a more typical lose down at the bottom of the hill, isn't it, to be honest? Talking of safety car, they'll get busy again. Thanks to Andrew Wycherley for dropping this in. So from the safety car, race control, tell us where the leader is and how many to let past. We can just about see the little numbers on the windshield in the mirrors. So that gives us an insight, because I raised that point, didn't I, is that all they'd be seeing is these headlights behind them, and they do an amazing job. So it is race control that tell them where the leader is, how many cars to let pass. So they literally count them down, and then they can just about see the little numbers on their windshield, which as they come past us now, you can see that they do have those bright yellow numbers on the top right as we look at it of the windshield, and that's what they can just about see.
I do reckon he's playing it down a little bit though, as safety car is deployed. The marshals gave it a go at pushing the 22 car out by hand, but it's simply not quite going to work, so we'll need a circuit vehicle out to assist with that one. But yes, I think the safety car drivers, of course, they get a lot of practice. If you and I were in that car trying to identify them, I think it would be absolute chaos. I genuinely think he's playing that down a little bit. It must be very difficult.
Agreed. Into the pits has come the second place car, Race Logic. So 192 is into the pits for its second stop. Remember, Axiometrics and Enduro Motorsport have already made 2. We need to do a minimum of 3. We are nearly at half race distance. So we've still got 2 hours 32 left on the clock of this 5-hour race. So we're getting close to that half race distance, which just seems incredible because so much has happened. It kind of almost feels like it would be more than that, because we've just
so much has been going on.
I would like to know the total miles driven by the safety car. That's a statistic I quite like TSL to go dragging for if they had time, which they won't. But it's the sort of thing that would be very interesting to know, isn't it? Because what's this? Is this our 6th safety car period? Our 7th one? It's up there, right?
Well, we get some stats. It's not on the online version, but we can see how many times there's been safety, how many laps behind the safety car. Safety car, here we go. So 7 times, this is the 7th safety car, and a total of 14 laps. So 14 laps under the safety car already, and a green for 37. So there you go, that gives you a bit of that information. You can do the maths now, can't you?
Well,
You brought it up, you started it.
Well, no.
There you go, and Andrew Witchley does say it's on stats on TSL. I found it, I knew it was there. Tom Farrell says, been looking at buying or building a car since the official E-Series, hoping to be on track next year. Do it, Tom. It would be great to commentate on you out here in this EnduroKA series. It just looks so much fun. I really love that whole idea, and so much is being brought into this endurance racing with multiple drivers, isn't it? That your teamwork, your tactics, your spirit in the garage, and everything like that, as well as plenty of time on track as well.
It is a fantastic series, like you say, and well, you commented on it. I think if you were to pick one series in the UK to do, this might be the one that you go for.
I think so. I mean, admittedly, that is because I'm there kind of going, look, I don't, especially as I'm normally paid to be here rather than paying to be here, and my wife prefers it that way. I get less trouble, but for now. But the reality is that I don't want to do a whole championship, so I'm more, me personally, I'd be looking at a series, and then I just think, well, I doubt I'm very good. I don't know, but I doubt I'm very good, so I would love to just be in something that's fun and not excessively serious.
I think we need a commentators team, but crucially we can't invite Mark Werrell because 1, he'll show us up, and 2, I think he'll be quite annoyed about how slow we are.
He would. He's already. So many people have said they want me and Mark Werrell to race together, and he's gone, not on your life, because I'm good. Well, he hasn't said I'm good. We know that Mark Werrell's good. To be fair, he's already raced in these twice this year, and he's done a few other bits and pieces, and he's a quick peddler, to say the least. And I just genuinely have no idea how quick I'd be. I want to get the opportunity to go out and sort of like even drive one on a lap on a test day or something, but well, I need to work out there. So next year could well be the get the race license and the hands device and the overalls and fireproofs and all that sort of stuff, and then see where we go there. The problem is that it's tricky because most weekends I'm at circuit commentating, so it would be rather difficult to try and make that one work.
You never know. Maybe we can set you up with a radio mic from inside the cockpit.
See, they keep trying to get us to do that, and we nearly did with Mark Brands Hatch, I think it was. I don't think it's quite accepted from the safety and all of that, which I kind of get.
It could be viewed as whatever that regulation stated in a strange way, encoded technical data or information related to the performance of the driver and/or car. That's it could be viewed as non-safety information essentially.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you've got to be focused a little bit, haven't you? I love the fact that it's not just us talking about taking part in this, because on the online chat, keep it coming, guys. It's so good to have you here with us. Come with Kez says, Caroline, shall we do this next year? Caroline says, I've been tempted since I mechanicked for at the IndyCar 500 a few years ago, and Come with Kez knows this, and so Kez has said, let's do it. So we're all sort of geeing each other on to go out in this. And remember, it's like either you go and get a car and a few mates together, or other drivers, or you actually sell the seats in your car, or you go and do an arrive and drive. And there's a lot of them. You go onto the EnduroKA's website, and you will see that there's a whole load of teams there that have arrive and drive positions. Plus, they start, advertising them even quite late on.
Yes.
Come with Kez. Sorry, it says, I'm sat in my car at Cascades. I'm loving it.
Let's play. What car do we think she's in, based on?
Don't know. So safety car, was that the safety car at the head of this train? No, that's its own train.
The one slight issue is we get the odd car that then doesn't follow the rules and just sort of stays at that reduced speed instead of catching up with the rest of the pack when the safety car's out.
Yes, it's good in the fact that they're being safe, and you should always be at a reduced pace regardless of whether you're in the safety car queue or not. But it's not so good in that we'd really quite like the queue to be caught up so that we can get racing again, if you like.
Exactly.
And we've ended up with almost 2 different trains, and I think the one not behind the safety car is actually going slower than the safety car train, which is never a good position to be in.
Right, the answer from Come With Kez that sat at Cascades is a white Hyundai might be stuck soon. Now,
Oh
is
dear.
that the little white Hyundai? No, that's too far up. I won't be able to see Cascades. That's down by you.
I might be able to see a white Hyundai. Yeah, there we go. Oh, flashing the lights.
Oh,
well. That's useful.
fantastic.
Yeah, that confirms that what I was looking at is in fact a white Hyundai.
So it's not stuck by the rain, it's stuck that there's no battery power left now after flashing those lights.
I
It's
think
great.
fortunately downhill towards the slopes. That's been well planned. Downhill onto the road, won't need
Nice.
to use any traction.
No
so
problem.
Kez should be okay.
I can see that quite a few coming down from Hilltop towards you. I can see that there's a few cars there. One of my good friends, Ian's up there as well. It was great to see you at lunchtime, Ian. I haven't seen you for ages, buddy. I can see there's a car with its lights on, sort of pointed in my direction, but they're not flashing their lights. They're just sat with their lights on. The field are about to come through, but the track is about to go green. So Endurance Motorsport are back underway, and there's a challenge for second place because the 46 car of George Wright at the wheel of the Milner Racing was looking right up the inside of Axiometrics, but didn't make it stick. And when it comes down towards you, you'll see there's actually a bit of daylight, so it didn't work that move.
There is indeed, and then there's an interesting position playing out with that second section in that the track has gone green, but nobody knows if they're allowed to overtake or not before they get to the safety car line, and one of the cars is still going very slowly at the head of that, so they've been passed by 1 or 2, but there's a huge gaggle behind them as of course the leaders are eating up the distance that's there at racing speed.
So down towards the island left-hander they go. Marcus Clutton's just checked out again, hasn't he? He's gone. Dominic Jackson in the Axiometrics car was under huge pressure from George Wright in the Milner number 46. But looks like he's fended that one off. Just so much going on. Under the Warwick Bridge is this secondary pack that will have been waved through, and they're going side by side fighting with each other. It's difficult to keep up with absolutely everything until we get it fully washed out. Less than 2.5 hours now remaining, so we're into the second half of this race.
Marcus Clutton over Hilltop approaches for the first time at racing speed in a little while this ever bigger puddle at Hislops. Takes quite a large whack at the curb, it should be said, on the apex of the right-handed section. Manages to ride that out. Everybody else behind him a touch more cautious with it. Pro-Am Racing looking, well, racy, as is in the name there, able to carry more momentum through Hislops, through Knickerbrook, and considering an attack on the car ahead of them, just not quite close enough at this stage.
Very weird one. The number 1 car, the Burton Power Racing, Andy Burton at the wheel, has just decided to come in now. So they've waited for the circuit to just go green, and that's the point that they've come into it. That's not going to work for them in my mind.
That feels like a really odd decision, doesn't it? I mean, they're racing. Andy Burton's got lots of experience. He might know something we don't, but from the outside looking in, I'm not entirely sure why you would choose to do that rather than the lap before, unless you had something that you simply hadn't occurred to you beforehand.
And, you know, it may well be as simple. I love the fact that on the side it's still got Talky Talk Mark from when Mark Werrell was in there. It may well be that they kind of know that they're out of it. We've got side by side for second place. And bumped out there. Milner's going to go into the barrier, yes, on the exit of the first corner. And that was a little bit naughty. Axiometrics had the car all the way along the outside and then just pushed it towards the grass and then just bumped it onto the grass. And you know as well as anybody, as soon as you're onto that stage, that's not good. Now, the bad news is for Milner, it was about to rejoin the circuit and it's then gone back towards the barrier to keep itself out of harm's way, which tells me, pulled over by the marshals, is that contact has done some damage. That was naughty in my book.
That's unfortunate for Milner. That's the second time now in the last hour or so they've been squeezed out of road. It happened once at the hands of Marcus Clutton and Enduro Motorsport. It's happened once now at the hands of Axiometrics and Dominic Jackson. I hope they can get that car going again, but as you say, if the contact was hefty, it might have bent something like the steering, and then you simply aren't going to get it back round in time to fix it.
Well, suffice to say, I've just seen on the camera there is that the good news is that it's got Recticel cushions in front of it, and they tend to cushion dramatically, but there is tyres behind that, and they've all been dislodged. Now that is a possibility that we could see another safety car, because they'll need to put that circuit furniture back together again, I'm afraid to say, let alone the fact that we've got a car stopped. But that driver, who was it that's at the wheel of the 46, George Wright, is not going to be happy by that one. There's no question. They were all the way alongside, heading towards the outside. It didn't even need to be really defended in that way, in all honesty, but because it had the outside line. Still on the inside would have been axiometrics, but I don't know whether he just didn't know he was there or something like that, and just until it was too late went left and went, there's a car there, made contact side by side, and just pushed it onto the grass. And once you put a wheel on there, there's no coming back from that, is there?
Not at all. It seems as if there's some sort of steam or smoke coming from that car as well.
A little
off
bit.
The corner, which definitely implies that either something is broken and liquid is evaporating, or something is very, very hot, which is not what you want. Safety car is deployed, and to be honest, this could well be costing Enduro Motorsport the race, because they've got their fastest driver in the car. Within half a lap, he opens about 3 seconds to the guys behind him, and then it gets closed up again 3 laps later, and he's not been able to exploit that pace to create a sort of a margin, if he likes, for his teammates.
Well, the safety car is now out and just going steady, because Marcus Clutton's just going to come round that first corner and get to the back. The Milner car is now moving, so is about to come down the hill. A lap down now, sadly, from where it is. The interesting thing is the car that's just coming up behind it is axiometric, so have a look at this coming down towards you now. No, the axiometrics car goes straight past it. I wondered whether there was a Days of Thunder moment coming our way then. But there wasn't. I'm pleased to say there was not, but wow. That is so unfortunate, because that was the battle for second and third.
That was second and third on the road, and crucially could have been second and third come the end as well, with the strategies converging like that. They've been very similar on pace all the way through the event so far. I just hope that it doesn't prevent axiometrics from maintaining that second position as a result of a judicial or something along those lines, because at the moment they're sitting second on the same strategy as Enduro Motorsport behind them, and the same strategy as Castraps and Pro-Am and Laurel behind them in turn as well, which sets us up for a fantastic final 2 hours and 20 minutes, assuming that they don't get a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the good news is that it's beyond our pay grade, isn't it? Wow, the marshals did a fabulous job.
That V-Box-sponsored Race Logic car, most notably. That one will have commented several times on the damage. It's now been strapped up with some duct tape, so there's no longer trailing parts on that, which is good to see.
Yeah, the amazing Orange Army at Old Hall, as they said earlier, they're doing a particular job that I should be picking out on. They are now, because they've got to rebuild the tyre barriers as well down there, and then put the Recticel in front of it. But yeah, good news is it's beyond our pay grade. We don't have to get involved, but I have to say it did not look pretty at all. So I dare say it will be looked at and considered at the very least. But of course it won't be the job of a moment, because you mentioned it earlier. They'll have a look at on-board footage as well, I would imagine, before making any decisions on it. Meant to say as well, into the pits has come the 126 car, Glory car, and that came in from 6th position. So that is in, ready to make its stop. What was the car that I said that I thought 747 had leaped ahead of with their pit stop? Because the pit stop was long. I'm trying to remember which car that was now.
The pit stop was long for Glory car at one stage.
Yeah, I don't think that was them at the same time. They're now in for their 3rd stop, so this could be their lot, but they've still got 2 hours 18 left to go. So I would imagine they will come in, but of course what it can mean, Tom, I guess, is that the stops can suddenly be a lot quicker.
Yes, that is the advantage of all that sort of stuff, of course, is that if you've got to stop again, but you've already got the fuel to go, then you only top up a little bit, or potentially towards the end of the race you might not even need to put any in, because it's been such a topsy-turvy race with everything going on with the strategy. There is a chance that you get to the end, you still want to do a driver swap, but you don't actually need to add any fuel for whatever reason. And we might see a few really bizarre strategies playing out in this one towards the end of the race, where the number of pit stops goes totally out the window because everybody's lost track of where they are, put simply, due to all the free stops that have been happening at various stages and completely changing the fuel calculations.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. They're not consuming it at terrifically quick, are they, today? Glory car goes back out. That was a 3 hours 6 pit stop, which means their total time of pit stopping has gone to 6 minutes 49. So yeah, that's the situation at the moment. What of cars that we've lost? Let me just go back to classification. So the 77 car still hasn't reappeared, so I'd assume that that's sadly out. Wharf Motorsport, they're still working on that. But that does mean, that means Semprini Juniors did go back out again then. Although it's still showing no pit stop. That can't be correct, surely.
I suppose it depends on what exactly is classified as a pit stop. I would have expected that to have gone up to 1 if they've even gone into the pit lane.
Exactly.
But,
so I think that's a mistake on the timing screen. I'm pretty sure 37's got to be showing as 1 because it was towed in and they were going to work on something. So I don't know. We'll see. But those safety car laps are mounting up again. Team managers for cars 3, that's the Wingat Racing, 51 North Motorsport, and the 333 car of Kahuna's race team. They've got to go and see race control. 333's been called before, but this is obviously something a little bit different. They're 333 and 3, that's a lot of 3s, are sat in 8th and 9th place, whereas the 51 car is in 20th, so they're presumably unrelated, although all the 3s might be.
There is always a chance, of course, that they've been involved in something whilst on different laps, I suppose, as
that's
well.
true.
So they could be near each other on track, but nowhere near each other for position.
Right, into the pits comes Axiometrics and Pro-Am Racing. So the 18 and the 12 cars are in, and actually a whole load more. So I'm going to have to hang fire of who has come in. Enduro Motorsport stayed out, so Marcus Clutton's still at the wheel of that car at the moment. We've also got the 46 car of Milnair Racing has come in, and it actually was only a couple of cars behind the Axiometrics that forced it off. Now looking at it, they look like they've got away surprisingly light with that one, and I'm trying to sort of just have a look to see, and in fact on the camera there is the driver of the car of the Milnair that went off, and I think that the Recticel has done its job, because it doesn't even look like it's had an off. It's quite incredible. I'm sure there is something a bit deeper than that. They did flick up the bonnet to have a look, but there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of damage to that one.
That's very impressive, and I wonder if Pro-Am Racing are doing something really clever here, because this is their 4th stop, so they're already now 1 above the minimum stop length. I wonder if they are essentially taking as much fuel as they can without dropping below a certain position in the race, then going out and hoping that another safety car happens, and when that happens, they take as much fuel as they can without dropping below a certain pace, and they're just assuming that there will be enough safety cars, and as such they're always near the pointy end without having this vulnerability that we saw catch out the likes of Burton Power, for example.
Right, the next driver is being belted into that 46 car now, so Milnair Racing still were 14th when they came round. Incidentally, next to them, being refuelled, now serving a pit stop, is the 37 Semprini Juniors, so that is a legitimate stop this time. That should at least be their first, if not their second one. A little bit further up from them is the number 8 car, TCS Motorsport. Remember, that car was in the lead, but took a long time before making its first pit stop. It's now in for number 2. They are dumping the fuel in. That fuel jug isn't happening very quick. They're really struggling to get the last bits out of that. Job done. They close it back up again. The fuel, as you say, the cap's being put in, the key's being taken out, the flap's being closed, the driver gets in, the key goes into the ignition, ready. I do love that. Axiometrics has been passed by Pro-Am Racing, because Axiometrics is still sat in the pit lane, and in fact the 46 car's already gone out, albeit that's a lap down, but that is not a great stop by Axiometrics. I say not a great stop, as we were saying earlier, Tom, that could be completely the situation with the amount of fuel and all that stuff, but the easiest way to say it at the moment is that wasn't a good stop compared to those around them.
No, it's the only reference we have. Safety car is speeding up this time through the Knickerbrook area of the circuit. Marcus Clutton's still at the head of that field now, of course. Safety car lights, as I expected due to the increase in pace, they are out, which means we'll go racing this time through and get ourselves underway with 2 hours and 10 minutes or so of action left on the clock.
Yeah, indeed. How long did you say?
Well, 2 hours 11 minutes, I suppose, yeah.
It's all right, it's just I didn't pay full attention. I went, hang on, what did I just hear? So the number 8 is just being pushed back, so that one's going to be sent out now, TCS. So that would be good to see that car. The dark blue, almost road-going looking car, Alex Reed Motorsport, makes its way out. And it looks like not only is the safety car speeding up, but Marcus Clutton's speeding up as well as they come on. Safety car always looks so quick when it comes over deer leaps, that safety car, getting itself out of the way as quick as possible. And Marcus Clutton already has dropped the hammer and pulled away from the second place car, which is number 55. And that is the second place. So Car Strapped is sat there legitimately in second place. LAR Motorsport 747 in third. Fourth is then GM Performance number 81. It's just getting past one of the back markers, which means he's lost contact with the cars ahead of him at the moment.
Marcus Clutton then, it is that breaks away then, as you say, the 55 car, which we've not really spoken about much in this race. It had a couple of offs, I think, at one stage as well, but somehow finds itself in second place. Then LAR Motorsport, which we know has had a couple of offs at various stages. GM Performance, they've been around the top 5, had a couple of points already, so not a surprise to see them in fourth. And then Kahuna's race team, they've recovered, of course, after Costa Kritz has put them in the lead and then spun out and dropped down the order once more. I've just had Milner come through, of course. They're on a different point of the track as a result of their pit stop. They know the importance of getting on with it, and they were completely sideways at Knickerbrook.
Just trying to sort of see what is going to happen to the likes of Pro-Am and Axiometrics that stopped. It looks like Axiometrics have sent Dominic Jackson out still in that number 18 car, so no driver change for them this time, which makes the longer pit stop even weirder to some extent, doesn't it? If they haven't done a driver change. I know that the driver will have had to have got out, to be fair, so it's probably no different actually thinking about it, is it? Because if you're going to refuel, you're not allowed to sit in the car.
No, so the driver will have gotten out, but it is interesting that then you choose to keep the same driver in, because that then implies that your next stop can only be so far away, because you're playing with the driver stint time now as well in all of that. Marcus Clutton makes short work of the 8 car. Of course, that car a couple of stages nearer the pointy end, and that gives him free track up ahead as he continues to stretch his legs away from the 55 of Castrap Racing and in turn the 747 LAR Motorsport machine. Keep your eye on Catastrophe. They run in 7th overall. Because the field is bunched up, they're not far away from the cars ahead of them, and we know that they've got the pace to compete for the podium and maybe even the win with that 112 machine.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. What's also interesting is looking out, we're down to that sort of fine rain instead of heavy rain by the looks of it now. So I'm still trying.
We're still trying, and it does look more violent than it actually is at the moment because, of course, the finer rain's picked up by the wind a bit more, so it looks horizontal, but the drops are nowhere near as big as they once were.
See, it looks a bit more gentle over this part, so it'd be difficult to say. In fact, I would say the sky looks a little bit clearer, lighter even, should I say, not clearer, lighter, rather than menacingly dull. That's what I used to get called at school. No, I didn't really, I was joking.
From the teachers, right?
Not at all. Yeah, Marcus Clutton still going over 4.5 seconds clear already of the second place, the 55 car of Car Strapped Racing.
Marcus Clutton has just disappeared, hasn't he? You can't help but marvel at that. It's absolutely astonishing. Pro-Am Racing and Milner are having their own little battle. Of course, they were fighting it out in the pit stop. They're now right next to each other on circuit, with Pro-Am almost pushing Milner up Clay Hill. The cars do not look particularly quick in the wet there.
We just had another spin by the number 2 car coming out of Old Hall, not for the first time, and it did actually mean that the KNF car just had to take evasive action, which was to the outside and onto the grass, and I was worried that that was going to go wrong, but thankfully obviously kept it in a straight line and gently brought himself back towards track, and we got away with it somehow, that there was no contact there. And the number 2 got going again. That's a couple of times he's lost it round there from memory.
It is. The drivers seem to have a couple points where, for whatever reason, they stray onto a part of the track where there's obviously less grip. For some of them it's Cascades, for some it's near the top of the circuit, And it's happening quite a few times now, 2 or 3 times to a given car in that one particular place. Marcus Clutton, his one particular place right now is his Lops. Gets himself sorted out through there, using all the road as we've seen him continue to do in the course of this race. Turns through Knickerbrook and continues on his merry way. Behind them, they're just a little bit too spaced out to be making any overtakes. The 55 car looks a bit squirrely, however, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one over the coming laps and minutes. The 1-2-1 going well enough in terms of pace. Further down the order, though, of course, that one a lap down from the leader at this stage.
I noticed that the only car that's picked up a penalty, you know, the 3-lap penalty for the towback, is the 888 Boston Racing. So it must be that if you actually get fully towed back, although that would mean Semprini Juniors should get done, because I'm sure either they were just following it back or they were being towed back. I thought it was towed, but surely there's a few more that are likely to be dished out for that.
We'll wait and see. There's a chance, of course, that we have to catch up on them after the race. There are often a lot of things going on for race control at any given point. If you consider how much action we've had and what percentage of that people would be asking for their rivals to get looked into, and then how long it takes to reach sort of the correct decision, it's inevitable to have a bit of backlog in there.
Dark says all the teams have done very well to have so little DNFs. Yeah, there's not many retirements. They've done incredibly well. Come with Kez says 48 looking sketchy in Cascades, although there isn't a 48, so maybe 46, the Milner racing that had the incident, I'm not sure.
49 has been off there a few times, so it wouldn't surprise me if it was that one.
That one, okay, the LDR performance. David Brown says, I wish the IndyCar 500 wasn't the same weekend as the Burkitt. Would love a crack at it, looks like fun. I agree. And Andrew Wycherley down in the safety car says the safety car is only 4 laps from gaining a place. And he's probably absolutely correct, because 77 has done 21 laps and the safety car has done 17. So he's absolutely correct.
I absolutely love that. I absolutely love that. Do you know what? I genuinely hope that. I hope obviously there's a safety car period for something completely unrelated to the race,
yes.
but I hope he gets out and gets those 4 or 5 laps in. That'd be incredible.
So's Andrew. I can see the safety car down there. They're getting excited about making up a place now.
You can see it bouncing up and down on the suspension.
Yeah, he's waving out the thumbs out the window. They're ready.
Position gain that time through for North Motorsport. That actually is 4 position. They move into 7th at the wheel of the 148. That is at the expense of Catastrophe. Simon Bonham down to 8th position in the 112.
Right, the number 12 car is up behind 46 now. Where is 46 after that? Milner's down in 23rd. Whereas Pro-Am Racing, the 12 car, is in 12th place. That's not for position, but both of them are trying to fight their way back through this field, because they're not really where we would expect them to be at the moment. Marcus Clutton is not only impressive with the lap time he's done, he's now metronomically into the 2:30 time bracket. 2:30.630 is his best. Last time he did a 2:30.987.
And to put some context into that, behind him is the next quickest guy on circuit, who's did a 2:34.0. So
it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Minimum 3 seconds, occasionally a bit more, quicker than everybody else on the circuit.
It is just ludicrous. It really is that that they're able to just do something the same as everyone else, but 3 laps, 3 seconds a lap quick. He's just done a 2:30.630 compared to the 2:30.532. So he's in that metronomic. It's not just 1 lap. He's doing time after time. Absolutely incredible. He is now best part of 13 seconds clear of the new 2nd place, because up into 2nd has gone La Motorsport 747. Round exiting Old Hall at the moment, has got past the 55 car of Castrap Racing and is already pulling away, as you'll see them come into your sight now.
He is indeed. Gets away initially. The touch point, the nervous point, if you like, has been Cascades for various cars, but navigates that one without any bother at all. There's a battle developing still between Pro-Am Racing and Milner. This one is for position, and it is Pro-Am who make a dive up the inside at Knickerbrook. They swing themselves to the apex. They get that one done, but Milner, of course, with a slipstream with a better exit, they'll be trying to fight back and towards Druids.
More comments still coming in. Come with Kez has just corrected Said 48, he says, I apologise, 148 I think it was, need glasses. Bless. So North Motorsport that was just looking sketchy through Cascades apparently. And Danny Griss, number 43, says, see you there, David. Of course, David saying that he was wishing that the IndyCar 500 wasn't the same weekend as the Burkitt, so I'd imagine, sadly, Danny's going to be at the Burkitt rather than here, which is a huge shame. But good point, yeah, if it's clashing, that's not ideal, is it? But it's always like a difficult jigsaw puzzle, piecing everything together, isn't it?
It always is, even within the UK motorsport. You get big clashes between your touring cars and your superbikes and all those sorts of things. It is unfortunately inevitable, given that, well, at the moment we're in somewhat of a second golden age for motorsport, actually. It's hitting a really wide audience. Everybody wants to watch everything, and ultimately we don't have the time to do that, so you've got to pick and choose.
Yeah. Another change that happened last time, 126 Glory car. Teddy Wilson back at the wheel of that 126 car, up to 9th place, moving ahead significantly of the 192 Race Logic car. That 192 that's been going well is down to 10th place this time.
I do wonder what's going to happen with that Race Logic car, because it popped up there as a result of strategy, and albeit stayed there for some while, but I'm not convinced that come the end of the race it's going to be inside the top 5. I hope they prove me wrong. I hope they put in a really good showing, but it could well have been sort of consequence-based high positioning as opposed to outright pace-based positioning.
More cars, team managers being called, 21, 51 and 72. I think the 51 still there, lingering over North Motorsport, but 21 and 72 have been added to that list as well, just to sort a few bits and things to sort out there. But Enduro Motorsport goes through. This time he's just done a 2:30.532. So actually last time round he did a new fastest lap, which was 2:30.477. So again, it's just literally between a 2:30.4 and I think 2:30.8 I think was the highest the other one that he's gone. So it's just putting in those metronomic laps, and he's taken it up to 16.5-second lead over Macbeth. What a name. Macbeth, that's at the wheel of the 747 Lara Motorsport. Safety car again. The number 8 car is in the gravel. Oh, and the Marshal was having a sunbathe in the gravel there, but hopefully all okay. That looks like that. Yes, it is. It's at Druid, sadly. Quite far round this time, and he's backwards. So that number 8 car, remember, had been in a race lead at one point, is buried in the gravel there, all on its wheels, so it looks like it's all okay, thankfully. And I've got to say as well, these marshals that are running out there to make sure that everybody is okay, the work to walk through / run through the gravel is quite considerable.
I mean, it would be hard work if you turned up with your running shoes on in like a sort of, you know, your athletic equipment, all that sort of stuff. But they're not. They're in great big waterproof jackets. They've got walking boots on at minimum. Sometimes it's sort of like your industrial boots for full protection on that side of things. Then they've often also got some sort of equipment with them to assist the driver with. Then they're sprinting through what is a very, very soft surface designed to stop things moving. It's designed to do literally the opposite. So, yeah, another element of the Marshals which we cannot help but thank, because it is stunning.
Now, I'm wondering whether that could be another role for that. I mean, the driver's out and walked away with the Marshal to behind the barrier there, but I'm looking at the fact that there's the marks in the gravel trap are staccato, shall we say, rather than 11s going through it. And the medical car has been sent out, as would normally be the case if it's been something like this, but the driver's out and A-OK, stood there chatting to one of the marshals behind the post. But looking at it, yes, yeah, the telltale sign. This one has got the elephant's been sat on the roof look to it.
I see.
So yes, that one's obviously had a role, but I make that point clearly because I'm okay to say that, because it has the driver's out and A-OK. So
it is quite almost encouraging, if you like. We've had 3 cars roll, all 3 drivers have gotten out and walked away, and I think 2 of them have driven away from it so far. We hope that we get the 3rd one driving away as well. It shows just how sturdy these things really are. Of course, they're not the quickest. Your accident's not the highest energy you're going to get in UK motorsport, but a roll is always a scary situation. So having the confidence that everything's going to hold up every time so far, that's all you can ask for.
Bad news that I can see through my window, by the way, is being trailered up is the number 5 Wolf Motorsport Silk car.
That's a shame.
Yeah, so that one is out. That was another one that rolled, wasn't it?
Yes, that was down at Cascades, the second one to roll at that section. That was a particularly big impact for them, actually, I reckon. The way it landed was odd.
yeah, that sadly is into the barriers. I get the impression that we may well find that this number 8 is going to be retired. The driver is put into the medical car, not because there's anything wrong with him, but the fact that after having that kind of incident is that they're going to insist that that driver's got to go to the medical centre first. They really clamp down on this, don't they, these days? They've got to get checked out and cleared to be able to continue before they allow them back out on circuit. So the car's going to have to be recovered properly and back to it. So remember, we're now at that stage where the safety car is going to move up through the order now.
It's interesting to note here as well. Well, firstly on the safety thing, of course, the standard check is in line with what we've seen in other sports as well. The idea that there are injuries you can pick up that you won't notice until the next morning, at which point suddenly it actually really hurts. So it's worth going to check that.
Well,
in terms of
the big one is concussion these days, isn't it?
Yes, of course, they're head-based injuries.
Well, and the interesting one is that people make the mistake of assuming that concussion only comes from impact with the head, whereas in actual fact, it's like things like the whiplash effect can cause concussion. You know, coming through the neck, and it's one of those interesting ones. My other big love, sport-wise, is ice hockey. And they certainly over stateside, where you know the fights would be pretty big, and they've banned them because they thought that the concussions were coming from these big fights, and it's not. It's coming from these new blooming shoulder pads they're putting on, the big hits that are going in with the shoulder that whiplashes the players' neck back and everything as they're impacted either from behind or in towards a barrier. And that's actually causing more of the concussions than the actual fights. That they were banning, should I say, outlawing. That was two different words. So it's an interesting one. But in essence, what's good in all sport, isn't it? Because you see it in the Rugby World Cup at the moment, in football, that they have to get cleared that there is no issue with the potential of them having concussion, and then they're then kept out for quite a reasonable length of time if they're found that they did suffer from it.
In terms of the race here, with an hour and 55 minutes, we're now into the region whereby you could stop, fill the tank up to the top and make it to the end. So
really?
This is a section of the race now which is going to be absolutely crucial in terms of strategy, because I think everybody out here will need another stop. There's a few that will be tight and could attempt to make it to the end, but the majority of cars need one more stop, but they only need one more stop. So when do you take it? Do you let the fuel run down and then fill it up so that you have as long as possible with a light car, or do you take it now and hope that track position comes to you with further safety car periods? It's an interesting one, that's for sure.
I would go lean. A lighter car is going to be a quicker car.
I would attempt to wait on it as well as the instinct, but we have seen it play out the other way is the thing. It's such an unpredictable series in that respect. Speaking of which, Castrap Racing are in the pits.
They are. 55 into the pits. Tentori's going to... well, certainly out of the car before they refuel. Wait and see whether that's going to be a driver change. So it's the only one that is coming at the moment. So the GM Performance 81 jumps up into third place, with the 55 car exiting into the pits at the moment. So yeah, we're at hour and 54 left to go. Let me just go back to TSL, refresh, and look at the PDF book. Down to the bottom, we should have the 3-hour classification. We do indeed. I think I might need to run down to the loo as well, you know. You can't exactly do that quickly with your leg, can you?
Well, and the style in particular. I mean,
you do it with style, I know. The 3-hour mark, 69 Enduro Motorsport.
Set up that is absolutely, I cannot believe.
You know not to trust me. 69 Enduro Motorsport led the way, as we know, at the 3-hour mark. 747 La Motorsport in second. 55 Castrap Racing were in third, but they're now in the pits. 81 GM Performance, 333 Kahuna's race team in fifth place. Sixth, number 3 Wingat Racing in 7th. 148 North Motorsport. 112 Catastrophe in 8th. 9th is the 126 Glory car, which I don't know, I still fancy them a little bit towards the end of this race. 192 Race Logic in 10th. 11th 180 Shine Automotive. 12 Pro-Am Racing in 12th. 13th number 18 Axiometrics. 14th number 65 Autotech Motorsport. In the 121 car Calamity, they're sat in 15th at the 3-hour mark. 51 North Motorsport 16th. 17th is 27 Semprini Racing. Now the safety car is going very steady now. He's just nodded his head. It is going very steady at the moment. I think they're giving it the best possible chance for this to be cleared as soon as possible. 114 KM Racing, number 2 NJM Racing in 19th place. 20th was number 11, 11 tenths. In terms of those on the lead lap still, it was only the top 9 that we get to now, the last of those being Glory Car in the 126. Fastest lap still, Enduro Motorsport, and I don't know whether you noticed, he went a little bit low on that last lap just before the safety car came out, so he's still getting very, very quick. Now, Kahuna's race team, 333, that lost 7 places on that last lap. I'm not sure what happened when I could have sworn that was when a safety car was out.
The safety car was out. They didn't pit, did they? They've got no, they've got the 3 stops, but I don't think they pitted on that lap.
I don't think.
If you were off the circuit, then people would be allowed to pass you. So potentially a mistake in there.
It might be. Apologies if I did miss them coming into the pits while I was going through bits and pieces, but I wasn't aware that that's what had happened.
The other thing that's involving passing right now is that lapped cars are being allowed through on the safety car.
So I've got some judicial reviews coming through for this, the EnduroKA. Okay, so we had a penalty, a 2-lap penalty that was applied to the 275 Lifeline racing car, and that was for fuel cap opened before driver was out of the car. So that would have just been the flap, not the cap obviously, but they did all of that beforehand and they're not supposed to touch it. KM Racing, the 114 car, fuel cap left on pit lane floor as driver went to leave the pit lane. Driver stopped and fuel cap replaced, but they got a 2-lap penalty. It was too late. And then the final one is this Stuart Kinner. We were saying that the number 5 car had been called a few times. Stuart was involved in an incident at Cascades Bend which resulted in him in stopping in the gravel trap. The car was towed clear and released back to the driver. The car was under safety car conditions. It was reported that Stuart drove the car around the circuit to the pit lane with no helmet or belts on. It was noted that the weather conditions were adverse. After conducting an interview with Stuart, it was agreed that after reflection his actions were incompatible with general safety, and the driver agreed to the penalty. The car is allowed to continue competing. However, Stuart Kinner is disqualified from the race. So disqualified from the results and 4 penalty points. Now, I don't know whether that's just Stuart or the car number 5. Now, I guess the point being is that Wolf Motorsport sadly is out, but they could have carried on racing if they wanted, but it's out anyway. So yeah, heat at the moment, one of those things with that one, isn't it, sadly?
It does happen. It sounds silly, but in that moment, you're thinking about getting the car back. You've just been in quite a big accident. There was that incident with Ferrari and Charles Leclerc at Catalunya a couple of years ago now, where his engine had cut out. He was annoyed. He'd undone the belts, and then he had to put the wheel back on, so he put them back in, and then he realised that his belts were loose, and he had to come into the pits because he'd been out on circuit with loose belts. And even at the top level, that shows in the heat of the moment after a crash, when you just want to get going again, sometimes things fall to the wayside. It is just an innocent mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the safety cars letting the back marker cars through slowly but surely. They're sort of making their way. I think they're almost there, going, "Oh, should I? Shouldn't I?" It's like, yes, you should go. So they are now letting those cars go through, and that's why I've got some fairly fast ones coming past me as they're making up. Now they're still struggling to get this number 8 car up onto the flatbed, so that does suggest this one is going to be out of the race, sadly. Certainly a lot of laps down, which is significant because it was in the lead at one stage, wasn't it? So that is a huge shame. It's no good. While we're under safety car, I'm going to have to leave everything in your hands for now, Tom. I've got to run to the little boys' room.
Right.
It's an endurance race and I've failed. I'll be back in a minute.
That is one way of looking at it, I suppose, yes. Under safety car, lapped cars have been allowed through, so you'll see a little bit of scattering over the course of the circuit. The rain's still here. It's somewhat finer droplets than it has been at some stage, but it's definitely still coming down. It's not drying up, if you like, and it's not just drizzle. It is rain. Burton Power, one of the cars that has been allowed through on the safety car, number 1 machine, leads the pack of those, attempting to get on with it so they can get as much lap time gained by being allowed through and get themselves closer to the back of the field than they are to the front of it. They're followed by 275, 27, 3 of Wingat Racing, and indeed then the 114 and the 148 North Motorsport car as well. Still, we're looking at these unlapped cars now, if you like, those allowed to continue on. That notably seems to have included the 112 Catastrophe car, which temporarily ended up a lap down, and shows just how many were going to be affected by where the safety car had picked up the race. Of course, as a result, we allow people through. One of the cars we've not mentioned too much and is about to come past my commentary box is NJM Racing. They've been having a relatively quiet race at the wheel of the number 2. A couple of moments of great car control, it should be noted, from them as well over the course of this one. They have had a couple of, let's say, near misses at Knickerbrook, where people have stuck the nose down the inside. They've had to avoid it. It's their own moment. They've caught the slide and then they've held the position as well. So they're doing very, very respectably indeed. Currently 18th overall for NJM. Other notable players allowed through are the Pro-Am Racing and the Milne Air cars. The pair of them attempting to get onto it. Pro-Am having won Cadwell, second at Snetterton. Axiometrics, they were third at Snetterton, notably as well, where Milne Air on this list, they picked up the Snetterton win, of course. So a number of big players here trying to get themselves back round onto the tail of the safety car field rather than near the front of it as they were. Safety car's still got its lights on for reference, and it's going very, very slowly indeed. Currently down the lakeside with Marcus Clutton at the head of the pack. Lar Motorsport is another one we haven't spoken about much, it should be said. They've appeared in second position. They've had a quiet climb up through the order, just slowly getting on with it. Their drivers so far, Jordan Bannon, Neil J and now Duncan Macbeth, all having done really rather good jobs actually to get themselves into that position. What we mentioned, well, about an hour into it, that this first section should be all about making sure you're still there or thereabouts with somewhere about an hour and a half, 2 hours to go. We're now in that region of an hour and a half, 2 hours to go. And that means it's time to start pushing on for the win. Make some progress. Set yourself a target and go hunting for it. Behind them, you'll find GM Performance. Stapleton at the wheel of that one now. GM Performance have been thereabouts, third about as high as they've been, but they can potentially look to hold on to that. And then Wingat Racing, another car that has been climbing its way back through the order. The number 3, 4th overall, having won back at Donington Park in the summer. Safety car emerges over Hilltop now. Marcus Clutton giving it quite a wide berth between himself and the safety car. I think mainly so that he could then accelerate up and use the brakes to try and generate a little bit of temperature on that side. Of course, you don't want to overheat the brakes, but that shouldn't be a factor here today. It's not the warmest of days. And of course, all the water helps to cool them as well. You essentially get water-cooled brakes, something that was outlawed in F1 all those years ago. Led to an interesting rules discussion actually, because they used to put, there was a couple of teams, put lead in the water and would then refill the water at the end, because the cars would be weighed as the wet weight, so including fuel and water if required. So they'd add this lead-filled water and it would take the weight way up, despite the fact that they dumped it all on the brakes at about lap 1, and they'd be running an underweight car for most of the race. Tango and Crash still looking absolutely fantastic. I think that is my favourite livery. Each time it comes by, it looks slightly better than before. And notably, the cars that were let through by the safety car are now on the tail of the field. There's a couple of gaps left to close, particularly LDR Performance Tuning are maybe not quite showing the pace that we'd hope, but as such, everybody's caught up to a reasonable degree, and the safety car will peel into the pits this time by. We are green flag racing once more, and the leaders will come across the line to start yet another lap. In the case of Marcus Clutton, it will be his 67th tour of the circuit. Down the hill he comes, spray behind, and notably no cars, because Marcus has absolutely disappeared. Then we get the battle going on behind him. Lar Motorsport swoop down the avenue in order to maintain second place, ahead of what looks like one of the Semprini cars, which is a lap down, then Autotech, and then eventually GM Performance, who are about 5th on the road. They do run 3rd overall, but they've been held up by a little bit of traffic there, and that'll be costing them ground in their quest to get past the 747 machine. Off to the top of the circuit they go then. Navigate your way around Island Bend, which I'm sure will be a case of tiptoeing and balancing the throttle versus the front end grip in these conditions. Then hard on the brakes for shell oils. Get yourself as low as you possibly can on that banking. Hook it up, because that's where it's steepest. That's where you can carry the momentum round. Ride up to the edge of the circuit on exit. Then you're thinking about Britain's. Late on the brakes, all about the exit here. So you straight line the first bit, set up the second bit, and floor it through the final section of that complex. Marcus Clutton's done all that. He's now back over Hilltop and accelerating down towards Hislops, hard on the brakes once more. He takes an interesting amount of curb there, actually, which is more than most other people in this race. He's got clean air. The 747 has clean air. It's the battle for what is 3rd on the road that's heating up, but it does involve 3rd on the timing screen as well. GM Performance, they've gotten ahead of Calamity. Now they need to clear Autotech Motorsport before they've got some room to push into and attempt to close down the 747.
Yes, and I've made it back now. And I'm just looking to see the safety car has done 21 laps, and the rear car has done 21 laps. So it's equal. It needs to do one more lap to move up a place. So there you go. The team are itching for it now. Just came past the number 8 car that's just been brought back after the roll up at Druids. Driver was absolutely fine. He was walking down before the car was back here. Muddy overalls from having to walk through the gravel, which goes to show how much comes in through the windows, etc. But they were looking at it and trying to make a decision between them. The number 8, Alice Hughes, was there with the driver that had the moment. It was looks like that was Hunton. So that would have been Kevin Hunton. And I think they were trying to work out, surely we can get this sorted and get it back out again, would you believe? So they are planning to see whether they can, by the looks of that one, which it actually doesn't surprise me with this particular series, does it? Because they just try to get them back out again.
Yes, it's all about getting out there and having some fun, really,
yeah,
for these drivers, particularly in sort of the positions from about 20th down the way. At that stage, you know you're not in the hunt for the win, so you do just want to have some stint time, a few good battles with the people around you. So if you can get back out on track, all power to you.
Yeah, it's a change of the song, isn't it? It's cars just want to have fun.
It doesn't even work. It doesn't even work.
It's fine. Hey, listen, I'll ram them in with a sledgehammer, mate. I'm not bothered. I'm not proud, you know that. Right, let me just catch up to see. No, we haven't had any more messages other than David Brown and Danny Grist discussing and planning their racing at the Burkitt. Good to see you guys having that conversation. It's all about the racing family, but hopefully there's still plenty of you watching this racing. We are less than an hour and 40 to go in this 5-hour race. And I have to say, that walk that I've just done, it looks miserable out there, but it was very fine rain. It was not really an issue. You know, I didn't have a raincoat on, and my jumper's not particularly wet, so it now looks worse than it is, which is the nicer way to do this, I gotta say.
The drivers seem to be agreeing with you as well, because we've got a few more windows opening up once more, which implies that they're comfortable doing that without getting absolutely drenched. And actually, the number 1 Burton Power car doesn't even have the windscreen wipers on all the time. It's just a case of flicking them on a straight to clear it up before the next corner, rather than that constant back and forth that we've been seeing up to this point.
Just noticed that actually heading up Clay Hill now, the blue car with the white stripe and the silver one behind it, that is for position. That's 4th and 5th. Wingat Racing number 3 with Weymouth at the wheel, and the 148 North Motorsport, Heyman Joyce at the wheel, 4th and 5th respectively, and they're having a great fight. They've got a back marker, the 275 car, that also received a 2-lap penalty just ahead of them, but the two of them, not only are they wanting to clear that car, they are genuinely fighting with each other. So good to see that even at this stage in, we're getting significant battles completely together.
Glory Cow on that last lap actually put a move on Catastrophe to move themselves into 6th position, so That call of yours during the safety car period looks to be coming true so far. EnduroKA still one to keep an eye on. They've done all their mandatory pit stops. They might have to do another one before the end of the race in order to make it to the end of the race, but it is up to them as and when they play that now.
Yeah, good point. And I can't remember when their last one was, where I think that was before you said that they could probably go to the end. And it's interesting, I'm sort of looking at the various different cameras on the go around, and we've got somebody getting ready to receive a car in the pits soon by the looks of it. It's got to be tempting to sort of sit there and try and wait for another safety car because we've had so many of them, but you can't always assume, can you? You cannot assume that they're always going to happen.
There has to be a point predefined where you go, this isn't worth waiting for anymore. As off goes K&F once more. That's at Cascades. NGM Racing have joined them in sympathy. I reckon the driver of that K&F car just got very wet because that's the one that rolled earlier, doesn't have any windows on it, and he's just gone through what appeared to be a rally stage water splash there on the exit of Cascades once he dipped a wheel beyond the edge of the curb.
Yeah, just watch that on the camera. That took them a long time to get back onto the circuit, didn't it? It was that wet. In fact, even the poor camera was struggling to see that clearly, such is the drudgery of being out there in these conditions.
Marcus Clutton has checked out. We've had, what, 4 laps, 5 laps since the safety car? No more than that. And the gap was 13.5 seconds at the line. I reckon it's going to be up towards 15.5 seconds as they've just come past my commentary box. Then we get the battle developing for third on the road. Still GM Performance hold third on the time screen, and you're absolutely spot on, because after that, Wingat Racing, pressure coming a little bit from North Motorsport if they can find a way through on the 275, which currently sits between them as a back marker.
So we're nearly at just an hour and a half left in this race, and I was just sort of thinking through there is that Marcus Clutton, as amazing as he is, the checking out, as we've both called it, where he's able to, coming across the line now, just putting 69 laps in the board by the 69 car, is that it gets nullified every time there's a safety car, and so you could turn around and go, well, that's fine, he just wants to go and do it again before he comes into the pits. But that then gets nullified even when his teammate jumps in again, and then his teammate, it's fair to say that we're not assaulting anyone by saying this, will not be as quick as Marcus Clutton. And so actually it shows that it can be amazing to have a driver of that quality in your car, but it doesn't suddenly guarantee you anything at all.
No, if you are towards the quicker end of the field, then being much quicker than that doesn't gain you as much as you would think it does. Let's put it that way. There's sort of marginal gains from that point. Now, if this had been a dry race and Marcus had the same amount of margin, then maybe he would have been able to disappear, put a lap on a few of the back marker cars, put himself in a good position going forwards. But in a wet race,
with lots of safety cars,
there is a diminishing returns on terms of how much quicker than the rest of the field you are.
Agreed. Yeah. Now I was just trying to see in the distance there. I thought that we had another interesting fight taking place, but I might be misinterpreting that one a little bit. But the different squabbles are now on different corners of the circuit, aren't they? Really. And it's just trying to sort of keep ourselves abreast when we might not even clearly see which car's coming towards us in this gloom.
Yes, they've become rather spread out as Marcus Clutton. That's a huge heap of curb for him there. They'll want to be careful because we have seen suspension be an issue if you take too much curb, particularly here at Oulton Park last year. There was a couple of cars fell foul of that. He's not on the dangerous limit of it, but he's at the point whereby if he misjudged it slightly on one lap, then it would be a really big whack on that front right corner. So he's riding the limit, which is exactly what we'd expect from him, but comes with the associated risks as the 747 takes a big risk and a big slide through Nick Britt, gathers it up after riding beyond the edge of the curb.
Still the messages are coming in, and I love that, guys. Please do keep them coming in. As I say, we're in this together. David Brown says, come on, Semprini. Which one? Semprini Racing or Semprini Juniors? I suppose spread in your love. It can be either of those. Where are they sat at the moment? Semprini Racing are in 16th, the number 27 car. And Semprini Juniors, they'll be in the bottom half when they had that long wait, wasn't it, when they had their moment. And Sam Strong, my good friend, he says, toilet stop or gin break? Mate, I've got to drive back to Swindon at the end of this, so I assure you it's just a toilet break. The gin break will be when I eventually get home at about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. So after after leaving at half 5 this morning. I shall need a gym by the time I get there, if I can stay awake long enough to drink it.
Good news for us in the battle for fourth is that North Motorsport have just cleared the back marker that was between themselves and Wingat Racing. So the 148 will now be closing in on the 3-4 position on the timing screen as well as on the road. So keep your eye on that battle. Probably in around about Lodge Corner right now, I reckon.
They're together, and I'm just trying to work out who they are. Somebody's diving for the pits, but I'll let these cars come towards me. And that is 126, 148, and 3. 126, 148, and 3. So actually, that is 4th, 5th, and 6th. They're all together. North Motorsport, Glory Car, down 2 goes Wingat Racing. So they've lost out in that fight, interestingly. The 3 of them coming down towards you now.
It's a big effort from Glory Car on that last lap. They took 2 seconds out of the cards around them. They're already now through on North Motorsport as well, swooping around the outside at Cascades, takes the apex, takes the line, takes the position. So Glory Car into 4th position, continuing their almost re-ascension of the order to where they were in the early stages of the race. North Motorsport, that puts them in 5th, and Wingat, you're right, losing 2 positions from 4th down to 6th for the 3 car.
And look at the lap time that we've just had from Marcus Clutton last time round. He's probably about to come through and do another one. A new fastest lap of the race, 2:29.920. I mean, the guy's just he's just not human, is he? Just incredible.
It doesn't look difficult either, is the other thing. We've seen other drivers come through and they're obviously testing the limits, pushing as hard as they can. It's a little bit sideways, it's a little bit squirrely. No, it just seems calm for Marcus. It's simple, it's easy, it's the same line every time. Sorry?
Should that be calm, as in KA?
Dear. Oh dear. How long have I got left?
No,
An hour and a half?
Too long, mate. You're going to be like a quivering wreck by the end of it.
Which one was your phone number again, so I can delete
that? 16 Graves Motorsport done another pit stop. They're making their way out. There's someone further along the pit lane. Let me just have a look, because they're obviously off the top of this. The number 24 car is doing a pit stop at the moment as well. So that's Team Guzoo Racing. Remember, that one came in quite early on and disappeared for a good while. Marcus Clutton goes through again. Cool, it's a slow lap, 2:30.410. So he's about half a second off of his best that time. Team manager for 46 to race control. That is who's number 46?
46.
Milner
Milner
Racing. Okay, so they're being called potentially to have a little look and see what that situation is. Through goes 747. Lar Motorsport doing well, aren't they, in that second place? Where did they start? They started back in 12th place and they sat there running in a very good second.
They've done exactly what we said they should do at about an hour into this race, just stayed out of trouble.
Yeah.
Done an absolutely fantastic job. We've not really spoken about them much, and to be honest, that tends to be a good sign. It was the same with Castrap Racing when they appeared. It was just, wow, they've been quietly getting on with this and ascending the order.
Another place made up there from Glory Car. The 126 car moves up into 4th place, getting ahead of North Motorsport. We knew that was coming. In fact, I think you may have called that round Cascades, potentially. I can't remember now.
Yes, it was a swoop
That's right.
around the outside at Cascades.
So they've done it, and they are already 3/4 of a second clear of North Motorsport. Tom Heyman-Joyce in the 148 car sat there in 5th.
Lar Motorsport did a personal best last time through, actually. That's a 2:32.9 rather for them, which is a good lap. For reference, that last lap by Marcus Clutton, which was half a second away from his best, would still be the fastest lap of the race by about 2.5 seconds compared to everybody else's fastest laps. It's absolutely stunning.
Just incredible, isn't it? It really is. Oh, the number 8 car has been pushed into the pit lane, so I think they're just refueling that to get that one out. Sans Windows, whatever Windows is in French, bonnet de douche, Rodney. But they're going to get that one back out again. You can tell I've been going for too long now, can't you? But another one, couple of changes that happened. 333, Kahuna's racing team, that moved up 2 places from 11th to 9th, and down 2 places to 11th, sort of swapped places. Race Logic 192, Greaves at the wheel, but sitting in the middle of those, not moving, it all happened around them, was the number 12 Pro-Am Racing.
Yes, it's not an ideal position to be in. Wingat looks squirrely here, actually, on the entrance towards his lops. That machine not responding how the driver would like it to. Got it turned in, got it sorted out, but will have lost a little bit of time. The next car behind them is Shine Automotive. They got about 4.5 seconds worth of advantage as it was at the line, but I suspect that'll be coming down if it continues to look that that almost, well, scruffy feels harsh, but it was out of line, if you like, for winning that racing.
So that's the number 3 car sat in 6th place at the moment.
That's not going to be coming down because Shine Automotive have just spun round and at Britain's a slow speed spin, just a pirouette almost, if you like. They'll get that one going again, assuming that they don't spin up the front wheels, which they don't. It's a cam-controlled, safe rejoin. You can't ask for much more after a spin from the 180.
You keep confusing me when you call it Britain's there.
Ah, I've done it again. I've done it again.
Only because I'm suddenly looking at the mirror, at the monitor, and going, "Oh, there's nothing there."
Oh, I've done it again.
Yeah, because I don't have a monitor, you see, for your one, so I don't do that.
Race Logic have more damage to the car now, whereas previously there was damage on the front left corner. That's just come past my commentary box, and the whole front bumper is dragging almost underneath the front wheels, actually, which is worth keeping an eye on.
Now we've got a digital display going out for 51. Now I don't know, is that a black flag that is showing on the digital display? I don't really know what it means, but there's nothing that's showing on TSL, so I'm not sure what that means, but something, the number 51 is flashing on a digital display at the sort of end of the start-finish straight here.
That is the North Motorsport car that has the yellow corners on it, if you like, rather than the silver one with the stripe.
Number 8 has just exited the pits. Just don't look at the roof, that's not very pretty, but the rest of it, they're actually back out. And in fact, at the wheel is, it says it's still Hunton at the wheel potentially, which I think was the driver involved in the incident originally.
Were you not telling me about an hour ago about how lovely that camera down at Shell Oils is, because you can see the roof of the car?
Yes, yeah, that was the MX-5.
Yes, that was many hours ago.
It was. Into the pits comes 192 Race Logic, so that one is in. Oh, that's got some big damage on the front of that car.
Yeah, it's the front bumper, at least when it came past me, hanging off almost underneath the front wheels was the concern.
Now, you know, admittedly, that still might actually be legacy of the earlier incident, I'm not sure. North Motorsport 51 is in, and it's serving a stop-go penalty by the looks of it, or a stop penalty. Any the wiser of what that might be?
A stop-go penalty generally means track limits infringement in this series.
Okay, I'm just surprised that hasn't shown up then as a penalty. We've got a judicial report here for the 51, but it didn't show up on TSL. Car 51 overtook car 1 before the control line on a safety car restart. Interviewed in timekeeper's report, 1 minute stop-go penalty. So it was for overtaking before the control line when the safety car came in. So there you go. That's on the. Thankfully, it does show it on the MSVR page where you've got the bulletin board. I love the bulletin board that happens these days, and it includes all the judicial reports and everything. Into the pits. Heading out of the pits now after that stop-go is the 51 car. So that's the stop-go served. They're still working furiously on that 192. It's difficult to tell whether that bumper down was still legacy of the issues earlier or whether there was another moment.
It looked relatively sort of stable in its condition, if you like, before, so I wonder if it's had a helping hand somewhere.
I would agree, but they've just sort of basically stuck it back on again. Although I think the scrutineer is having a look and deciding whether they're actually happy that that's going to stay there. They're still trying to make a decision. They're having a look at everywhere. The last thing they want is that to suddenly come down or off again. They're happy, so the car gets pushed back. So out goes that 192. It's one of those examples where you can see how things can change so quickly. You know, some of the cars that are at the pointy end, an issue occurs and they go disappearing backwards as quickly and as easily as that.
Marcus Clutton, we were speaking about could he build an advantage, all those sorts of things. We've finally seen what sort of advantage he could make up, because this time round I suspect it's going to be in the region of 30 seconds now, the gap between first and second, and that is all done on circuit because we've not seen any pit stops in this front group since the most recent safety car period.
Yeah. Well, the clock is still ticking down. We've had a good number of laps now without any kind of safety car intervention, so that's what's helping him, isn't it? It's going to be probably over, well, it's going to be 30 seconds is going to be the margin next time he comes across over Macbeth in the La Motorsport car. Which again, we've got to turn around and say that La Motorsport car is going blooming brilliantly. What did I say that one started? 12th on the grid.
Yeah, and up to second now, so 10 positions gained.
And looking strong. I mean, it's about half a second last time round slower than 81 GM Performance, but that's 8.8 seconds behind.
EnduroKA is lapping 2:32.2, so in fact that is closing in on the two ahead of it rather rapidly, but has got 10.25 seconds to make up and is making up about a second a lap. So you're sat there going, well, there's 10 laps before they even get on the back of them, and things are going to happen and change, whether it's safety cars, whether it's pit stops that could help or hinder them. So it is going. Through goes La Motorsport, 74 laps in for the front two. Just looking, who's this? I think there goes the 81 GM Performance, stuck in the middle of two back markers that are actually quick cars, the 121 car, Car Lamity, and the Milner, I think that is, that's just ahead of them. So it's interesting, it is lappery, but it isn't legitimate.
Yes, it's you do get some strange scenarios, maybe the phrase of choice here. I'm curious to see what happens with this EnduroKA, because of course they're closing in on the cars ahead. They would also be advantaged by a safety car, because that would do it for them. They've not got the pace to go with Marcus Clutton, but they're lapping quicker than the other drivers of that Enduro Motorsport car have been able to. So they're still very much in the hunt for this one, given the consistency of pace for EnduroKA over the driver lineup.
Just saw a picture of the number 2 car recovering from a spin down at Britain's. Thankfully a harmless one by the looks of it, and just got itself back in a straight line and off it goes. They're sat down in 20th position. But that margin between Teddy Wilson in the 126 EnduroKA and GM Performance is 10.5 seconds, and just took out about a second and a quarter last time round. So I could have sworn though I said that the margin was 10 seconds last time, unless I was talking about someone else.
You mentioned 10 seconds, yeah, from EnduroKA.
Yeah, and yeah, it's 10.5, even though it's just made up another second and a half. So I'm not sure what happened there. Really.
The EnduroKA machine is definitely, as we say, the one to keep an eye out for. The other ones are those where the strategy is still playing out, if you like. So Pro-Am Racing have done 4 stops, for example. Wait and see how that evolves towards the end of the race. There's a chance they're looking at splash and dash for the end, whilst other people are looking at longer pit stops, and that would play into their favour. Similar situation for Costa Kritsis and Kahuna's race team in that one. They've already done 3 stops. So compared to the guys ahead on 2 stops, they might be in a more advantageous position when it comes to fuel. And of course, Castrap Racing, we saw them in 2nd for just a couple of laps. They are in 10th currently, but hoping to take advantage of the fact that they've got their stops done and should only rise up the order from here as opposed to falling down it.
Oh, the number, I think that was that number 12, Pro-Am Racing. That is with the 333 car, isn't it? So heading up Clay Hill there, that is genuinely for position, and it looked as though Pro-Am, the blue, white and black number 12 car, was trying desperately to make a lunge on Kahuna's race team car, the 333, as they went up the hill. I don't think they quite managed to make it work just yet. God, splashing through some puddles. There really is some standing water. If they go offline trying to challenge the car ahead of them, they can be taken by surprise by some standing water. But heading towards Lodge we come. Just ahead of them is 112. That's for position as well. So interestingly, Catastrophe, the 112 is just ahead of them. The 275 back markers exiting the circuit into the pits. So we've now got 3 in a line for 7th, 8th and 9th. Line astern they come. Absolutely fantastic. Surely not going to be able to make a move from there. No, the 333 car thought about it. It's a very late lunge. I thought he was going to run out of circuit. But amazingly, that's worked. But it looks the best coming down to you. You'll see the 3 of them. I'm not sure who's going to make the move.
Pro-Am Racing is the one that has been quickest of late. However, it's going to be the 333 down the inside at Cascades. Gets that one done. And to be honest, that then leaves the door wide open for Pro-Am to follow through. So Catastrophe down 2 positions, pinned to the outside line, nothing they could do about it. That means it is Kahuna in 7th. It is Pro-Am in 8th. Catastrophe down to 9th position. And Pro-Am will continue that attack that they had going beforehand now on Kahuna's race team to try and move themselves to the head of that charging group.
Yeah, you could see that one coming, and we get in that now, is that you've got to try and interpret. Just loving that going past is the number 8 car. So good to see that one out there still circulating after that roll at Druids, and it's looking good. Into the pits has come the 49 car LDR Performance Tune-In. Bywater was at the wheel, may well be a driver change. 275 is going out, and the Misty Racing number 72 car
is into the pits as well from 28th on the grid.
The rain is picking up once more again, at least on this side of the circuit. So it's only getting wetter. Wingate Racing experiencing that as the understeer, and then snap oversteer. We'll keep an eye out for this Pro-Am battle. Here it comes through Hazelop's Pro-Am out wide on the grass. They understeer, they'll gather it up, then try get through Knickerbrook. They're going to be wide there too, all up all over the exit curve, because they're searching for anywhere where the treble 3 is not. But at the moment, Costa Kritzis is positioning that car brilliantly to hold on to 7th position.
And there's no surprise there, is it, that we know that Costa's been driving really well from the get-go. He did take the lead at one point, although I say that, he then made an uncharacteristic mistake that dropped him a long way back as well. So he'll almost has to remember that he's got that there, but put behind him the mistake that was made. The new driver at the Race Logic 192 car lost a couple of places on that last time. Hopefully that doesn't signify that they've got some long-standing damage there. Wingate Racing, number 3, has sort of come detached from all the races that it was involved in, hasn't it? Both the ones in front they've lost, and he's pulled away from the ones behind for now. But here comes the triple 3 car. Kahuna's Racing still holding off Drought in the number 12 car of Pro-Am Racing. Doesn't feel right to say Drought in this weather though, does it?
No, not in the slightest. Yes, a drought is almost unimaginable, I think, given what we've got out on circuit, but Nicole's given it the best shot. Moment for the 192. That's got Deborah McNamara behind the wheel at the moment. Debs is renowned in this paddock, and it's one of the brilliant things about this, because there's instances of this up and down. She's renowned because she makes the world's best rocky road. She brought some of it to the commentary box at Snetterton. It was absolutely incredible. So, yeah, Deb's well known both for racing prowess and for baking prowess as well.
I like the sound of that, definitely. Sadly, it's probably a bit too wet to be bringing us any kind of baked goods to keep us going.
I'm certainly too far away
for you.
But
yeah,
you might get lucky, guys.
Looking on the stream, this great fight now that's going on between the triple 3 car and number 12 Pro-Am Racing. Pro-Am in that blue, white, and black number 12 car, trying desperately to find a way. Tried at Cascades, wasn't possible. Tried all the way to Shell Oils, is trying again at Britain's, but is now sort of realising needs to just keep the race in line, keep the power on. Over the hill into your sight they come. Is he going to have a move down here?
There's a cover of the middle of the road trying to almost discourage the move as opposed to actually defending it, because if you defend it, you end up on the really wet stuff, and the discouragement is enough. So Pro-Am tuck him behind.
Did you see him flashing, though?
He was flashing. Just that attempt to put Costa off. Costa, of course, as we mentioned, did make an error earlier on in this race. Pro-Am now attempting all the way around the outside at Knickerbrook. There was never going to be space there, so has to dive back across. But now is the momentum up Clay Hill for what will be the inside at Druid's Corner.
Yeah, if he's able to keep the power in enough to be there. Now we pick it up on the camera. They're going to come towards us at Druids. He's done it. He's done it before we even get to Druids. So it was dragging up through up Clay Hill and round that section there. He's done it before we even get to Druids. So that means up into, what's that, 7th place goes Drought in the Pro-Am race in the number 12 car. That being Nicole Drought, that is up into what did I say again? Up into 7th place, ahead of Costa in the triple 3 car. So, where are the next key moves likely to come from? Well, that was the most exciting race at that time. Carl Lamerty's very close to the 65 Autotech, I noticed last time round as well. But I think that move probably happened a little while ago, because Autotech 65 in 13th place is lapping quicker than Carl Lamerty. So 65 car, Taylor Norton at the wheel, has probably made that fairly recently.
The next one to keep an eye on could be the rate of knots at which the gap between 3rd and 4th is coming down. It was 10 seconds, it's now 7.1, with 1.4 of those coming on the previous tour of the circuit. So about 5 laps from now, there'll be a battle for the final spot on the podium.
And coming down towards you now is Semprini, about to be challenged by the Milner racing car.
Semprini then, fan favourite as we've discovered so far over the course of today. Milner already through by the time they reach me, carried the momentum out of Old Hall, and we're able to turn that into a simple overtake at the Avenue. Semprini, they'll try and tuck in behind, but the gap looks too big to be obtaining a proper slipstream on the run towards Island Bend.
I like the fact Dark says, love the livery on the number 60 car. That is this sort of multicoloured livery, burgundy and multicoloured, Tango and Crash. Says, reminds me of the old F1 intro. That's very specific. I'm impressed.
It's not far off, actually. I almost wonder if it's closer to... There was a MotoGP intro with the streaks of light as well, maybe in about 2012, 2013 sort of era. That similar to that as well.
Yeah, I think all makes sense. So good analogy. It's certainly getting dull and gloomy, isn't it, out there?
The headlights are becoming more and more necessary.
Yeah.
There was a time when they were almost for show, just to make it clear that there was a car there, and it's a good thing to do. Whereas now, you definitely do need them because it's dark.
The lead margin between Enduro Motorsport, Marcus Clutton at the wheel of the 69 car, and 747 La Motorsport is now 44 3/4 of a second. Just let that sink in for a minute. This is Ford cars, all largely the same, and he's managing to do that. Absolutely incredible performance, to tell you the truth.
And he's done that in reality, what, a third of his stint maybe, since the first 2/3 or so stop-start due to safety car periods?
Yeah, absolutely.
That is very, very impressive from Marcus Clutton. To be honest, we shouldn't be surprised at this point, but it does never fail to amaze in that sense. Actually through now on the 37 Semprini Juniors car. So that's another one ticked off, and a little bit of free space to drive into, some real estate to take up.
So we're rapidly approaching just the 1 hour left in this 5-hour race. As coming off the start-finish straight, who just came sweeping round there? That is the 46 car getting past 192. Is that for position? No, it isn't. The 192 car, McNamara at the wheel, Race Logic's down in 22nd place. Where's Milner now? Running up in 15th, because they got past that Semprini, as we know, last time round, and they're up into 15th. So that was the one that clouted the barriers quite hard and dislodged the tyres as well as the Recticel cushions. And yet is now sat there, moving up through the field in 15th place.
Closing in, interestingly, they're still over a lap away, but closing in on Pro-Am, who they were near before that incident. The gap I'm still keeping an eye on is this gap for 3rd and 4th, coming down all the time. It was 10, then it was 7.5, now it's 4.8 at the line. This might not even take the predicted, whatever it was, 5 or 6 laps to get there. It could be 3 or 4 instead.
46 Milner, even more interesting than that, is only 3 places behind Axiometrics, number 18, that the incident occurred with.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm not one to stir her out, but that could get interesting.
Yeah, it is a different driver now for Axiometrics, is it? Because they came in for a stop afterwards, I think, off the top of my head. But yes, Chris Wetherall at the wheel of the 18 machine, being closed in by Milner. The gap there in excess of about half a minute, I think, in total, but it is coming down. In fact, Milner with me now at his lops, and in turn, Knickerbrook. I was about to say the car looking stable and in control, and then it got out of shape and drifted through Knickerbrook, so we'll refrain from that one. But looking as flowing, I think, is a fair description.
Right, Glory Car is up into 3rd in the 126, but that is largely because GM Performance, number 81, exits stage right, is coming to the pits to serve their 3rd pit stop. So this is the last one that they need to do with 1 hour and 9 left to go in this race. So you'd assume that's them set now for the rest of the race. 121, Carl Amity made up a place over the 65 car last time, and they're both being closed in on by that Milner 46 car that's trying to recover. 112 Catastrophe's just gone by. Where's that now? That's sat in 9th place. It's getting intriguing now, isn't it? Because we're all aware of cars that have been featuring up the pointy end. Now, here's an interesting one. The 81 GM Performance car that's in, the camera was just focusing. They've got the car up in the air, and they are certainly looking at the front right. There's nothing seemed to be an issue with that car, did there, originally? But it doesn't look like they're just changing. In fact, if anything, it's nothing to do with the tyre. They're looking at the suspension possibly behind it, and they've got towel to see whether it's leaking any kind of fluid from the front there. So
despite the fact that it was going great guns in third place, there's something not happy with. Into the pits comes our race leader, so Marcus Clutton. Into the pits comes number 69. Yeah, that is up near the car that's up on the jacks, and that means that Marcus Clutton's going to be jumping out of that one. Fuel is going to be going in. They just need to close those doors before the flaps come off, and they will then be getting that OnlyFans liveried car refueled, and then presumably another driver is going to be jumping into that 69. And I don't think we've seen Ross Folds in that yet, have we?
We have not, no. We had Marcus Clutton to start the race. He bailed after one lap behind the safety car so they could begin this strategy. That put Lee Taylor in the car, and when his driver stint time ran out, they put Marcus Clutton back in. So this will be Ross Folds to the finish.
Yeah, that would make sense. So that would be interesting to see how this one's going to play out then. Into the pits behind comes one of the silver cars. That's all I can tell you at the moment. And
that's Lar Motorsport from second place actually coming into the pits.
You're absolutely right, it is. How did you know that? You're down there.
That's me keeping an eye on the time screen and seeing that it was taking slightly too long.
I see,
that's
okay.
56.6 seconds the gap between them. So Marcus Clutton in a third of his stint opened up almost a minute.
And that 747 is directly below my commentary box. The driver jumps out. The doors are closed. Now, with the key in hand, they're able to remove the fuel filler cap. And that key is fitted to something around the fuel filler's neck, so that he's able to just let go of that fuel filler cap and able to then just know that it's going to stay there. They're filling, and from the bottom of that jug he's just relieved an air valve at the bottom, so he's now got it turned up, knows that the fuel's away from it, opens up that air valve, and that means that the air stays forcing it down through. So that's a good little addition to it.
Yes, that's the adjustment made to decrease the problem, if you like. There's still an element of the last bit of fuel being slow because, of course, there is still less stuff pushing it in, but you've not got the air getting back into the can issue that you used to have.
We've got a car off. That's the 51 car, has just gone straight on here at Old Hall. I was so busy looking down watching these fantastic pit stops happen, I've missed the fact the car's gone. Brilliantly, again, the rector cell, it's completely dislodged the tyre barrier, so we may well still have to have a safety car. We are indeed, by the looks of the safety car, getting readied. Not because of the car, because it looks like that's going to get going again, but the tyre wall is completely dislodged. Now, I did actually hear that in the background, but the car is trying desperately to pull away on the sodden grass. I mean, it's just amazing what these rector cell barriers are able to do to protect the cars from serious damage, isn't it?
It shows just what they're doing when they take a higher impact, for example, where the car does still come out. Let's say some of the quicker single-seater series, the car comes out not looking so good, but obviously all that impact has been absorbed anyway, as we're seeing here in EnduroKA with that slightly more robust body shell in the first place.
Now, the car did start pulling away, it wheel span and he stopped it again. Now, I'm hoping that it doesn't mean he thinks there's an issue, because that did look like it was moving again and would be able to get it out onto the circuit, but it's just stirred on the grass, putting it in gear, trying to see, there we go, gently moving away. That's it. It's just so difficult on this wet grass. They've just got to move so gingerly, but at the same time he's trying to move and work out whether, God, he's just put the boot down and it's just digging up the grass. Don't let Mr. Palmer know that. And getting it towards the circuit, although he's clearly not comfortable with something on that car. There's a bit of bodywork flapping, but that's not an issue. If they can get it round to the pits, they can get that taped back up again, but it's whether the front-on hit has just done too much damage. He's actually turning left away from the circuit as though something doesn't feel right on that front end, which is a huge shame for the 51 car. Where was that running? 21st.
Yeah.
No, that's North Motorsport. That's in the pit, so it's not 51. What the? I must have been looking at the wrong number.
Well, I'm afraid that is unfortunately just too far up for me to be able to view of that.
It's behind my the corporate box there. Let me just see if I can zoom in. I'm sure that says 51. Black with the yellow trims on it.
Black with the yellow trims. There are a couple like that, unfortunately. 51 North Motorsport
Yeah,
would
sure
be
it
like
is.
that.
Yeah, it is. But for some reason on TSL, it's showing 51 North Motorsport in the pit lane.
It's not 81 GM Performance, is it?
No, that was in the pit. That's black
Yeah, that's
with just
been
the
in the
gold
pits for quite a long
slight
time.
trim, isn't it? But the I'm convinced it was the 51 as we look down on it, but we've moved away from it now, and it's just starting to move again now. Not sure why it didn't feel comfortable, because and we've just had Enduro Motorsport just span and nearly hit the back of the stricken car. Somehow, I think he may have avoided it, but you're going to see it when he comes back past you to see whether he avoided the stricken car. It is 51, so I don't know why TSL's showing that as in the pits, because it's not. It's out on the circuit, stuck on the grass at the moment. Unsure whether it can go, but when the Enduro Motorsport comes past you, have a look. I don't think it's made contact with the back of the stricken car, but if it did, it would be the side that you would see.
From this angle, at least looking across to Cascades, it looks to be okay, but as you say, I'll get a better view of it when it comes round towards Knickerbrook.
Because that was the way it went. It sort of like pirouetted still further around to the right, and I think it just about missed it.
The other thing is that this safety car is once again throwing a stopper in that bottle strategy for Enduro Motorsport. They had a huge margin. They were going to be able to come out, look pretty good compared to their rivals. And yes, they've gotten in the pit stop and they'll come out ahead of their rivals, but then the gap disappears to nothing once again.
Yeah, it's
glory cap to the lead as a consequence of all this. Now, we don't know if they actually have to stop again. They were near the margin for it. So the 126 could be in a very nice position.
Dark just said, could it be the 55? No, it's definitely the 51. I've got it on the screen in front of me now, so I have no idea why it's showing that, but we've had the odd little issue on the timing during the course of the day, but that'll work itself out. The 55 car, in fact, is sat up there. That's cash strapped or car strapped up in 7th place, so it's still trying to get going. Has it got going now? Yes, it's just pootling its way down towards you. You'll see it coming into your view very slowly now.
Enduro Motorsport has just come past me quite quickly and with no damage visually as well. So
that was very lucky and very close then, I have to say. The way that I only saw the tail end and it just recovered before it made contact with the stricken car. Strucken?
Well, yes, that car not quite so stricken now either. As you say, it's still moving rather slowly down towards the bottom of the hill.
I thought for a second that the Milner car was about to make a move on the car just ahead of it, and it's like, I hope that you don't. And I don't know whether he's just trying desperately to get the silver car ahead of it, just coming into your view now to speed up basically and catch up with the rest of the flow. The safety car's only just making its way down towards Shell Oils at the moment.
Interestingly, that machine that was stuck with 51 now back round with me, however, having cut through the Foster's loop and then through the slalom on this side of the circuit as well. And yeah, definitely the 51 in case anybody's concerned. North Motorsport, you're spot on with that, Chris. Accelerating away. The front left, however, is not pointing in the same direction as the front right.
I mean, it was a pretty reasonable front-on hit, because although I missed it in hindsight once it was pointed and we had it on the camera, I suddenly realised, that's what I heard in the background. It was that sort of thump as it made contact with the barriers down there. Just straight on at Old Hall, simple as that. Not the first, not the last. They haven't had the opportunity to repair, and in fact we're now getting more of the maintenance crews running across the sodden circuit. Onto the grass they go. They've got to make sure they don't go slipping over there. Incredible job again by every single one of you out there. Thank you so much for all of this. We appreciate everything that you're doing to keep this one going. They've now got to rebuild the tyres and then put the Recticel in front of that, and that does include this time that several of those Recticel cushions have had the covering ripped off them at the moment. And I always feel that we need to say a huge thank you to the circuits when they put these Recticel, because I've heard figures like £500 per section of that. You know, the little square is about that sort of figure. Which
but it does make a
times
big
how
difference.
many? Oh, massively so. Although the interesting one that I've heard is that when you've got the say the track days, those kind of things, it gives a false confidence to those drivers taking their cars out there, and they sort of think they're invincible, and it's like, no, they are brilliant, but they're not miracles, you know.
It will still hurt.
Exactly, and they're not far off miracles. I must be honest. I always make that joke that they're made out of the lint from a mouse's handkerchief, and the strands of a unicorn's horn, and the cream from a bourbon biscuit. But we're not allowed to confirm or deny all those facts.
The other one, of course, that's
You
been
just
a
glossed over
relatively
that
recent,
one, didn't you?
yeah, there's been a relatively recent development in the barriers, is these inflatable barriers that we've started to see pop up at various circuits for the high-end events, particularly in bike racing. That's making a big difference where the walls are closer to the circuit.
And that said, is whilst I'm sort of waxing lyrical about the Recticel barriers, in much to your disgust, is that...
It was the Bourbon bit that got me. That's not a soft cream.
It is soft cream. It's beautiful soft cream.
Like Cornish clotted.
Well, no, see, people misunderstand the Bourbon cream. It's not like an Oreo. It's a lot more different than that. But
you're far too invested in the consistency of Bourbon cream.
But the thing that's to be aware of is that in certain places they're not perfect. I think the thinner ones can be great, but the thicker ones can actually launch cars over the barriers. So
anything with spring to it, you've got to be careful how much spring it's giving back. It was the same issues with some tyre walls. Of course, there was complaints about it in F1 during the late 80s, early 90s, that some of the tyres were pushing cars up into the air. And so the construction was adjusted to help with that, but it's because they'd made them so spongy that the cars were getting pushed back quite aggressively. The other conversation with respect to all that stuff, of course, at the moment are tyre stacks, which we use to prevent track limit cutting. But if the wrong type of car hits them, they are quite solid.
Yeah, especially the single seaters, the Formula 4s and things like that, that is not good at all. I love it as well, is that Barry Welch up here from Digitex, obviously he's having to suffer my nonsense that's coming out of my mouth today. And he's just said, do you know that a biscuit means double baked? And I didn't know that. I don't know whether he's true. I've obviously got to just believe him at the moment.
Because is it...
He knows that I've just got to blindly trust him now.
Well, because it comes from French, right, the word? So it's French for double baked?
Is it?
I think that's correct.
French
Barry
for double baked.
will give you a nod if that's correct.
Yeah, he has. He's nodded. See, he appreciates you because you trust him, and he now doesn't appreciate me because he thinks I don't. Safety car comes past. Hello, safety car team. Hey, you've moved up places, guys. Well done. They've put the thumbs up. They know. They're just taking it steady now because I think we are sort of on the cusp that we may well be able to get them going this next time round. Let's have a look, actually. Let's see what the boys in the safety car have done now. Go to stats on the TSL on the laptop. The safety car has now done 24 laps. And go back to the order is that they're ahead of 77 Racing. So they're now 35th out of 36th out of 37 cars. They've got to get up to 38 though, if they want. No, 45, sorry. So they're not going to move up above Wolf Motorsport though, he says, saying please God. We don't want 45 laps.
Got a restart coming in a minute or two.
No offence guys, but I don't want you out there for 45 laps. I'm sure you guys don't want to be out there for that either, to be honest. But
particularly not at the pace they're currently doing. They wouldn't even manage 45 laps because there's only 54 minutes left, and they are going very, very slowly around the circuit to ensure that it gets as much time as possible to clean up all the incident and repair the barrier.
Because it takes a good while then to head round when we're behind the safety car. Thank you, Andrew. Behind the safety car, he says the safety car has gained a place. So absolutely, as confirmed, it has been done. Up ahead of one of them.
I'm not sure he meets the technical regulations for EnduroKA though. That might be an issue. Might find himself with an issue in the technical bay after the race.
Who's running that championship? Just saying, MSVR. Well, MSVT to be precise, but I think if it suits them.
Well, MSVT crucially because they're the winners of the track day championship, I believe, and the track day trophy as well. They got a car between them in the various classes for Snetterton. Yeah, there's 2 cars running for them.
That's
in the 12
really good.
hours. as a prize for entering those sorts of MSV entry-level championships, which they did really well, to be fair to them. Sat around about the fringes of the top 10 for much of the race. A couple offs when it got wet, but they were not the only cars going off, let's put it that way.
One thing I have noticed is the 81 GM Performance car has come into the pits, and I said they had it jacked up looking at a corner when it was running in 3rd place. It hasn't come back out again, it's into the garage, so they're clearly not happy with something on that car, and that was really weird. I mean, I just wondered if they were changing the tyre to start with, but they were looking behind the front wheel, and it hasn't reappeared. The 51 now, I think, legitimately is showing as being in the pits. North Motorsports car after that clout into the barrier, so they'll be looking to see whether they can get it repaired. But it's 53 minutes left on the clock. I'm trying to remember, isn't there a point in this race where they don't do towbacks anymore and they can rejoin?
Yes, I believe so, but I'm afraid I couldn't tell you what that is for a 5-hour race specifically. We can go diving into the regulations, but I think we're going to get racing this time round because the safety car has picked up the pace. Lights are ablaze, and lights are no longer ablaze. They go out. Confirmation then we'll be racing next time across the line.
Yeah, it makes sense. They're away from the repair work. Brilliant job again by the team. Thank you for that. They've got the tyre barriers and the recticells all sorted. Dark says should have a safety car. KA. See, I've destroyed other people's minds now as well.
Do we make it one of the later generations, the one developed in conjunction with the Fiat 500? So it's got it looks a little different, but it's still in line with the championship.
And drop a Focus Cosworth engine in or something. Still Ford. So.
You could take one of the Fiestas that the Mark 1 KA actually is underneath. That would be an option.
Yeah, that would be good. Right, safety car is about to come into my sight. There it goes. Off the circuit goes Alan and Andrew, so they are out of harm's way. Coming across towards the line, it is going to be the 126 car, Glory car. Teddy Wilson behind the wheel takes the lead, just ahead of, well, on the circuit, the 747 car, La Motorsport, after that pit stop. They're now down in 11th place, so I mean, there's still a lot that needs to work itself out here, really, isn't there? So we'll have to wait and see. We've got a few cars moving up through the order. Second place is Pro-Am Racing, number 12. 333 Kahuna's race team. Costa Crisis in the wheel at the moment. Third place. Fourth, number 55, Cash Strapped. Into the pits, bizarrely, just as we go green, comes the 27 car. Where has that come from? From 14th. So Semprini Racing. That's presumably the senior members of the team into the pits for their, what does that make that? That is their third and final pit stop, but bizarre that again waited until it went green.
That means that the only team who still have a mandatory pit stop to go is going to be Burton Power Racing and Tom Valentine behind the wheel at the moment. So they've only done 2, and of those that haven't had, let's say, unusual circumstance hit them, they're the only team yet to use all 3 mandatory pit stops.
Yeah, certainly different strategy for those guys, isn't it? Darks actually said, or use a sport car, a 2-seater thing.
Yeah, you could. Those do exist. That's very true.
That could be the safety car. I feel like I've got to pronounce it slightly wrong to make sure that they know that we're saying KA rather than CAR. See, I can spell.
The safety car.
So we're down to the last 50 minutes exactly at that point, and Glory Car, it is the one that I said, but we don't know, do we, whether it's able to go to the end yet. That's the key thing. The car behind it, Pro-Am Racing, has done 4, so surely that means that they're all set.
I think Pro-Am are good to go. They stopped relatively recently along with, it was Milnair, wasn't it? They were fighting on track and in the pit stop. So those cars we'd expect to be good to get towards the end. A couple of question marks around everybody else. So it's a case of, put simply, wait and see how it plays out. Because the other thing is that people might not have been taking full loads of fuel every time due to the sheer number of safety cars we've been having.
No, absolutely. I'm also just trying to work out the times. What does this mean we're going to finish? We got 55. Yeah, no, we're still going to be down to about the 25 past, aren't we? So I'm not going to get the chance to go and do a podium for these guys. Not sure how many of them will want to stand out in the rain anyway, to be honest with you.
Well, they'll have to just now they get an event organiser shouting at them instead of the lovely, luscious Chris Dawes.
Yeah, there's small mercies there, I guess, but yeah, you're right.
just having a look now. So Pro-Am Racing in second, 7.4 seconds. The problem was there was a whole load of back markers between them. What just happened there? The LDR performance. No, that was unlapping or lapping going on there. Sometimes you just suddenly see these moves happen and you think it's significant and it isn't. Oh, and going straight on there goes the 69 car into the barriers at the end of the start-finish straight. Goes Enduro Motorsport. It was just mind its own business. Some cars were ahead of it, but it wasn't really trying to launch a move. And it's gone very early on the left. It's made contact with the tyre barriers. Again, Recticel in front of it, so it's likely to be able to carry on. There it is on the stream. That 69 car. Doesn't look like anything's wrong with it at all, but it'd be interesting to see the fact that we've got the tyres sprayed everywhere. It may well still need Team Alan and Andrew to go back out on circuit again and rack up the laps, but I don't know what we're going to be able to get away with here. Is it still up at speed, the 69?
It has no, indicating to one side of the circuit to let people through at this stage. Indicators out. It is now accelerating, actually, so we might be okay here for it to continue in a somewhat miraculous condition, I reckon.
Just watched someone else going wide and very grassy. That's the 180 car down at Britain's.
Safety car deployed again.
Yeah, I thought, looking at it, it had to be. If you could see, it's very early on the left here. It's probably only about 7 or 8 panels of Recticel in from where they start, from metal barrier to Recticel, and then the tyres behind it are then spewed away from the metal barrier. So they do need to just get that sorted, because otherwise if a car goes off in the same spot, it will be heading straight towards metal barrier, and that is not what we want to do. The poor maintenance team, out of their pickup they come. They make their way over towards the barrier that they'll clamber over, make their way out to the stricken area, and they will can I just point out as well, they are manhandling those tyre stacks back into place. No vehicle with prongs on it to put them into place. They are doing it all with their bare hands.
That is another absolutely incredible effort,
isn't it?
Them.
And what's that now? The 4th time that they've had to do that, I think.
It must get to a point whereby you're thinking, I've not been to the gym enough for this one. Like, there is only a limited amount of strength in those arms,
I think,
and they will be using every ounce.
Exactly, and tomorrow would have to be a recovery day, that's for sure.
Protein shakes are out tomorrow morning.
55. Let me have a look when its brakes are off. No front lights working on that car. It's going to come down towards you any second now, I think. Its rear lights are working, but you'll see there's no front lights on that 55 car.
Wait, you keep an eye out for it. Yeah, indeed, no front lights.
I was going to say, you probably can't see it.
Well, it was hard to spot. It was genuinely more difficult to spot. It took a minute.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think they're more worried invariably about rear lights in these sorts of conditions, aren't they? But even so, it's...
they should have been working, is the thing. They're not the only one to experience headlight-related issues. There's a couple cars out there with only one working headlight, but one is still quite a bit better than none, because you doubt there's going to be a motorcycle out there on circuit with you, so there's not much confusion.
Yeah. The 69 car not only managed to carry on, but has carried on, if that makes sense, as in has not even come into the pits at the end of the lap. So they've gone, oops, and they've just driven past the scene of their crime with the tyre barriers spewed everywhere. The safety car waiting to come out onto circuit to pick up the race leader, and they've just kind of gone, wasn't me. I'm afraid we saw you. You can't get away with that one. So the team are now over to get that one. Safety car's still in the pit lane because, of course, they've got to wait for the 126 car to make its way round. And I'm hoping all these different changes that had happened on the timer screen happened before that safety car came out, because Axiometrics on number 18 has moved up into 5th place ahead of Shine Automotive in 180. They dropped down to 6th place. Enduro Motorsport, we know, they only lost 3 places in that as well. Can you believe it?
That is astonishing, isn't it? To have caused this much damage to the barrier and to have just carried on whilst losing 3 places. I'm amazed by that. This does play into a few people's hands, however. So Pro-Am Racing, Nicole Drought will be right on the back of the Glory Cash machine for the race lead. The other one is Castrap Racing. They run 4th at the moment. There'll only be a couple of cars between themselves and 3rd position, Kahuna's race team, the Treble 3. So it'll close up those 2 almost battle pairings, if you like, the duels for 1st and 3rd respectively.
So just check in. Dark says, I'm rooting for the 69. Incredible drive by Clutton. Agreed, it really was, but I'm afraid that's kind of come unstuck a little bit now. The race lead is just coming across the line now, very slowly. The safety car is on the exit of Old Hall, already making its way down towards you, but the leader kind of assumed that race safety car position, but once he gets there, be able to be under control. But yeah, that 69 car down to 10th place, so it's going to need your support there, Dark, definitely. Yeah, David Brown says you jinxed it, and he said literally 10 seconds later after he put that incident already happened. Blank Studio TV, just ordered my season pass for Oulton Park, can't wait to see some action again. Agreed, they're on sale now, don't forget, and that is at a reduced price this side of Christmas. I know Ian's got his already, good man, and he'll be up there at Hilltop in his usual position, and many of you are now starting to get that. Yeah, Danny Grist says that Dark would make a good commentator because he completely cursed just by putting that, and I'd agree.
Yeah, I think that's a telling not only of Enduro Motorsport's fate, but also of Dark's future as well. It's destined for commentary and something.
And Dark says, is there a shop on site here at Oulton? Yes, there is, and I know that David Brown's doing a great job. He's answering that for you already. The merch store is at Checkers, the restaurant. On site, not the canteen, David Brown. Come on, don't call it a canteen. It's the Checkers restaurant. Okay.
And served us some lovely food this morning as well.
It did. It was a cracking fry up there. That was worth getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning for. Genuine, it was.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
it didn't come off that way. I was being genuinely quite nice. It was a lovely.
It was blooming gorgeous. That one was. Yeah, and Dark's actually said he thinks there was an MX-5 without headlights earlier as well. He's pretty sure. I didn't spot that, but let's be fair, that was before. Not only has it got worse weather-wise, but it's now getting that towards the end of the day gloom here as well, isn't it?
It is. The light itself would be fading even if we had clear skies. Unfortunately, we don't have clear skies. We've got grey overcast skies with plenty of water in the air, and that only exemplifies this a little bit more.
It's beautiful. Right, so we've got the tyre walls redone. Now they're going to get the wreck to sell up there. Well, how many of them we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them included, and Marshall is stood up there with them as well. So again, thank you team for an incredible job you're doing down there. Massive round of applause for them without question for everything they're doing. Don't forget that we've still got one more event here at Oulton Park, he says, just quickly doing the search, and that's the rally stages. Let me go to the event calendar. Oh no, sorry, I'm talking nonsense, aren't I? It was only because somebody else was promoting it the other day. We've actually got the 750 Motor Club here on the 7th of October. That's just on the Island circuit.
Which is a lovely version of the track. They'll have a great event on that version.
They don't seem to use the Foster's layout anymore, do they, sadly?
Not often, no.
Barker here on the 14th of October, BRSCC on the 29th of October, and this was the event I was really thinking of, and it was because I think I went to the Star events, and it's the Oulton Park, Salford, Van Hire, Neil Howard Stage Rally and Fireworks on Saturday the 4th of November. Awesome day of rally cars, rally stages, splash zones, everything that they do there, and a cracking firework display as well at the end of the day. So make sure you get yourself along here for Saturday the 4th of November. But as I was talking out my backside, that through October we've got 750 Motor Club 7th of October, 14th of October is Bark, and BRSCC are here on Saturday the 28th of October. And obviously great that the reason why I mentioned that is it's great to hear some of you getting your season tickets ready for next year already.
Danny Chris says, race cars don't need headlights because the track is always lit. Believe me, Danny, it's bordering on not being so here now.
I think that is that a quote from the Cars film?
Oh, is it?
That might be a Lightning McQueen quote.
Oh,
I think, off the top of my head. I've definitely heard it somewhere. Yeah.
All year round, Dex and Pergola says 30 degrees here in Australia. Go off, people, you know. And David Brown says he's looking forward to that rally and fireworks. Everyone I speak, I've not had the joy. The safety car's in, by the way, so we're going to get going. I've not had the joy of that event, but everybody that I've spoken to that's been here say it's amazing. So if you haven't, get yourself here. It will be good to have a bumper crowd because it just makes it even bigger, to be honest with you. So Glory Car 126 underway. We didn't really have much in the way of pit stops, and is that potentially telling that we've not had the need to come in during that safety car, although somebody is. But what we've now got is car 69. Car 69, 10-lap penalty for exceeding drive time. Now that has to be Marcus Clutton.
That must be Marcus Clutton. His stint was massive, so maybe he just cut it a bit too fine.
Wow, 10-lap penalty. So that car is not going anywhere near the top of this. Sorry to upset you with that, Dark, but yeah, the Enduro Motorsport car, 10-lap penalty for that one. That is a biggie, isn't it? That's one that we haven't come across. That's dropped him down to 29th on this field.
That's huge stakes, if you like, in amongst all of this. As you say, drops them down to 29th of not so many more cars. Only 36 started the event. One of them's already fallen behind the safety car in terms of laps completed. So they'll be very much down towards the tail end of this. Currently, the field itself is rising over hilltop, led by race leader EnduroKA, the 126 machine, looking relatively comfortable. They've got Burton Power very close to the bumper, and they'll need to be careful with all this because in there they've also got the 747 car, and crucially, there's Pro-Am Racing. Now, they are only one car away from the race leaders. They're also sitting second place, so you could well have a lead battle on your hands very, very soon between the 12 and the 126.
Interestingly as well, heading up Clay Hill there, we had the 333 car, Kahuna's race team, sat there in third. Then I think it was a back marker directly behind them, and the car behind that one, I'm sure, was cash strapped 55, which that means that's a battle for the final step on the podium that could be incredibly close with just a back marker separating them at the moment. I'll need to double check that one when they come back here, but I think it is 333 and 55.
It is that, yeah.
It is it?
Yeah.
So that's two key fights that are famed. Well, and in fact, they're not far behind. 275's had another spin. Is that in front of you?
No.
No.
Yes,
yes,
it's
it is.
across to my left and I look to my right.
That's to be fair, that's where most of them have been, isn't it? But 275, another pirouette there. But yes, so leader 126. Then there's the 747 back marker before we get to number 12, Pro-Am Racing in second. Cash strapped, actually, so I've missed that one because, oh no, Kahuna's Racing's come into the pits, and that looks like that's serving a penalty. So I'm not aware of that one. So we've got a penalty being served. Sadly, we don't get these updates on. Oh, we've had another spin here for the 180 car. Not sure where that one is.
Shine Automotive was running about 6th position, actually.
Yeah, it was just behind the hospitality box, so that was in turn 1. And just to sort of let you know, car 333 overtook car 21 and 49 before the control line on the safety car restart. 1 minute stop-go penalty. How are they making these mistakes? It's just fundamental. There's actually another 2 cars have just gone in to serve stop-go penalties as well. So we've got 3 serving stop-go. So that 333 car is now tumbling down through the order, I'm afraid.
I think there is a degree of urgency to get on with it as a result of the safety cars. People ending up stuck behind cars on restarts that they think they should be much quicker than, and they can see their competitors getting away from them. Maybe something like that caused a bit of urgency and then a lapse in judgment for Costa Kritzis, or in turn one of the other drivers in the treble 3, whoever it was at the time. At the front, however, it is getting closer and closer together. The 126 still leads the way. That's EnduroKA. They had 2 seconds over the group behind them at the line. It looks to be coming down, and crucially, Pro-Am look to be applying pressure on the back marker that separates themselves from the race leaders. They've got a better line through Knickerbrook to the 12 car. They did this move before, carries the momentum around the outside, cuts to the inside, but the safety car's deployed and they'll have to back out of it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. So that car, the 180 that went off, did make contact with the tyres. That was why Barry was pointing. By the time I was looking, it was recovering. There's not as much repair work needed to this barrier, but that's more and more of them going straight on at Old Hall now. Now, the cars that have served their stop-go penalties, that also included the 22 car. I hadn't seen why that one, but interestingly, what happened is that the 333 car overtook 21 and 49 before the safety car control. The 21 car got a stop-go because it also overtook 49 before the control line. So that all obviously happened together. It does suggest to me that the 49 car was possibly going a little bit slow on that restart.
Yes.
And kind of threw them somewhat. Well, it's unfortunate, isn't it, that we've had so many of them, and a lot of them have just been for this barrier repair work down here. The 180 car got going very quickly, so I'm assuming that that car is A-OK.
It looked okay when it came past me. It's actually had a couple of spins over the course of this race, but so far has recovered from all of them quite easily. One thing you'll spot on the cars now that you might not have been able to earlier on is that as the light goes away, a number of the machines are running light strips on the roof and across the bonnet. That started back at the Angle C24 as a way to identify your car out on track when obviously it was pitch black in the middle of the night. A number of the cars decided to keep that because they don't weigh very much. It is a nice little touch to have as we get towards the end of a long race. Agreed.
So neutralised again with 32 and a half minutes left to go. Still good to see the comments coming in. I've got to sneeze. Excuse me. That was in the departure lounge. I couldn't do anything about it. James Harvey. Oh, bless you. Thank you, mate. Always a pleasure to listen to Mr. Dawes. Thank you very much, James. Come with Kez. I'm going to that rally for the first time. Good man. Came here during the WRC event years ago. Wow, that's a fair shout. Maximum, two different words they got there. Are there any spectators can't see in as the rain sent them home? There's not many, but there is a few dotted around, and possibly some of them have dropped away. David Brown says the fireworks on Bonfire are brilliant, but bring a tow rope because you'll get stuck in the mud. And Come With Care says I'm still here, just sat in my car sheltering. Still a fair few cars around Cascades parked up. That's good to hear, Kez. Thank you for that one. Dark says I should have took my map. I'm so lost. That's Dark's gone looking for the merch store and has got lost. David Brown confirmed that was just a glancing blow, that last one, so that's why, and already it looks like they've got it repaired, so we may well have the safety car in this time. Thank you, David Brown. He just said bless you when I sneezed. That was nice of him. Mark Richardson, one of the Knickerbrook Hardcore. Those marshals deserve medals, sopping wet and having to react to wreck to sell or tyre stacks back together. Agreed, and that was the maintenance crew as well down there. Big shout out to those guys. Sat down in the pickup and then suddenly having to dart out to do that. They have been absolute troopers out there today, haven't they, Tom?
They have been absolutely stunning, and again, credit particularly to the people out here on the taste today. They're all sticking at it. There's still smiles on faces and all those sorts of things, despite the fact that I can see most of the clothing is not waterproof. They're putting in a shift, joining in, having an absolute ball. You can't ask for much more. And I think, imagine that this is the taste today that you've come to, right? You're sat there, you're thinking of a worst case scenario, you're thinking, it absolutely chucks it down and it's freezing and I get soaked through. They're still having fun. So you should definitely come along and give it a go, because even now, people are smiling from ear to ear.
A team that's probably not smiling is the 333 car that came in to serve the stop-go penalty. It's come back in again for a pit stop. Its fifth visit to the pit lane. They are getting the driver strapped back in again, so presumably this is just where it hasn't gone quite to plan. They tried something a little bit different. Oh, I feel gutted. Dark's gone looking for the merch store, found it, and it's closed. Gutted, mate. There's 3 more race meets to go and check out if you're up there next month, as I just established, even before the rally and fireworks in November. So hopefully plenty of chance. And you can look online. You can buy the merch online as well. Go to I think the easiest place, if you go to the Oulton Park website
and it'll give you the Oulton Park, because each of the circuit has its own merchandise. So we're now into the last half hour, 29.25 minutes left to go. Where has that time gone?
It's gone into a very, very exciting race, truth be told, albeit a bit, as you put it earlier, staccato at times. But nonetheless, that's presented us with a different type of excitement, and once again, a fantastic series of EnduroKA over the course of the year. This is now the sprint finish. You mentioned it earlier, nobody's diving into the pit. That would imply that they're all good to make it to the finish, because if you had to make a stop, now's definitely the time to do it. So we will have a straight fight between EnduroKA and Pro-Am. Axiometrics.com will be thereabouts, as will Cash Start Racing and Catastrophe. The top 5 all scrapping it out for the podium.
Well, interestingly, the safety cars carried round again. They've got the tyre bars and rector cells all sorted, but some of the MSV officials are stood on the pit wall watching these cars going down into Old Hall. I don't know whether they're worried that there's something on the circuit that's making that little bit there extra slippery, because we have seen a handful, haven't we, recent laps go off in largely the same place. So I think they're just having a look to make sure there's not anything down there that's causing these cars to do this.
It also gives a couple of cars a chance to try and get themselves back round onto the rear of the field. Notably, the treble 3 is about half a lap away from the tail at the moment, having just passed me, whilst the safety car is along the lakeside.
The look is getting deeper by the looks of it. They're moving off the pit wall to sort of wander down the pit lane. Just to have a look, they're more circuit officials. I think they're just now going into the marshal's box at the end of the pit lane there, just so that they're undercover, but they're able to still have a look to see if they're unhappy about anything down at that first corner. They've got to be safe, rather be safe than sorry. You don't want them constantly going in. There's nothing obvious, but if they're not happy, they've just got to have a closer look to make sure it's okay.
Particularly given the fact that this is not the first time that area of the circuit's had to have a look at it during the race. So each time you have to repair it, there's a chance that there's something you've not noticed.
Yeah, and I'm not convinced that they might be looking at the repairs. Are they happy that they've got the cushioning suitably in place to protect the cars they're going to go there, which I think they have. I mean, it looks messy, but I think they're going to be okay. I just get the impression they're possibly looking at the circuit surface itself to see if there's something slippery down there that's forcing so many cars to lose it.
It is possible. It's one of the things I was considering when we had that sudden uptick in the number of cars going off at Cascades. That seems to have subsided of late, but it does have to be considered as a factor. Safety car now at Hislop's. It has well and truly backed the field up, and the darkness is at a point now whereby the cars over Hilltop are headlights and a silhouette behind, as opposed to recognisable machines.
Yeah, agreed. It makes it a little bit harder if there's anything significant. Hopefully the cameras do a great job. It doesn't do the darkness justice. For those of you watching, I can assure you it's a lot gloomier than it looks now. Max Imam, love Oulton Park, but you often get all weather seasons in a day: hot sun, rain, cold wind and snow. Always attend with a suitcase full of hot and cold weather clothes just in case. I've got to be honest and say, I've found that most circuits have got their own microclimate, haven't they, for one reason or another. Dark says, may as well check out the main straight while I'm here. Do it. Give a wave to the camera. Druids is a good place to watch from, says Maximum. Come with Kez. Stand between Old Hall and Cascades. There's a point you can see both part full of action, as is Britain's, says Maximum. And Dark says, oh, I see the commentary box above the garages. Does that mean you're on the other side, above garage 28? I am. So where does that mean you are then? I don't know. Unless you're behind, actually, and you haven't gone that side of the circuit to the straight. But Dark was wandering around, clearly checking out if the merch store is closed. It's worth it. Safety car lights are still on, so they're clearly still not happy with something. And now we've got heading towards the pits. Is that Burton Power? And that would make sense, wouldn't it? Yes, because they've only made 2 stops so far, so they're diving into the pits to serve their 3rd and final stop now.
there's nothing else that I can see that's needing to be cleared up around the circuit. So I'm still assuming it's this first turn that they're not happy with.
There's definitely no action on this side. Let's put it that way. Everybody's waving flags and holding boards. But that's about all there has been.
Yeah, and I'm looking at I've got camera coming out of Old Hall. I've got coming out of Cascades, but obviously you can see that. I've got Shell Oil, and then sort of from Hilltop looking down to Britain's. Then I've got Druids in, Druids out, and I've got Lodge and Lodge out heading to Deer Leap, and there's nothing going on anywhere there, so I'm assuming it is still just not comfortable. Of course, the safety car team will be reporting things from out there. Dark's behind the commentary box. There we go, that makes sense of it. I might actually, if you're still there behind, I'm going to just peek my head out, see if I can see. No, Dark's not around there anywhere, can't see. But
this is where you turn around and he's stood there.
Yeah, well, I'm waving anyway, wherever you are, but it was... oh, there you are, with the... Hello. I can see, you've just turned your flag, your brolly inside out. I'm waving from the back of the door, there you go. I've got the door open. Hello, mate, good to see you. It's closed, I can't believe it's closed. He needs a new brolly now because that's just turned inside out, bless. But
well, they sell them in the shop, but
yeah, they do.
It's not much help.
Lee Diffusion says, I'm still here, watching in my car, keeping out of the rain. Good. I hope that is actually a car KA, as you've said there, because that's properly in keeping with this. If that's
there
the
is
case.
one sat on the sort of the infield of where the track used to be. We spoke about this earlier, the gravel recovery on the inside of the Foster's Loop, Cascades, and of course on the other side you've got Clay Hill. There is one Ford Ka, I spot this earlier. Always makes me nervous when I see somebody with a Ford Ka at these events, because we actually witnessed one being pillaged for parts back at the Silverstone Round 1. I presume it was owned by somebody involved with a race as opposed to a standard bystander, but we did see one getting stripped for a couple of parts so that the race car could continue, and I'm sure they were returned after the race.
And I'm assuming they knew that.
Yeah, well, I hope so.
You never know with these racing teams, do you? Yeah, you never know. 22 minutes now left to go. We're still circulating behind the safety car at the moment. The daylight is just disappearing with these gloomy clouds above us. It's just getting worse and worse. The rain, I mean, is it still raining?
There's a slight drizzle, but no more than that at this stage. Also, no more lights on top of the safety car racing this time round.
Okay, so they're going to get it going. And certainly, yeah, I'm looking down in the pit lane, and it's not much in the way of standing water other than in a few select puddle spots, rather than the whole thing being a surface of standing water. So it's definitely abated now, but sadly we've only got 21 minutes to go. Sorry, I couldn't resist it, could I?
You even sang it that time. Last time you managed to bail from it, but this time you sang it.
Well, you said it was worse when I just said it.
I do think it's better when you've committed to it, I'll give you that. I do think the commitment is worth something.
Right, so we're backing up this pack. It's under the control of the 126 car, Glory Car. If Teddy Wilson doesn't have to stop, this was my prediction at various points through this race, that I felt that they could be looking strong at the end. Granted, there might be complete lucky guess that the situations that unravelled in front of them may sort that one out, but we're back underway. 126 is about to be attacked by the not a car behind it, but the 747 La Motorsport that is a lap behind. Hasn't done it there, but there goes the one desperately trying to make up places is number 12 Pro-Am Racing, trying to get past these back markers before the leader gets away.
That is exactly what it was trying to do last time, and you'll recall, actually had the move set up, almost done. Safety car came out, had to bail out of it. Pro-Am Racing this time carries more momentum around the outside of Cascades, can't quite get the overlap. We'll try and dummy back to the inside of Island Band. I'm not sure he's been able to do that either. All of this is allowing Axiometrics.com behind to close in as well, because there's only 9/10 between those guys and second place at the line.
Wow. So let's have a look. I'm just trying to see. Right, so the number 12 Pro-Am car has got past those back markers. Round Shell Oils has now got his heart set on that top position. Interestingly, the position, the comments coming in, there's a few that are sort of cheering for some, and we got that based music. Nice to hear your voice again, Chris. Thanks, mate. Hoping for a double podium for our 126 and 112 cars. Well, 126 at the top, 112 Catastrophe. So Glory Car's part of that group then. I didn't realise that.
Yes, that's why the liveries are so similar. Slightly different name, but it's very similar liveries. It's still GloryKA at the head of the field as they break for his lops. Anybody weaving out to try and move, Pro-Am Racing don't need to. They're already through on 747 at the top end of the circuit. They cover it off to prevent any attack. And now, first on the road is first, second on the road is second. Pro-Am Racing hunting down the race leaders. We're at axiometrics.com. They got 2 or 3, I think it's 3 back markers to close through if they want to get involved in this one.
Yeah, it's super close. Axiometrics, number 18, 55 cars strapped. We've got so many of them together. It's incredible to see. What people are reporting, I didn't spot this, is a squirrel was on track. So I don't know if it was that. David Brown said squirrel on track. Come With Care said it'll run away soon. Maximum said, you see the squirrel that ran across the track on the exit of turn 1? It nearly got ran over. So that could be one of the issues that we had down there that I hadn't spotted that. Bastian Music has said Teddy is go till the end, so that 126 at the front is not going to need to come back in again either, so that confirms that one, and that is great to see. By the way, Caroline has confirmed that she stripped a spare KA at Brands for a few parts at the IndyCar 500 in 2020. Not sure whose it was, but it was very, very useful. I would love that to be so true. I'd imagine it was sorted, to be fair.
Found out afterwards when the post-it was on the dash. That's what happened there. GloryKA, Teddy Wilson, still lead the way. Now with Pro-Am Racing in tow. Axiometrics not yet able to make progress. Crucially, the car ahead of them is Milner. Those two have got a little bit of history from today and earlier on in the season. We know that Milner are quick as well, so getting through them, despite the fact that their traffic, is not going to be very easy.
Love the fact as well, Shine Automotive, the 180 car, sat there in 6th. That was, I think, was the last one to make contact with the barrier. Says, I still can't believe our car is still going. That was hard. They hit it hard, but they're going, and they're running in 6th place. Like you said, these are strong. Talking of strong, here comes a strong challenge for that lead. At the moment, it is still GloryKA. Teddy Wilson at the wheel, that has been piloting that thing incredibly fast from qualifying earlier today, and still going quick in this. But at the moment, Pro-Am Racing with... behind the wheel is, he says, quickly checking, Nicole Drought, trying desperately to reel that car in. They've got the buffer behind them that it's all about these two at the moment, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's this battle at the front that we've got an eye on. Pro-Am Racing, they've sent a couple of lunges on other drivers throughout the course of this race into his lops. Think better of it on that occasion, just showing the headlights to the rear view mirrors of GloryKA. Pro-Am then carry a lot more speed through the second part of his lops. Take that characteristic wide line, this time a bit too wide though, as the rear left dips beyond the curb, beyond the concrete, into the mud, back out again. And it gives GloryKA maybe a metre or so of respite to know that they're not going to be challenged at Druids Corner.
Wow, and I think we still need to be keeping an eye on as well the battle for the final step on the podium, because I'm pretty sure, oh no, I'm actually looking too far down. Catastrophe is the one that was close to the car ahead of it. So I think Axiometrics has got a margin of about 2 seconds over the 55 car strapped car at the moment, but it's all about this fight for the lead as they get towards the Lodge right-hander, and it was a very defensive line for Teddy Wilson in the GloryKA, and the Burgundy 126 car still holding off the Pro-Am Racing. Nicole Drought trying desperately to find a way. Again, it's a defensive line nice and early as they come down here, forcing Nicole to look towards the outside, now sweeping back towards the outside to take the racing line, and that's gone very wide. Kept it on the tarmac, but that's not the quickest way, so Nicole Drought in the Pro-Am is looking up the inside, but that's going to be the outside line when they get down to Cascades.
Here they come then, on the run for the Avenue. Pro-Am Racing, they've got a nose ahead, they got the tail ahead as well. Are they able to keep it in line through Cascades? The cars slithering about, but it is Pro-Am Racing around the outside into the lead. GloryKA, nothing they can do about that one other than tuck in and play slipstream games, which they've done absolutely perfectly. This is not over yet as they head towards Island Bend.
Incredible stuff. Now, where did the 126 car started in 7th place? The number 12 that is now in the lead started in 5th. So they were line astern on the grid, would you believe it? 7th and 5th respectively. But this time they are that way round for the lead. Round Shell Oils they come with less than 15 minutes left to go in this 5-hour race. And this is your front two, absolutely glued together. The car behind them is a back marker. It's 10th place, LAR Motorsport. Sadly, the first of the cars that's a lap down, and they are Do you say it that way, first of the cars or last of the cars that's a lap down? I can't remember which way round you'd say that now,
Probably
but
first,
yeah, I think so. It's not important, but I just was thinking about it as I said it. But down they come towards you.
GloryKA were holding the inside, forcing defense, then pulled to the racing line. That opened up the corner for Pro-Am Racing 2, so it's still Pro-Am from GloryKA. It's through this complex section at Hislops and Knickerbrook where Pro-Am have looked so good, and once again they're able to carry just a little bit more speed. The difference now, however, is that the slipstream is advantaging GloryKA to close all the way up Clay Hill and beyond. Castrap Racing, on the other hand, they are right on the tail of Axiometrics, and they've got Catastrophe up there inside as well. 3 to play for the final podium position.
Well, those 3 were just swapping places in front of you as you were understandably watching the lead 2 go up Clay Hill. They were swapping places because the 112 Catastrophe was ahead of 55. 55's got it back. Not anymore. 112 is now up into 4th place, ahead of 55. This could be good news for Axiometrics, the number 18, although it doesn't seem to be pulling away. Why is this important? It's not just an exciting race between these 3. One of them will get silverware. 2 of them will get absolutely nothing, unless they're lucky enough to get the Dagenham dustbin for the chosen car amongst the marshals. But lead 2 go across the line. That's 96 laps in this book. Pro-Am Racing has the lead, but interesting to see that although that car has moved up into the lead, it's not been able to pull away. We've now got Axiometrics under pressure. The challenge comes in. I hope that wasn't a blue flag that just put him off then, because that was a 4 position. Axiometrics down to 4th, up into 3rd comes 112. The wish has been granted at the moment that 2 of them are up on the podium from the same team.
Catastrophe. Will they have to cover it into Cascades at the moment? No, but down the inside, late on the brakes, slithering, getting it tucked up. Castrap Racing, that was a fantastic move, moves them ahead of Axiometrics. Chris Weatherall, he was 3rd at the line, he's 5th now because Catastrophe run 3rd and Castrap Racing run 4th once more in the 55.
Well, so much happening there for the final step on the podium, but up the front, now, I'm going to call that, relatively speaking, it's settled down, but frankly, there's probably only about 2 or 3 car lengths between them as we go into the final 12 minutes of this race. That's relatively speaking. You still feel that Teddy Wilson is loitering with intent and may well keep himself in that position. He doesn't need to be in the lead at the moment, does he, Tom? He just needs to get that timing right when he chooses to make a move for it.
They are absolutely flying at the moment. Both did personal best. Both are side by side on the run for Hislops. It's going to be Pro-Am on the inside, GloryKA on the outside. Who's got the latest on the brakes? And the answer is Pro-Am. They take the apex, get themselves to the apex of the second part of Hislops at first, then wind your way through Knickerbrook. Wide line for Pro-Am, now being mimicked by GloryKA. So there's not an advantage there anymore for the 12 machine. The lot of them very, very evenly matched indeed. Then we get this battle for 3rd. It's still the 112 of Catastrophe ahead of the 55 as they left for sight at the top of the circuit. Axiometrics struggling to cling on now. The gap opening by a couple of car lengths over the last couple of corners.
Yeah, I thought I spotted that it dropped away a little bit. Chris Weatherall, just at the moment, at least taking a breather, dropping away from them. And I can understandably, I can't even keep up with the comments on the feed now. Everybody's excited seeing this 5-hour race coming down to these final however many laps left to go. We're down to nearly the last 10 minutes, less than 11 to go at the moment. And it's all going to come down to this. Everybody putting in green laps now. The conditions improved over what we've had with the heavy rain. But the lead 2 come across the line to put their 97th laps in the book. Are we going to see a lunge here from 126? Close enough to consider it, but somehow Pro-Am just holds it. I still get the feeling that Teddy is going steady. 69 is off towards, possibly into the barriers. As off as well has gone the, I think that's the 49 car, is it? The Louis Day, which one was it?
69 Enduro Motorsport had an off near me.
That was that one that I saw.
The leaders side by side again at Cascades. It was a better exit for GloryKA. I'm not sure they'll be able to turn it into an overtake, but at the moment, at least from my position, it looks as if there's a nose overlapping with the tail of GloryKA and Pro-Am Racing respectively.
Yeah, LDR Performance has pulled off against the barrier somewhere, but I didn't spot where that was on the footage. I know that it's off. We are now getting that warning on screen, 55 lights on. Now that was the issue that we pointed out earlier, that the back lights are working, the front lights aren't, and that car is sat in 4th place trying to challenge for a podium, but whether he'll get in trouble for not having any front lights working remains to be seen.
49, was that exit of Shell Oils potentially?
Might be. Yeah, it may well be. That would make sense. There's a green flashing there. Yes, it is. I can now see it on the side of the road. So coming out of Shellows, it's just pulled off on the exit and parked itself up against the barrier.
Another challenge coming from Teddy Wilson. This time it's the outside once more at Hislops. This time he's not close enough once more. And Pro-Am Racing continue to hold on to this. But I tell you what, Teddy's now getting it hooked up through Hislops and Knickerbrook. He's followed the line. He's learnt from that car that passed him for the lead. And as we watch the time tick away, 9 minutes left to go, top two are locked together. Third is still playing out as a battle, actually, because Castrap Racing, that 55, is keeping Calamity very, very honest at this stage. The lap times evenly matched throughout the last couple.
I just have my feeling that Teddy Wilson is being steady. The yellow lights will remain at Shell, so where the LDR performance car has stopped, they're just going to leave the yellow lights flashing at that stage so that they know it's there, don't need to recover it. But we just had someone else recovering. The 747, La Motorsport had a moment. Was that by you?
No, I had a moment with Enduro Motorsport at this end, which they had to recover from, spun round.
Ah, okay, so that's had a few moments, but the lead has come across again, down to nearly the last 8 minutes. So are we going to get a lunge here from Teddy? He is looking towards the inside, but again, thinks better of it. He's waiting. I'm convinced of this, is that he is waiting for that perfect time. Number 11 has had a spin somewhere as well.
That is right next to me, 11 tenths Racing. They're going to try and get going. There's only a little creep onto the track. They're just looking for the spot in which to rejoin.
That's good, so we'll be able to keep that one going. As of that fight for third, it's still Catastrophe. He's now managed to pull out a 1.1 second margin, but Castrap's just put in a new personal best that was quicker than the car ahead of it.
They'll be looking all the time here, actually, Will Castrap, because they were hunting, then fell back in the order, then popped up at the top again, and now finally they're able to challenge at the end of the race for the podium in the same way that's happening at the front for the lead with both Pro-Am and EnduroKA. EnduroKA, I think Teddy Wilson is on it, and I don't know if he's holding off, actually, because he's looked for the move a couple of times and not quite had the performance on the brakes to go for it. He needs to find an overlap somewhere.
But I just watched him as through this corner here and a couple of the places on the circuit, and you think, he is there, he could do it. Oh, no, he's gone wide through Britain's and gone bouncing across the grass on the outside there. So he needs to be careful of that. Over Hilltop, they come towards you.
Tucked back into the slipstream then is Teddy Wilson, following Nicole Drout all the way. Nicole, as usual, middle of the road, then pulls back across to take the race in line. Headlights ablaze and filling the mirrors of Nicole. Absolutely no doubt about that. Use all the road at Hislops. Use all the road at Knickerbrook. Don't even care about the apex because it's all about carrying the momentum there. And then the slipstream will pull Teddy back up until he can think about having a move potentially in towards Old Hall. What about Castrap Racing? They are closing, and this time visibly on the 1-1-2. That for third position.
On the 1-1-2s, I thought that was like, you know, playing on the decks or something.
That's before my time, Chris. I'm afraid that's...
well, a fair comment. John Richardson says, watched at Hilltop for most of the afternoon, then home. Now watching on YouTube. Great commentary throughout. Thank you, mate, from both of us on that comment. He said, the marshals and camera guys are the heroes of the day out in this rain. Agreed. It has been proper miserable. But thankfully, the entertainment that's being dished up has just made it special out here. I said it. People thought I was exaggerating when I said how entertaining these things are. And it's a 5-hour race. They're, oh, I'm not sure about that. It's brilliant. It comes down to the end like this every single time. It is so close. Front two across the line, separated by, well, it says 0.37, which is nothing in these cars. There's probably a car and a half length between the two of them. Teddy Wilson's got a good run out of Old Hall, heading down towards you.
Is this the opportunity where he can finally get himself to the inside at Cascades? It will have to be a lunge on the brakes. He goes for it, but it was covered off by Pro-Am, so the gap closes up but does not turn into an overtake. Once again, Teddy Wilson for EnduroKA in the red machine gets a good exit, but Pro-Am seems to get better drive in the second phase.
We've just had a pirouette round here. They've just been tipped into a spin. I think that might be 747, and that's as they came out of Old Hall. And I breathed in because I thought he was going to go very quick towards the barrier on the infield here. It may have just tapped it, probably just out of your sight at the top of the hill, isn't it?
I've not got view of that.
No, I didn't think so. I was only looking that way because I'd suddenly spotted that the third place Catastrophe 1-1-2 has pulled comfortably away from the chasing pair of 18 and 55. And I say it that order because 18 Axiometrics has got past the cash strapped car.
That must have been a mistake for Castrap then, because they actually had done a personal best beforehand, looked to be closing in the gap, and maybe just a foot over the limit. Hilltop, that's the location of your leaders now. Still nose to tail, still defensive from Nicole Drought, who pulls to the middle of the road, closes off the line around the outside. That'll tighten, however, her route through Hislops. It'll make the run towards Knickerbrook a little bit more tricky. Can EnduroKA look to perform the same move as was done to them? They've got good momentum carrying, but they won't quite get there in time to find the inside at Clay Hill.
No, they won't, and we're now down to 3 minutes 50 left to go, so we'll keep an eye on the time as they come towards the line this time round. The good news is that the yellow flags have disappeared, so whichever car it was that got tapped into that spin has obviously managed to get going again. So we're not going to see a safety car this time round, but the leaders are still in the same order. Under the Warwick Bridge they go, and it is still Pro-Am, still feeling the need to go slightly defensive. You can just see through the windscreen, looking in one mirror, looking in the other wing mirror. What's Teddy Wilson going to do in that glory car? But the 126 is just staying in an absolute line with that car, is following it, is waiting for the ideal time to do it. Across the line they go with 3:09. So this is going to be their penultimate lap. They're going to do one more after this one, as long as the time permits us to do so. And Teddy's got a great run into and through that first corner, gets the power down on the exit, is just edging up on towards him, down towards you.
Closer, closer, closer still. Does Nicole have to cover the inside at Cascades? No, doesn't cover it. Closing in on the brakes was Teddy Wilson, and somehow they don't make contact. They must have been millimeters away there, front bumper to rear bumper, but still they run. Line astern, now down the lakeside and off towards Island Bend. It's Nicole Drought for Pro-Am Racing from Teddy Wilson for EnduroKA.
And the 55 Cash-Strapped Racing has just got past Axiometrics number 18 again, so up into 4th place. Those two are a bit do-si-do your partners with each other. The 747's had another moment somewhere. Is that by you?
That is by me. Went straight on into the runoff and actually has the hazard lights, so is not going to be going anywhere quickly. Something not right with that car.
Well, it looked like it was rushing towards the barrier rather quickly when it was tipped into a spin coming out of Old Hall to my right, but that was with my naked eye that I saw that one, so I wasn't exactly sure what happened. So the race leaders, are they with you? I've lost track.
They should be headed up towards the top of the hill, and they are this time side by side. We can see 4 headlights, 2 by 2. Question is, who is on which side? It's going to be Pro-Am still covering off the inside at Hislops. Nicole doing everything that you could ask of her, and the pressure continues to build from EnduroKA. Gets the better line. This has happened 3 or 4 laps in a row. Nicole is yet to relent. They're both wide. They're both carrying speed. This might be the opportunity for Teddy. He's finally got momentum. He's finally got the speed, but no, Nicole shuts the door once more.
It's just brilliant, isn't it? And fingers crossed we're going to be able to let them go just one more time. They're only making their way towards Druids at the moment. No challenge, but huge pressure as they go towards the right-hander, trying to push a mistake out of Nicole Drought, but she is not doing anything wrong at all. Through Druids, again getting herself in the line, ready for the defensive cover off when we get towards Lodge for the penultimate time. And again, I am just still looking. Into the pits has come another car from a bit further down. Oh, it is the 747, as you suspected, sadly out of the race after that moment. But the leaders are coming towards the line. Good news is, yep, we're going to go again. We got 40 seconds on the clock, and through they go to start their 102nd and final tour of the full Oulton Park International Circuit. Has Teddy Wilson got anything? Is Nicole Drought able to just keep holding off this pressure for one more tour? My goodness, she's going to feel this afterwards, isn't she?
This is going to be mental and physical train, the lot. EnduroKA, they've been later on the brakes into Cascades. Still no opportunity down the inside, however. Nicole makes sure to defend that one. Now it's all about the exit from Cascades. Can you get the run onto Lakeside? The answer is yes for both of them, so they're evenly matched once more. How on earth do you find a way past this Pro-Am racing machine?
Well, down they go, round the left-hand sweep of Island Bend. We got them absolutely nose to tail, almost bump draft in there. Again, a defensive line towards Shell, even though that's not necessarily an overtake in place. They're making their way round Shellors. We've lost them on the camera now because we've gone back to the start-finish line at the moment. But the leaders for the final time will be making their way through Britons as we speak, and so they'll be making their way back towards you.
They will in just a moment. The question is, can EnduroKA finally get themselves to the inside line at Hislops? They've tried it lap after lap after lap, and Nicole has been absolutely on top of it, and she is once more hugging that inside line down the straightaway. EnduroKA and Teddy Wilson will be forced to try the outside, but they're not close enough. Nicole can cover the middle of the road, take a little bit of curb at the first part of Hislops, take a little bit of curb at the second bit, and I think she might just about have this covered off, at least for the run up Clay Hill, because EnduroKA not as close as they are one lap ago. Nicole Drought has dropped the hammer in the second half of this final lap.
Just watch out. I talked about earlier Paul O'Neill showing me the karting move around here where you just drop back that little bit so you're not compromised by the car in front through the apex. You can take full speed, but I do agree it looks like she has done enough. The way she danced on the brakes coming down towards your section at Hislops was just fantastic to see. The car control is out of this world, and I tell you what, she deserves this win 100%. The performance has been out of this world. Here she comes towards the final right-hander. It's 102 laps going to be put in the book, 5 hours worth of racing, and my goodness, she's going to know she's under pressure, and I think that that is it, because up Deer Leap she comes. The number 12 car is going to bring home this 5-hour race with a victory. The team are on the fence, absolutely ecstatic with that. That is one of the most impressive defensive drives I have seen for a very long time. Incredible. The pressure was relentless from Teddy Wilson. He comes home in second in the 126. And before I sort of just wax lyrical too much about it for too long, let's have a look towards our left and see who's going to confirm the final step on the podium, which sadly I'm not going to be able to do. It is Catastrophe, so still that team gets second and third on the podium. They'll be ecstatic about that. Andy Bonham brings that one home. But seriously, Tom, that performance was out of this world, wasn't it?
From both drivers as well.
For sure.
Nicole Drought was incredible. She covered off everywhere she needed to cover off, and crucially didn't over-defend and leave herself compromised somewhere else. Teddy Wilson, in the meantime, utterly fair with it. Brilliant. Tried it on the brakes when the move wasn't there, didn't overdo it. There was one attempt in towards Lodge Corner at the beginning of the final lap, the end of the penultimate one, where we thought he had his nose on the inside, but Nicole sived across, and that just about did it for the win.
We just had on the camera there, seeing that for a second we still had a bit of a battle going on for 7th and 8th and 9th position, actually. So that was all three positions. 148 North Motorsport does secure 7th place ahead of 333 Kahuna's Racing. I thought that was a back marker that caused an issue. Wingat Racing tried desperately to dive up the inside, but has to settle for 9th place. But ahead of those, we did have 4th place, Cash Strapped Racing, number 55, 18 Axiometrics in 5th, 180 after that impact. Shine Automotive, great job to bring it home in 6th. As I say, 7th North Motorsport 148, 333 Kahuna's Race Team, Wingat Racing number 3 in 9th, 10th, great job after their heavier impact earlier as well, number 46 Milnair Racing, absolutely cracking performance, and we ended up with how many of them? 9 of them on the lead lap. I mean, 5 hours of incredible entertainment. We've only got 2.5 minutes before we have to shut off the mic, so therefore, Tom, give me your final words about an incredible day's racing.
Fantastic racing. Thank you to everybody who took part. Thank you particularly to the marshals, the circuit staff, the medical staff, everybody else involved. Chris, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to work with you. I'll give you a moment to do your final remarks too, since we're very tight for time.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much to the Mighty Orange Army, the camera crews. Valid comment, they've done a fabulous job to bring us this stream out in these terrible weather conditions. The maintenance, recovery, rescue crews, medical crews, fire crews, everybody doing an incredible job. Thank you for everybody who's been responding on the feed as well. I've been seeing your comments, and apologies we've run out of time to be able to interact with all of you. Next time, make sure you get on commenting as soon as possible. Thank you for your compliments as well. I see them, guys, and we do, Tom and I do hugely appreciate the compliment on the commentary. We sometimes go into these longer races thinking we don't know what to expect, and it can be particularly hard work. I have to say, Tom, this one just wrote itself for us.
Very, very fun. It made our job that much easier, just having the action from start to finish. Of course, a little bit of a staccato race at times, but it meant there was always something developing, something playing, and we were right. It built up to a fantastic finale.
It really did. So from Tom Davis down there at the Knickerbrook commentary box, I do apologise that we're not going to be able to bring you a podium presentation. They'll be doing it actually shouting because we have to shut up the microphone in 60 seconds. So from Tom Davis down at Knickerbrook, myself, Chris Dawes in the main commentary box. If you're on Twitter, give us a follow at Dawes Racing, DAWES Racing, and hopefully I'll catch up with you guys at another circuit. I've got 3 visits to Castle Combe next month, my local circuit. But let's not forget, we got another year looming. Get yourself your Oulton Park season tickets, discounted this side of Christmas. But from us, up in the commentary boxes, have a safe journey home, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Have a very good evening. Good night.